Karlofff Theatre presents. CREEP-A-THON.
What you're about to see is based on an actual experience. Explain it? Oh, I wouldn't even try. But I do think you'd be interested in exploring with me that strange world that lies behind the veil. You know, it's a curious thing, but it often happens. When a young man is trying to decide what his life's work is going to be, it's sometimes a sensitive time for both father and son. Our story takes place in Europe, where Peter Wade has established a thriving air service.
This might not be your first time up, but you're over-controlling. I'm gonna check the cargo.
I'll check it.
No, you keep a heading on 145. Don't drift around to the north. Those ridges come up at you awful fast.
Oh, now don't you start to.
Look at me. 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 Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. 135. 135. 135. 135. Pete! Pete! What are you doing? Pete, let go. Let go, you hear? Let go. Let go. Pete! Pete! Let go. Well,
Dad, you know the whole story.
now, boy, it's no good bottling these things up. You know that.
There is nothing to bottle up.
I'm trying very hard to understand, very hard indeed.
Well, don't try, because you can't understand. You're not the type. You're the guy that doesn't quit until he wins.
Oh, no. Not until I win. Until I've earned the right to go on to the next thing. It's just as simple as that.
I've got to use my talent, not yours.
Just tell me one thing. Why did you deliberately head for a crash?
I can't explain that. Even if I could, you wouldn't understand it.
Are you sick? Is he? Or just plain scared?
Dad, some people are good at one thing and bad at another. I'm a washout as a flyer. And I probably can't run this company. But I can design planes.
How do you know?
Because I've got the talent, and you know it. And furthermore, I've got the desire. 2 more years of graduate school, I'll have my degree. Now, this is something that I can do. What's that for?
Tuition, books, board, room, works. And if and when you feel you've really earned the right to go to graduate school, it'll be right there.
Dad, I'm just trying to face facts about myself. Now, is that being a quitter?
Only you can answer that. But let me tell you one thing. Doubt in any area is malignant. It grows. It can destroy anything you do.
I'll take the first plane to New York now.
Pete.
Dad, I'm sorry. There's a lot of other things involved. Something I just can't explain.
What? No, no, no. I can't do that. No, I can't. Wally. The hit, I tell you. The hit. Get out, jump. Jump, everybody's up. No, you're going to death here. Grenoble. Jump. No. That shoot, you can't. Shot full of holes, no good. Wally. What? No,
Dad,
don't
wait.
not.
Dad.
Oh.
You all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right. It's the dream, that's all.
What was it this time?
Oh, nothing. Why are you still up?
Dad, who's Wally?
Who?
Yeah, you were calling out his name.
I was?
Yeah, who was he?
I don't know.
Dad, Wally died in that crash, didn't he?
Yes, of course he died. But if we have to talk about it now, it's the middle of the night.
No, of course not. Good night, Dad.
Good night, boy. Well, that wasn't a very good example, was it? Only this afternoon I told you not to bottle things up. Well, now. You wanted to know about Wally Huffner. The Jerry fighters hit us. I ordered everybody out.
Where was that, over Grenoble?
No, further north, near Lyon. I went back to the waist to jump, and Wally was there.
With a useless shoot.
So I gave him mine.
And he took it?
Well, I told him that I could ride the plane down safely, which of course I did.
This was after Wally jumped.
Yeah, after Wally jumped. I watched him fall. The chute didn't open.
No wonder you have nightmares.
It's not as bad as all that.
Dan, what kind of a guy was he? What did he look like?
Plain, ordinary looking. There was something about him that... Why all this interest in Wally Huffner?
Oh, it's nothing. It's you. These nightmares. Maybe you need a rest or something.
Oh, no, I'll be all right. Still going to New York in the morning?
Oh, I don't know, Dad.
Want to talk about it?
Let's talk about it in the morning. Huh?
Good night.
Good night, Dad. Isn't it?
Uh-huh. What now?
Well, let's see. We were on a heading of about 145, weren't we?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I'll take over. Please, Bill.
All right.
Reflection this morning. You see anything?
Nothing.
Well, I guess I'm wrong. It's not the same now.
Huh?
We might as well go on home, huh? Okay, I'll take it. Why don't you get some coffee, Bill? It's in the back. Go on, I'll be all right.
What do you think you're doing? Open up, Pete, open up.
I'm sorry, Bill. I've got to be in here alone.
Open up.
Bill, if anything goes wrong, bail out.
Pete, you listen to me.
You might as well relax. I'm not going to open that door until...
Pete? You all right? Answer me.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Follow me. 1, 3, 5. 1, 3, 5. 1, 3, 5. 1, 3, 5. 1, 3, 5.
Cars d'urgence, RLC's Appellant Grenoble. RLC's Appellant Grenoble. Cars d'urgence, j'ai besoin de l'hélicoptère. Cars d'urgence.
I've been worried to death ever since Bill came back and told me what you did.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yesterday was bad enough. But this last thing, bailing out of the mountains like that.
You want to know why? The reason I headed for that mountain? The reason I bailed out? I saw something in the plane. A reflection in the windshield. The reflection of a man's face.
What do you mean?
This face. That's right, Wally Huffner. And I heard his voice. It was hypnotic. It made me do what I did. All right, don't believe me. But it made me take a heading of 135.
Oh, Pete, for the love of...
Now, wait a minute, let me finish. He made me bail out. And I found something. The wreck of a B-17. With one of these on it. And inside I found this.
Parachute.
A parachute. With a serial number on it. 01636184. Do I have to tell you whose chute this is? No, of course not. It's yours. Here, look at it. Look at the holes. 4, 5, 6 of them. Bullet holes. Well, you don't understand. You see, you told me that you were in that plane alone. Everybody else had bailed out. Dad, a man died in that crash. Carlo Menzetti.
No. Carlo Menzetti was Wally.
Wally Huffner?
Carlo Menzetti was his cover identity.
He was an intelligence agent?
Yeah. We were supposed to drop him near Torino and up it. But it's incredible. How did you find that ship?
I told you that. The point is this. You told me that you brought that ship down safely. Now, you couldn't have, not in that little valley.
I know.
Don't you see? All these things just don't add up to what you told me last night.
Last night, I was trying to protect you.
Protect me?
From further reasons for doubting yourself. My own uncertainties.
What have your uncertainties got to do with me?
You think that I took Wally's parachute. Saved my own neck at the expense of his life.
Well, it's true. You took somebody's parachute.
Yes, it was Wally's. The ship had been hit and he was badly hurt.
But not dead.
No. I killed him.
You what?
We were over enemy territory. He had orders not to be taken by the Wehrmacht, and in his breast pocket he had a capsule. He insisted that I give it to him.
And you did?
The plane was losing altitude. We were drifting in fast over those mountains. There was very little time to think. Oh, I had so many doubts and uncertainties. I even filed a false report with the OSS, saying it had been hit by flak.
What do you mean, doubts?
Maybe I should have tried harder to get Wally out of that plane.
But you said that he insisted on that capsule.
Yes, but why? Was he really afraid of recapture? Or was he sacrificing himself for me? He was capable of that.
Dad, that Italian parachute that they gave Wally, that would only hold one person, right?
Yes, and he should have had it.
But he couldn't even have pulled the ring. Not wounded the way he was. Dad, I think Wally may have helped us both. I'll leave this check here. At least for now. I may earn the right to use it sooner than you think.
So far as Pete Wade Jr. is concerned, there's no question about the apparition of Wally Hafner. He saw it. It happened. How it happened? No man can tell. I mean, of course, no living man. Won't you join me again for another journey into that unknown world that lies behind the veil?
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Tonight's story was developed from a report contained in the files of the Gloucester Historical Society. Like many others which I have come across in the course of my research, it involves happenings of which we've long been aware, but for which there are no satisfactory explanations. Captain John Elwood of Gloucester, Massachusetts, had been a long time at sea. But his first thoughts were not of his wife and his home. If they had been, perhaps none of this would have happened.
Come in. Here's the log, Captain. Everything's in order, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
The crew's anxious to leave, sir. Most of their wives are waiting for them on the wharf.
Indeed. The way they're behaving, you'd think we were months overdue instead of just 2 weeks.
They've likely heard of our trouble with the snakes, sir. Happy to see us alive.
Well, just the same, they'll grab their men by the ears and march them off to the paymaster before they start to kiss them.
Ah, sir, some. There are all kinds among them.
Is Mrs. Elwood out there?
Oh, no, sir. The captain's wife is too well bred to show her emotions in public.
Indeed. I want you to do something for me, Mr. Logan. I have to go to the company's office to make my report. Will you see that my gear's taken straight to my house?
I'll do it myself, sir.
That's very kind of you. Tell Mrs. Elwood that I'm fine and be with her presently.
Aye, aye, sir.
Just put it anywhere here, Mr. Logan. I do appreciate your coming. I was so worried, what with the hurricane and reports of the plague.
Oh, it wasn't the plague, ma'am.
Oh?
Well, just a lot of poisonous snakes that came aboard while we were in Florida.
There was talk that some of the men died.
Aye, 2 seamen. 3 others were bitten, but we saved them.
It must have been a terrible experience.
We were finding snakes, ma'am, all over the ship 2 weeks after leaving the wharf.
Did the captain say how long he'd be?
No, ma'am. Just said to tell you that he'd be along. Presently.
Well, best be getting his dinner.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Logan.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good to be back, Barney. This place is more like home to me than my own house.
Hey, we missed you, John.
What's been happening while I was away?
Oh, now, let me see. The Clarawell foundered 2 weeks ago off the coast. Nobody lost. The packet from England was late again, as usual. I think that's about all. Things have been fairly quiet. See, how about those snakes, John? When are you going to tell us about them?
As soon as I get something to wash the salt out of my throat.
Oh, yes.
Bessie!
Coming! Coming!
And all of a sudden, there they were, slithering up the lines and the gangplanks like so many fiends of hell. There's hundreds of them, somebody yelled. See that they pay their passage before they come aboard, I said. Hi there, my pretty. You're the one I've missed the most since I went away.
You ought to be ashamed, taking such liberties, and you a married man.
Well, if I weren't married, would you still object?
Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lie. Afternoon, Mrs. Elwood.
Good afternoon. I'd like a bottle of that Spanish wine that Captain Elwood favors. I think he'd enjoy it with his dinner.
Be supper, more'n likely, ma'am. Club's having dinner in his honor. But I'll get it for you.
Nobody would have been hurt, but some of the fools tried stamping on the snakes with their bare feet. Excuse me, gentlemen. you by any chance spying on me?
No, John. I only came...
I know why you came. Go home and expect me when you see me. You may charge the spoilage to me, Captain Barney. My apologies, gentlemen. Shall we go home now, dear? You humiliate me in front of my friends. You spy on me.
I'll never do it again. But I wasn't spying, I swear it. I only wanted to get a bottle of wine for your dinner.
And the table. Was that part of your affection?
I don't know what came over me. John, all the time you were gone, I missed you so. I prayed for you. And when you turned your back on me, I wanted to strike out and hurt you as I was hurt. I'm so ashamed.
Well, you should be. I'm sick of your explanations, sick of your apologies. I'm sick of you, Ruth.
No, John. Leave me something.
Ever since I married you, I've been trapped. And for what? The price of a ship that went to the bottom 3 months after I bought her.
You needn't have said that. I knew why you married me. I knew my father's money made up for the fact that you didn't think I was gay and amusing like the other girls were. I knew my friends were laughing at me because they knew why you married me. But it made no difference. I loved you. I still love you.
Oh, you're talking nonsense.
No, John. Please hear me out.
Let it alone, woman. You're digging up things that are best forgotten.
No, I couldn't bear it if it were only the money. There had to be something else. John, maybe it's not too late. Maybe we could start all over.
Oh, Ruth.
John, I'm drying up into a bitter old woman. Help me. Please. I'll unpack your things.
What's the matter?
A snake! It ain't get me!
What?
John?
It's all right, Ruth.
The snake.
He's dead. I killed him. Oh, I've taken care of your hand, and the doctor will be here soon. I don't think we'll need him, though. I'm sure I got all the poison out.
You saved my life.
Well, there wasn't much else I could do.
You could have let me die. Why didn't you?
Don't be foolish.
But you could have. And if you had, you'd be free. No more arguments. No more trouble. You could do as you pleased. But you didn't. You saved my life. Oh, John, maybe we can start all over. Maybe.
Try to get some rest, Ruth. I'll get you something warm to drink.
It's a lucky thing you were home, John. snake bite's a terrible way to die.
Well, she's much better now, and the doctor says with a little rest she'll be just as good as new.
You're thankful for that, I'll wager.
Oh, I can't wait to sail again. Always more trouble ashore than when you're at sea. And I can't make any money just sitting here, much as I like it.
Speaking of money, here's something that'll make you sit up and take notice. The widow Smith got a letter from London this morning. Seems an uncle died and left her £20,000.
£20,000?
Hey, he'd be a lucky man that gets her.
He could buy any ship in the harbor with that.
Too bad you're already married, John. You know, I always had a sneaking suspicion that she was partial to you. Well, drink up and let's have another one on the house. Hey, you're not still thinking of that money, are you?
Oh.
It won't do you any good. You got one wife too many. Come on, have another drink.
Oh, thank you, Barney. I don't think I will. I'm going to get back to Ruth. Ruth?
Yes, dear?
I've been thinking over what you said. Maybe what happened this afternoon is a sign for both of us. We will make a fresh start.
Oh.
By Harry, I'm going to take you with me on the next voyage. I'll fix it all up with the owners in the morning.
Oh, John, I love you for the thought. Are you sure you want me to come along?
Why, of course I do. Oh, I've been very selfish about the whole thing. Seeing new places, doing new things, and you've just been left alone here in this old house. No wonder you were unhappy.
Oh, no, it's not that at all. I love our house.
Well, you want to come with me, don't you?
Yes, of course I do. But I warn you, I'm not very good on boats.
Huh?
I get sick.
Oh, nonsense. Couple of days at sea and you'll be just like a regular old sailor. Besides, I want you to come.
John, you won't be sorry. From now on, things will be different.
Yes. From now on, things will be different. Have the carpenter repair the afterdeck ladder before somebody breaks his neck.
Aye, sir.
How are you feeling, Ruth?
I'm much better, John.
Good.
I'm better.
Good. The cook's made you some more of his specialty. Another calm day like this and you'll be completely well.
I didn't mean to be such a burden to you, John. You've been very patient with me.
Oh, nonsense. I should have brought you before. You've no idea what a comfort you've been. No idea how lonely a captain's life is.
Oh, I should like to be with you as often as you'll let me.
So you shall, my dear. Don't let your tea get cold.
You know, I dozed for a while and I had the strangest dream.
Oh, I hope it was a good one.
Yes. I dreamt this was our old ship. And instead of cotton, there was money in the hold.
Well, I couldn't improve on that myself.
We were so happy in the days when we had money, John. I find I'm thinking of them more and more since we left home. But when I'm well, things will be different, John. You'll see.
Yes.
Yours.
You're not very well. You'd better come and lie down and get some rest.
I didn't mean to get sick, John.
All right.
I didn't want to get sick. I'm such a burden to you. I should have stayed home. I should have stayed at home.
Try to get some sleep.
You asked me to see you after my watch, sir.
Yes, I did, Mr. Logan. Frankly, I'm very worried about my wife's illness. You've always been handy around the sick, and Well, frankly, I thought maybe two heads be better than one.
Yes, sir.
I wondered if you'd take a look at Mrs. Elwood, too.
I'd be glad to do anything for the missus, sir, if I can.
Good. First, I thought it was cholera.
No, sir. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Well, if she's not better in a few days, we'll lay a course for St. Augustine.
Aye, sir.
And you'll enter a full report in the log, won't you?
I will, Captain. I do hope she's better soon.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
How are we to St. Augustine, John?
We hit some rough weather during the night. Slowed us up.
Rough weather? I didn't even feel it.
You were unconscious, I'm afraid.
We must get there soon, John.
We will, dear, we will. Now try to get some rest. I have to go up on the bridge.
Captain Elwood. Sir, we're way off our course to St. Augustine. If we don't turn now, we'll...
I'm well aware of our position, Mr. Logan. My order stands. We stay on course for Jamaica.
But I looked at Mrs. Elwood yesterday, sir. She won't last that long.
My wife and this ship are my responsibilities. She'll be alive when we get to Jamaica, I warrant.
As you say, sir.
Get back in there.
Liar. You want me dead. Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan.
You had enough poison to kill two people. You might as well know it now. I wanted you dead, and now you will be.
You're an evil man, John Elwood. And you'll be repaid with evil. You...
John, you can't spend the rest of your life in mourning. You got too many good years ahead of you.
I miss her, Barney.
Oh, of course you do. It's only natural, but you've got to start thinking of yourself. Ruth wouldn't want you to become a hermit.
It's lonely without her.
But at your age, that can't last forever. The widow Smith has been visiting you, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's been very kind. She knows what it means to lose someone you love.
She's a fine woman, John. I think she's got her eye on you.
Oh, nonsense, Barney. I'd never think...
Oh, I'll give you a year. Nobody expects you to wait longer. And John, it's time you got out of the house now.
Think so?
I do. We're having supper tonight in honor of a new member. Your old first mate, Logan. You've got to come, John. He'll be expecting you.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm giving you orders. Now stop acting like a lost puppy.
All right, Barney, if you say so.
I do, sincerely. Now it's time for me to get back to the club.
Why, Captain Logan, Congratulations and welcome to the club.
Thank you, Captain.
I haven't seen you since the inquest. I feel I owe you an apology. You were right and I was wrong. I should have changed course for St. Augustine when you wanted me to.
Makes no difference. Now.
But it might have, and you were trying so hard to help her, you almost gave me the impression at times that you thought I wanted her to die.
Gentlemen, gentlemen. The food is on the table, gentlemen. Clumsy wench.
I didn't do it, sir. I didn't.
You're the only one in this room?
I didn't touch it, sir. I swear I didn't touch it. Look. It's exactly the same as when Mrs. Elwood did it. 'Twas a ghost, sir. 'Twas a ghost that did it, sir.
Stop that nonsense. 1,000 pardons, Captain. Give us 10 minutes, and in the meantime, the drinks are on the house. Now, get out, both of you. You may come in now, gentlemen. Twas the girl did it, gentlemen. Saints preserve us. 'Twas her ghost. Her ghost.
No. You fools, are you frightened by a superstitious servant girl? Barney Logan, help me, I'll show you it's nothing. You're behind this, Logan. You're trying to trick me.
Trick you into what, Captain?
You think I killed her. You're trying to trick me into saying that I did. No, I didn't. I swear I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Captain Elwood, I think you'd better leave. Aye, he finally got a ship, if you could call it that. No other master would sail her around the harbor. She leaked like a sieve, and her crew, well, I wouldn't sail with them across a mill pond. But 'twas all Elwood could get, so he took her.
Captain Barney. Gentlemen, have you heard? It's the Coverley.
That's Elwood's ship.
Aye, her crew's just been brought into the harbor.
What happened?
Nobody knows. They say that the weather was fair and the sea was calm, and suddenly she just broke up.
But her crew was saved.
Aye. All of them, all except Captain Elwood.
It's retribution. The devil has claimed his own.
Gentlemen, the food is on the table.
The law demands an eye for an eye. He who takes a life must be prepared to forfeit his own. But the law is man-made, and when there is no proof, the law is helpless. Captain Elwood never came to trial. Nevertheless, he was found guilty and executed. Who was his executioner? We may never know. But an unseen force that can overturn a heavy table is not to be reckoned with lightly. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Good night.
CREEP-A-THON.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Our story concerns the Haney family. For over 200 years, a Haney had worked this same land. Now it belonged to John and Emma Haney. Everything considered, it had been a good life, uneventful, perhaps even dull, but it suited them. For over 40 years they had lived in the same house, and for those 40 years, the land had been good to them. Its abundance had fed them and clothed them, and helped to raise two sons, John Jr. and James. This was home. They couldn't be happy anyplace else. Their only desire was to spend the rest of the time remaining to them here. Here where they had come so many years ago as man and wife. Simple, down-to-earth people. The Haneys were not given to flights of fancy. But who is not awed and troubled in the presence of death?
Yes, John? John?
All right, I'm coming. Jamie.
Well, you're going to keep me out here all night?
No. Come in, Jamie. Hi, Ma.
Jamie. Oh, Jamie.
You've changed, Johnny. Still not having any fun, are you?
Being on a farm by yourself doesn't leave much time for fun, Jamie.
John's been working awful hard, Jamie.
He would. Old, dependable Johnny.
Let me fix you something to eat.
No, thanks, Ma. I eat in town.
Some coffee, then, and a piece of pie?
All right. Just a small piece, Ma.
I knew you'd get here in time, Jamie. Pa's been asking and asking for you.
He has, huh? Probably wants to whale the tar out of me.
Oh, Jamie.
All right, Ma. Guess I might as well see him.
Yeah, might as well, Jamie. No use making the trip for nothing, is there?
John!
Oh. He's all right. Take his feet, Jamie. We'll get him back to bed.
Pa? Pa, it's me, Jamie. Pa? What'd you say, Pa?
Did he make much sense?
No, just mumbling.
He's been like that for 2 days now.
He knew he would, Jamie. I know he did.
Sure. Sure he did, Ma. Let's go downstairs.
Go on, Johnny. I'll be down in a minute.
How'd it happen?
His horse stumbled and fell on him.
Old as he is, you think he'd have more sense.
Jamie, where have you been all this time?
All over. New York, Chicago, San Francisco. Kept moving.
For 10 years?
Well, you know me, Johnny boy.
I'm a little surprised you came back.
Johnny.
Why shouldn't I? Oh, I get it. You're still sore because I took off and you had to stay here and do the work. Well, you could have gotten out, too.
And who to run the farm? Or did you forget that Pa was too old even then?
All right, so hate me. But don't forget, I was only 17 years old. How much was I supposed to know?
You knew enough to steal every cent Pa had in the house.
Stop it. Stop it right now.
No. Let him get it off his chest. So that's it, huh? So that's what's been griping you all these years. Well, let me tell you something. I didn't steal anything. That money belonged to me.
It did, huh? Just how do you figure that, Jamie?
You know how I figure it. Ever since I was 10 years old, Pa had me doing the work of a hired hand. Only I never got the money a hand would get. Only my food and your hand-me-down clothes. He owed me that money.
And how about me, Jamie? What was I doing all those years you were working your poor little fingers to the bone? I was having a picnic, huh?
That's your problem, Johnny boy. If you had any gumption, you'd have beaten me to the cash box.
Enough! I won't have any more of this in my house. You ought to be ashamed, both of you. Your father's dying right over your heads. You stand there fighting like animals. Jamie, I'm going to fix up your old room. When you're finished, you march yourself upstairs and go to bed. And you, Johnny, not another word. Remember, you're brothers. You just don't understand what gets into you.
Here, Ma, let me help you.
Tell me the truth, Jamie. Just for once. Why did you come back?
You never were very bright, were you, Johnny? All right, I'll tell you. Your telegram got to me at the right time. I'm broke. And I figured in 10 years the old man had enough time to build up another pile.
You make me sick to my guts, Jamie.
You should be standing here. Take a look at yourself, Johnny. You're only 3 years older than I am, and anybody would take you to be my father. You should be sick.
You outsmarted yourself this time, Jamie. You made the trip for nothing. If Pa dies, you don't get a dime.
I'll fix something to eat.
Nothing for me, thank you, Emma. Just wanted to see if there's anything I could do. Maybe some delay in settling the estate on account of your father not leaving a will.
He did leave a will, Mr. Atterbury.
That's funny. I was his lawyer. I didn't draw it. Well, he drew it himself.
May I see it?
Yes, sir.
Leaves everything to you, Johnny. Knowing that as head of the family, you will take care of your mother and young brother.
Johnny, I'm so glad.
Wait a minute. Let me see that.
Seems legal. Should save us quite a bit of time.
Not legal enough. I'm afraid I have a big surprise for you, Johnny boy.
What's this?
Read it.
To my youngest son, James, I leave all my worldly possessions and trust that he will provide for his mother as long as she lives, and it is my hope that he will do what is fair for my eldest son and his brother, John Jr.
Then which is the legal one?
Yours is dated August the 8th, 1892. Jamie's dated July 14th, 1898. Jamie's the one that'll stand up in court. Can't imagine what he was thinking about. 2 wills.
John knew what he was doing.
I know what he was thinking. You knew his temper, Mr. Atterbury. Pa and me had a real knockdown and drag out of my wanting to enlist for Cuba. He said I'd be sorry if I went. Well,
Why all the sour faces? Ma has nothing to worry about. And you know I'll take care of you, Johnny boy.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you will, Jamie.
Mr. Atterbury, how long will it take for all the legal stuff to clear up?
What's your hurry, Jamie?
Well, I thought I'd put the farm on the market as soon as I can.
Jamie, you're not going to sell the farm. It's our home.
Oh, no, Ma. You know I'm not cut out to be a farmer. Besides, we ought to get a good price for it right about now.
But, Jamie...
Where'll Ma go, Jamie?
Don't worry about that. I'll take care of her.
Where, Jamie?
Well, you always wanted to visit Aunt Martha in Kansas. Now's your chance.
Oh, but, Jamie, that was only for a visit. I can't imagine living any place but here.
When she gets back from a visit, what then, Jamie?
Well, Ma deserves a rest. You know, at her age, she ought to take it easy. I thought we'd get her a room for her at Mrs. Chalmers.
That's nothing but a home for old folks.
You'd like it, Ma. You wouldn't have to work anymore, and there'd be people your own age to talk to. You know what I mean, Johnny?
Sure. I know what you mean, Jamie. To get her off your hands for the rest of your life, you'd like her to sit on a porch and rot.
That's what I get for being a nice fella. Well, this is my farm. Pa left it to me, and I'll do what I like. If Ma don't do what I want, okay, you can take care of her.
What are you doing?
Johnny!
Stop it, you two.
You hit me, you won't get a cent.
Johnny, stop! Listen to me.
Jamie's right. I have been working too hard. I'm tired. You know I want to see Martha again, or when I come back, I'd like to live at Mrs. Chalmers. I think it'd be very nice.
All right, Ma. I'll be good. Mr. Atterbury, how do we go about breaking that will?
I wouldn't try that, Johnny.
Well, I don't know, Johnny. Father was of sound mind when he wrote it.
Well, how about the part about taking care of Ma? You call throwing her into a home taking care of her? You know Pa didn't mean that.
Well, there could be a chance of stopping the sale of the farm or preventing the dissipation of the assets during your mother's lifetime.
Don't you worry about Ma. I'll take care of her. You just mind your own business. Now, I'll tell you something. Get out of my house.
Jamie, he's your brother.
Then why don't he act it? He's been beating on me ever since I got here. You heard him. Now, this is my house, and I want you out of here.
Johnny, he's upset. Maybe for a little while, till he cools off.
Will you take the case, Mr. Atterbury?
Yes, Johnny. I'll take it.
All right, Jamie. I'll get out of your house. For now. Have your fun while you can.
In the matter of the estate of George Haney, petition for order confirming sale of real property of the estate.
Ready for petitioner, Your Honor.
Ready for the contestant, Your Honor.
Very well, gentlemen, you may proceed.
May it please the court. All of the statutory facts necessary for the court's approval of the sale are alleged in the verified petition of Mr. James Haney, the duly appointed executor of the estate. The estate consists entirely of the farm which is being sold, and the price offered exceeds the appraised value. It is to the best interest of the estate to convert the real property into cash, since the executor is without funds with which to support his mother, or himself, or to meet the expenses of the administration of this estate.
Mr. Atterbury?
Your Honor.
Perhaps we can shorten the issues. Do you propose to introduce evidence that the sales price is too low?
No, Your Honor. It's our position. It's not necessary for the sale of this farm at all. Haney family have worked this property for 40 years. Profit. It's ever Haney's home. The source of our care and comfort. That's what John Haney meant to say in his will. What is your own personal reason for trying to void your father's will?
I have none.
Oh, in other words, then, if this court should declare the will invalid, you'd make no attempt to share in your father's estate?
No, sir, I would not.
Then why has this case been brought to trial in the first place?
I just want to make sure that my mother gets what's rightfully hers.
Well, now, the wording of the will is quite plain. Your brother James is to take care of your mother. Have you any doubts that he will?
I sure do.
Would you tell the court what your doubts are?
Because I know Jamie. I know how he thinks. He's a liar and a thief.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Haney, I must warn you that this court will not tolerate name-calling. Another outburst like that, and I will cite you for contempt.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Mr. Blow?
No questions.
Now it's, now nearly noon. This court will adjourn until 2:30 o'clock.
I gotta run, Ma. I got a date with a customer for the farm.
Jamie, do you have to sell?
Yes, I have to. Now, don't you start on me, Ma. I had enough trouble with Johnny. I'll pick you up in time for court.
Johnny, you shouldn't be here. If Jamie sees
It's
you...
all right, Ma. I waited for him to leave. I won't be long. I just want to get some of my things.
Please hurry. I don't want any more trouble.
Pa!
Johnny, look in Genesis 27.
What? What'd you say, Pa?
Genesis 27.
What about Genesis 27, Pa?
Johnny?
Yeah, Ma, what is it?
Johnny, who are you talking to?
Nobody, Ma. Nobody.
I thought I heard voices. Are you all right, Johnny?
Yeah, Ma, I'll be down in a minute, Ma. Pa. Pa.
Okay, you're ready. That's good, Ma.
Yes, Jamie, I don't want to be late.
You're not in that much of a hurry.
Please, Jamie, I want to get there on time.
Okay.
Ma! Ma!
Johnny just came to get his things.
You got what you came for?
I got more than I came for. I just talked to Pa.
You what?
You're right, Ma. You did hear voices.
What's going on here?
I talked to Pa and he said, look in Genesis 27.
Genesis 27?
That's the story of Jacob and Esau, where Jacob stole his brother's birthright.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's what I'm going to find out. Where's the Bible?
Everything in this house is mine. Keep your hands out of there.
Get away from me.
Jamie! Stop!
I warned him, Ma. What's the matter, Johnny? Nothing in it? What'd you expect to find, a new will? There is no other will. And I'll tell you something else. The next time I find you in here, even mine ain't gonna stop me from putting a load of buckshot in you. Now get out of my house and stay out.
Please go, Johnny.
Johnny boy, might as well take Genesis 27 with you. That's all you're gonna get.
Mr. Haney, much has been made of the fact that you wish to sell your farm and place your mother in what has been called an old folks' home. Would you tell the court exactly what it is you had in mind?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, my mother's worked hard all her life. As long as I can remember, she's been cooking, sewing, washing. Why, she even helped in the fields when we were short-handed. Up until now, we've never been able to do anything about it. But now I can, and I want to.
Ma, is this the family Bible?
Isn't it obvious, Mr. Haney?
Didn't we used to have another one?
Yes, your father.
Where is it, Ma?
I don't know, Johnny. In the attic, I expect.
His mother, and whose only wish is to see that the rest of her days are happy ones.
Mr. Blue, are you making your summation, or do you intend to question your witness any further?
No further questions.
Mr. Atterbury?
I beg the court's indulgence. The matter which has a bearing on this issue requires investigation. Might we recess until tomorrow?
I don't believe that will be necessary, Mr. Atterbury. I have heard enough and am prepared to rule. However, I will delay my ruling until noon tomorrow. If within that time you have anything to bring to the court's attention, I will receive it. In Mr. Blue's presence, of course. This court stands adjourned.
Ready, Ma?
If Jamie catches you in that house, he may figure he has every right to shoot you.
I don't care. Paul wasn't the kind to play practical jokes. I saw him as plain as I see you.
Johnny! What if Jamie should see you?
I'm sorry, Ma.
Jonas, you know he shouldn't be here.
I know, Emma. He's just as stubborn as his father.
Where's Jamie?
I think he's in his room. I don't want any more trouble.
I don't plan on causing any more. But I'm going to have one more look around whether he likes it or not.
What are you looking for?
He's got some idea his father may have left another will.
That Bible passage, Ma. Genesis 27. Isaac couldn't do anything about his sons, but I think Pa did.
No, Johnny, I'm not going to let you stay.
You can't stop me, Ma. I'm going to have one more look.
Yeah.
Johnny!
Never mind, Emma. Let him go. Let him take his look. Then maybe we can get him out of here before Jamie sees him.
What are you doing here?
So you figure the same way, huh, Jamie? What'd you find?
Nothing, and I told you to stay out of here.
What are you scared of, Jamie? What are you hiding?
Stay away from me! I told you to stay out of here!
I'm going to give him a couple of more minutes and then...
Kill him!
What's the matter, Jamie? They'll hang you.
Johnny! Johnny! Johnny!
The Bible. He's got it.
I, John Haney, hereby bequeath... You were right, Johnny. There was another will. Of a later date. Leaving everything to you. This'll stand up in court tomorrow. The reappearance of John Haney is not unique. Over the years, many such instances have been reported and documented. In fact, the event on which tonight's story is based was directly responsible for a ruling by a court of law, the only one of its kind in our legal history. Jonas Atterbury knew his law. The newfound will was presented in court the next day and accepted without delay as valid. In leaving his estate to his eldest son, John Haney had chosen wisely. John Jr. was not a vindictive man. James was given an equitable share of the estate and departed for parts unknown. And Emma Haney was content in the knowledge that the rest of her life would be spent in the home that she loved. More than that, she knew that when she died, she would rest beside her loved ones, undisturbed. For to John Haney, Jr., the land was a sacred trust, not to be passed from hand to hand, but held for his children and his children's children. Science does not as yet know all that happens to us after life leaves our bodies, but we cannot say with certainty that there is no explanation of what you have just seen. We can only assume that there may well be one. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable that lies behind the veil. Good night.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable from behind the veil. Ever since man was first able to think, he has tried to find reasons for those happenings that he has been unable to explain. Yet even today, with the knowledge of our universe which we have amassed, despite the myths that we have exploded, there are still areas about which we know nothing. The world beyond our understanding, the world behind the veil. Our story tonight concerns the dark and violent circumstances surrounding one of the most famous criminals in history. George Durst was a normal citizen of his time. A man completely average in all respects. All respects but one.
I knew it. Tucked away down at the bottom of the page. Mr. Walter Durst will give the last of his lectures on clairvoyance tonight at the Cumberland Hall.
What?
The advertisement. So discreet it's practically invisible.
I thought it was quite tasteful.
I wish you would let me deal with that side of the business. You have no head for publicity.
I had such an odd dream last night.
Not black horses again. I couldn't stand another funeral.
It was most frightening. I wish I knew what it meant.
Good heavens, they've discovered petroleum in Cheshire.
Judith, please listen to me.
Walter, I am sorry. I didn't realize you were so upset.
Last night, Judith, do you really believe I somehow have an ability to see into the future?
Good heavens, dear, we know you do. I mean, some people are left-handed, others have perfect pitch.
It's happened
and you
before, hasn't it? Time after time. The fire in the hotel at Bournemouth, the diphtheria epidemic.
Walter, what is it?
Judith, last night I saw a murder done. Why must it happen to me? Why not to someone who understands these things? I don't want it.
Now, Walter, don't be so foolish. We have to make a living, dear, and I'm not sure that you'll be very good at anything else.
I was so frightened last night.
Then why didn't you wake me?
You were so sound asleep I didn't like to. Just after I went to sleep, a most odd feeling, as though something were trying to get inside my head, something pushing and probing, and then an odd sound like nothing I'd ever heard before, and then the picture. Misty at first, the buildings all blurred.
And then, all at once, it came quite clear. I was walking along a darkened alley in the East End. There was no sound. I could hear nothing but my own breathing. I wanted to save the woman, and at the same time I knew I couldn't stand to see what was happening. Suddenly I found myself outside some horrible drinking house. I remember hearing the ticking of a clock. I knew it was important to see the time. My body floated as though it were no more than mist, and the light at the corner of the lane seemed to draw me to it. I felt as if something were guiding me, begging me to look up at the street sign. Bucks Row. I saw it quite clearly, and yet I'd never even heard of the place before. I wish I knew what it all meant.
Darling, why should it mean anything? It's probably just an ordinary old nightmare after all that lobster you had last night.
No, there was such purpose to it, almost as though I'd been made to see it for some reason.
In the early hours of this morning, Timothy Durrant, a cart driver, was returning to his lodgings in Whitechapel when he saw what he thought was a tarpaulin lying in the gutter. Crossed the road for a closer look, only to discover that it was a woman lying there. A lighted match revealed that her throat had been cut. The body has been identified as that of Mary Nichols, 42, a woman of unfortunate reputation, who had last been seen alive but very drunk just before 2:30. The police surgeon has stated that in addition to the throat wounds which caused death, the body had been almost completely...
Does it say where it happened?
Yes. The body was found in Bucks Row. The doctor also stated that, in his opinion, the crime had been committed by somebody with considerable knowledge of surgery.
Yes, the surgeon's knife, the scalpel.
And moreover, it was the same person who brutally murdered Martha Turner 3 weeks ago on the night of August the 7th. An inquest is being held.
All the details.
Walter, you've got to go to the police.
The police?
There can't be any motive for killing these terrible women, so the man is probably mad. Don't you see there may be more murders?
And more dreams.
Walter, think what it would mean if you could go to the police and tell them exactly when and where the next killing would be.
No, I won't have any part of it. It's nothing to do with me.
Walter, that is a disgraceful attitude. The seeing of justice done isn't merely the business of the police. It's the responsibility of every member of the community. Why, it might mean the saving of countless young lives.
Oh, they were hardly young.
Walter, it is your duty to go to the police.
All right. I suppose you're right. As usual.
And, darling, think of the publicity.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good morning. I want to see someone about the Whitechapel murders.
What connection?
Well, it's rather a personal matter. I prefer to see whoever's in charge of the case.
Right. A name, sir? Clairvoyant.
Yes?
You're new, aren't you?
I beg your pardon?
You haven't been in before?
No.
Oh. Well, Inspector McWilliam's in charge of the case. I'll tell him you're here. Let's see if you don't mind waiting a while.
I mean, all those people have...
A lot of money, sir. Brought them all out today. Gypsy Jim, One-Arm Nell, and the old lady with the crystal ball. She can tell us the identity of Jack the Ripper for a mere £50.
Jack the Ripper?
Well, that's what the newspapers have tagged him. Oh, we have them all, sir, especially on a case like this.
But, Constable, I assure you I didn't come here because of any reward. Last night in a dream I saw the exact circumstances of the Bucks Row murder. Several hours before it occurred. The time, the place, everything.
Now, sir, you look a nice, sensible sort of gent. You know, the wife had the same trouble. Wake me up in the middle of the night, she would, just to tell me about these here dreams, so I got her some stuff called slumber pills. Only a cheap medicine, you know, but efficacious. Very efficacious. Never had any more trouble with her since.
Thank you, Constable. I assure you will have no more trouble with me either. Good morning.
Emily, don't lag behind. I wish to see someone about Jack the Ripper. My little girl has some information I know will prove invaluable.
Have a seat,
It happened yesterday afternoon during my usual Tuesday sales. Emily was in rapport with Liate, her little Aztec friend, when suddenly there was a swirl of orange ectoplasm. A ghastly grinning face appeared.
Charlatans! Charlatans!
city of millions, once teeming with life after dark, now becomes silent and deserted with the setting of the sun. Children are off the streets with the beginning of nightfall. Women go nowhere unless accompanied by their men. Doors are locked, windows boarded up. London becomes a city of panicking individuals, no man trusting his neighbor or friend. Newspapers demand in their boldest type the apprehension of this mad killer. The rewards mount. Every available police officer is on duty. Groups of men, self-appointed vigilante committees, hunt through dark streets and back alleys. But to no avail. The man they seek might well have been a ghost.
Again. Quite suddenly. I saw the body. He'd cut an ear off. It was lying in the gutter. I picked it up. You see, the blood's still on my hand.
Walt.
No, I won't wipe it off. They can see it at Scotland Yard. It's a manifestation. They'll have to believe me.
Walter, it's your blood. You must have dug your nails into the palm.
No. I saw it, though. There was a red flower in her dress. And she had a bunch of grapes. And she was still clutching the bunch of grapes.
My dear, you must eat something before you go.
Go? Well. Oh, no, not the police. They'd only laugh at me again.
Then we'll have our dinner and they can laugh at both of us if they want to. I'm coming with you this time.
First, please, thank you. 2 pennies. Yes, madam. First, please.
I think I've got some pennies. Change at Oxford Circus and take... What?
He's here. I can feel it. Somewhere quite near.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Jack the Ripper. He's here on this bus. Jack the Ripper. He's here on this bus.
Where?
I don't know. But I can feel the vibrations. It's the same man, the man in the dream.
Regent's Park.
Walter, are you certain?
Of course.
Then we must do something. Try to find him.
It's vanishing. It's fading away.
Regent's Park.
Walter, quickly.
Walter, Judith. No, Judith. It's madness. It's too dangerous.
There, going into the park. Walter, don't stop me. Which way did he go?
I don't know. I can't feel it anymore.
Well, try. Concentrate. You must.
It's no use. He's gone. It just isn't there.
Oh, he's so close.
Well, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Besides, it would have been madness. Now, I think we ought to go and tell the police.
Tell them what?
Why, that Jack the Ripper's in the park. They might close the gates.
Walter, sometimes I despair of you. Come on, we're going to Scotland Yard.
Oh, I didn't expect to see you here again, sir.
I want to see Inspector McWilliam, isn't it?
He's busy. We're trying to find someone called Jack the Ripper. Perhaps you've read about it.
The constable.
Walter, let me. Constable, today is the 30th of September.
It is?
And it may be remembered as the day that Jack the Ripper committed his 4th murder. That is, if you just stand there and do nothing to prevent it.
Ma'am, I had my orders, that's all.
But please, you must let me see the inspector now. This afternoon, I had a vision of a murder that I know is going to take place tonight. You must understand, we can stop it, otherwise the blood will be on my hands as much as...
Walter, what?
So a woman will be found dead tomorrow, with her ear severed from the head.
What did you say?
I saw it in the dream. The ear was lying beside her in the gutter.
Constable, this way, ma'am. I'm Inspector McWilliam. What's all this about a dream?
My name is Walter Durst. I'm a professional clairvoyant. Perhaps my card will do.
Now, what did you dream?
Well, I imagined I was walking along a lane in the East End. There was a woman. Her throat had been cut, and the ear was lying beside her in the gutter. It's not the first time, you see. The night that Mary Nichols was killed, I saw it just as it happened. The time, the place.
When did you send the note?
What?
The note you received this morning.
Oh, I haven't sent any note. I have been here before. The constable will tell you. But...
I'd like a specimen of your handwriting. Sit down, Mr. Durst, will you?
Oh, I don't see what my handwriting's got to do with it.
Please write.
Well, what shall I write?
Just 3 words. Dear old boss.
Dear old boss. I wish you'd explain.
Mr. Durst, you didn't by any chance dream the location of this murder?
No, not this time, but I'm sure
What do you mean, not this time?
Well, I told you, the other dream, the night that Mary Nichols was killed.
But you didn't write to us last time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Then you must believe me, Inspector. I told you that I saw it.
No one knew of this letter except the men in my office and the man who wrote the letter. Did you write this letter?
No, I didn't write it. I didn't. Judith! Judith!
You will be kept in custody until we can make further investigations in the morning.
Please let me go. Don't you see what you're doing?
That's enough, that's enough. Come on.
But the woman, I saw what he did to her. You couldn't tell it was a human face. You could save her.
Perhaps I have.
Please. Please let me help you.
Aye, Constable.
Well, then, God help you. What time is it?
Are you still awake?
The time, please. They took my watch away.
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit after 1. You'd better get some shut-eye.
Not this night. Tell Inspector McWilliam to have a good night's rest. Tomorrow he may not sleep quite so easily.
All right. They want to see you at the yard. Can you hear me?
God forgive them. Forgive them. So it happened. And it was in your power to save that life.
2 lives. 2 women murdered within an hour. One in a yard at the back of Berners Street, the other in an archway off Mitre Square. Both of them hacked to pieces. You were right in every detail. Every man available was on duty in the East End last night. And every suspect we had was under lock and key. It's impossible. Yet it happened. It's impossible.
But you knew. How?
That's a question I've been asking myself all my life, Inspector. Perhaps the answer will come later.
I trust, sir, that you will accept my apologies for what happened last night.
Inspector, I owe you my supreme gratitude. This was no imprisonment. It was a release. Until last night, I've been afraid of this gift I have. Ashamed because I was not quite normal. My wife had to have my courage and my convictions for me. Now I know this power was given to me for a purpose. Respect must be paid to it, and to me.
I wish to heaven I'd believed you last night. Should you dream again, of course I shall act immediately.
We can act now.
Walter, last night?
No, this was no dream. But I can find Jack the Ripper. Probably tonight.
This time I shan't even ask how. Every policeman in London is at your disposal.
And that won't be necessary. Shall we meet at my house at 7 o'clock?
At 7.
This is where the Ripper lives.
G.R. Willardon, FRCS.
Do we knock?
I don't know. I don't think we can wake them at this late hour.
This is where he lives.
It's incredible. A large house in Harley Street, FRCS.
Fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons. Inspector, there's a dog lying at the foot of the stairs.
Seems to be light on, sir.
Hagen. Hagen, be quiet. Stop barking.
Yes, what is it?
We're from Scotland Yard. I'd like to speak to Mr. Willardon.
Who is it?
Mrs. Willardon?
Yes?
I'm Chief Inspector McWilliam, Mr. Durst. I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but we should like to ask you a few questions.
I must ask you to leave. It is very late.
Mrs. Willardon, this concerns the Whitechapel murders. It would be very easy for me to get a search warrant.
The police?
Mr. Willardon?
No. My name is Hatherley. I'm Mrs. Willardon's doctor. May I ask the reason for this visit?
I would like to see Mr. Willardon.
That's impossible.
Will you come into the library, gentlemen?
All right, Constable.
The funeral is tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Willardon. When did this happen, Doctor?
Cerebral hemorrhage late yesterday afternoon. You can understand why Mrs. Willardon is very distressed.
I should like to see inside.
Inspector, this is outrageous. I insist you take your men and leave this house instantly.
Did you sign the death certificate, Doctor?
I did.
May I see it, please?
It's not here. It's at my surgery.
Why did you come here?
We have reason to believe that your husband knew something about the Whitechapel murders.
Why?
I am not at liberty to say.
You think he's Jack the Ripper?
Mrs. Willardon, I'm here to ask questions, not make accusations.
This is a strange...
Did you notice anything unusual about your husband's behavior these last few weeks?
Mr. Willardon has been
I'm
ill for some...
talking to Mrs. Willardon. Will you please answer my question?
You know, don't you? You know.
Myra.
Of course they know. Don't be such a fool. Why else would they have come here? They followed him. They saw the blood.
Blood?
Mrs. Willardon is hysterical, you understand?
What blood?
He was wearing his new coattails, wasn't he? I was standing on the stairs when he came in. The blood. All over his white waistcoat.
Myra, I beg you.
It doesn't matter now. I don't want the secret any longer.
Why didn't you tell the police?
He was my husband. I loved him very much once. He was so gentle then. Seems quite a long time ago when he had to give up the practice. It was terrible seeing the change in him. I wonder what made him do those things. One day I heard Pagan screaming down here in the library. He wasn't allowed in here at all. When I came in, he was sitting just over there, biting at his paw. There was a hatpin right through it. He used to love the dog so much, too. And there were the bats. You know that he paid boys off the street to catch bats for him. They'd bring them in a bag to the back door. I saw once what he did with them. He dipped them in paraffin and lit them so that he could see the poor burning things go flapping round his head, and he'd clap his hands and laugh like a child. Then at night, he began to go out.
So, the funeral is tomorrow.
Yes, to all intents and purposes. The obituary notice has appeared in the Times, and a few relatives have been invited to a simple service in the morning.
Where is he, Doctor? A certificate of insanity.
Yes, Willardon was sent this morning to an insane asylum outside Edinburgh.
May I keep this?
You will find it registered and in order. You realize what this means?
Yes, of course.
Yes, once certified and committed to an institution, a person is beyond the jurisdiction of the courts. Not even the law can touch Willardon now.
Well, there's nothing more we can do.
No, it's better. We should never know. And now, if you'll excuse us, Inspector, it has been an agonizing ordeal for Mrs. Willardon, and she has to rise early in the morning for the funeral.
Inspector, is it a terrible thing to hope there will be more murders in Whitechapel?
Dr. Willardon was beyond the reach of English law. His guilt or innocence could never be proved. But strangely enough, the slaughter in Whitechapel ended that night. Jack the Ripper never claimed another victim. But what of Walter Durst? How does one explain his gift of precognition, his ability to foretell the future? How could he foresee in such detail the victims and the circumstances surrounding their deaths? He'd never seen any of the women involved. He'd never even been to the places where they met their death. And most of all, how was he able to lead the police to a man he did not even know existed? There is no explanation known to us, but this we do know. On that night, over 70 years ago, ended a reign of terror unlike any known before or since. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable, which lies behind the veil. Good night. Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable, which lies behind the veil. Down through the ages, man has continually struggled to pierce the veil behind which lies the unbelievable. Many things which were completely beyond our comprehension as recently as 100 years ago are readily understood today. Maybe not then assume that happenings for which we have no explanation now will in time be understood by those who follow after us. Our story tonight is again based on an actual account from this dark world which lies beyond our knowledge. Edward Page, like almost everybody else in New York, was not concerned with anything more profound than the ever-present, oppressive summer heat.
Good evening, Mrs. Foley. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Page. Oh, it's awful hot, ain't it?
The humidity, Mrs. Foley. That's what's bothering you, the humidity.
Maybe, but this heat ain't doing me much good either. Probably gone to put on soup for his supper again. Always hot soup. Oh, in weather like this, too.
Don't do that.
It's murder. I saw a man kill a woman.
Where?
Apartment across the way, 3rd floor back on the corner. I gotta get the police.
Murder? Police?
Sure that's the right apartment?
I'm positive, Lieutenant. It's empty. The woman, she isn't here.
Maybe it's the wrong apartment, huh?
No, it's the right one. There's my room right opposite this window.
Look around you, Page. There's no body, no sign of a crime.
I don't care. It happened. I know I saw it, but I don't know what happened to the furniture. Please, Sergeant, I know I saw it. The woman was blonde. She was brushing her hair. It was very pretty. She fell right over there. The killer was hiding right there. He wore shiny black leather gloves, and he had this flashlight, and he came up behind her, and... I know what you're thinking. You don't want to believe me, but I'm not lying. I know I saw it.
Sure, you saw it. But now we gotta figure out what happened. Let's go over to your room. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. While you're doing all this, the killer's getting away. I can describe him for you exactly. With a description, you could catch him.
And charge him with what?
Murder and robbery. He robbed her purse and he took the jewelry out of the box. It was right there. Her purse was on the couch.
Let's go back to your place, huh? We'll leave the lights on in here so we're sure we get the right apartment.
That's the one. See where you left the light on? That's where I saw the woman. She had on a pale blue dressing gown. Please, Lieutenant Davis, say you believe me. Say that I really saw what I saw.
Mr. Page, it's been a hot day. Now, you were tired, what, with just coming home from work and all? You heard what the janitor at the apartment house said? No blonde. And nobody in that apartment for the past month. It's for rent.
I saw it.
You didn't eat your dinner. Lots of times I get lightheaded when I'm real hungry. Now, why don't you be a good fellow and sit down and finish your dinner and you'll forget all about it. You'll feel better. We better get back.
What about a report? Do we make one up?
Yeah, I suppose we'll have to. Just say that it's been a hot day. Blame it on the heat.
It's not the heat. I saw it. If you won't believe me, I'll find someone who will.
Calm down, Mr. Page.
What's going on here? What are you doing to Mr. Page?
Tell him, Mrs. Foley. Tell him that I saw the murder, that I really saw it.
But I didn't see it.
Let me go. I got to tell someone about the murder. Find someone who'll believe me.
You better come along with us, Mr. Page. We'll talk it over.
I beg your pardon. I'm trying to find the apartment that's for rent. 345 48th Street.
Oh, it's in the next block, honey. Right back of this building.
Thanks so much.
In the next block, she wants an apartment.
Now tell me the whole story, right from the beginning, everything that you can remember. I'll record it.
All right, sir. I came...
Not so close to the microphone. Just as though you were talking to me.
Yes, sir. Well, I came home with my groceries. Soup. I always have soup. I like soup. And Mrs. Foley that's my landlady. She was sitting on the front steps. She looked awful. She always does. Well, she complained of the heat. And then I ran out of the room to get the police.
That's all?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Page, you have an amazing eye for detail and the most retentive memory.
Doctor, when it's murder, you see, you remember.
You keep on using the word murder. Now, how do you know the woman was dead? She was hit on the head, that's true, but she might only have been unconscious.
She must have been dead. He hit her hard. It was a flashlight. Doctor, when can I get out of here?
I'll send you home as soon as possible. What sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm just a shipping clerk. But they count on me. I keep track of things. Mr. Wonder, he's my boss, says I have a fine memory, like you said.
You can go back to your room now, Mr. Page. And you won't need any more sedation. Send Lieutenant Davis and Sergeant Fenton in.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Lieutenant, Sergeant.
Page come out of it yet?
I'm afraid Page isn't going to come out of it, as you call it.
Well, that's too bad. He's a nice little guy.
Nothing for him to come out of. He's as sane as you and I.
Wait a minute, Doc. Suppose you speak for yourself.
There's no form of dementia that I've ever seen or studied. I'm convinced that Page saw something real.
I've been around a long time, Doc. Some guys sit around looking in other people's windows. Well, they see quite a bit. But most of it isn't murder.
Page didn't seem like that kind of man. He was worried and scared by what he saw.
I don't think he's that kind of man either.
Page is an oddball. He doesn't add up. Everything says he's honest. But he tells us a story we can't believe.
We'll keep him here a little longer. I'll run some tests on him. I've never seen a case like this before.
That's your worry, Doctor. Ours is over. We go on the facts, and there aren't any in this case.
Doctor, what am I going to do?
Try to forget it. Go home. Go back to your job.
I guess that's the only thing to do. If you can't tell me what I saw, how can I figure it out?
Lieutenant Davis, homicide. Go ahead. And what's the address? Would you mind repeating that address, please? What's the apartment number? Hey, we're on our way.
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
That murder Page told us about just happened.
Dr. Mason, please.
Blue dressing gown. She was brushing her hair. It's real pretty, too. Fell right there.
Well, Dr. Mason, this is Sergeant Fenton. Lieutenant Davis would like to know when Page was released. Oh, I see. He was released over 3 hours ago.
I want him picked up fast. 2 African masks over the fireplace.
Sergeant Fenton.
Hang up.
I'll call you right back.
He just came in and turned on the light. Go over there and get him. Tell him nothing, but bring him back here.
Lieutenant?
Hey, Doc.
Hot night. Miserable weather. Good-looking woman. Usual blunt instrument.
How about a flashlight? Ever hear of a murderer describing his crime to the police before he commits it?
Sure thing. Makes a killer a big man. Dare you to catch me kind of thing.
I wish this were that simple. The only trouble is he described the furniture in here ahead of time. There was no way he could have seen it.
Sound like you need some salt tablets. This heat's murder. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I'll send the boys up.
It happened. Just like I told you.
That's right, Page. Just like you told us.
Everything's the way I saw it.
You left the hospital 3 hours ago. Did you come right straight here?
I walked for quite a while. I just got home.
I don't mean that. I meant here, this apartment.
Why would I come here?
Nobody believed you when you told us the story about the murder. It's upset you, made you mad. You decided you're going to show us. You came home, you saw the apartment was rented, so you came over here and you killed her.
No, I didn't come over here.
Page, why don't you make things easy for everybody? We both know you can't see a killing, and then suddenly 3 days later it happens.
But it did. I described the killer for you.
And the killer is you. Quit stalling. Why don't you admit what you did? Tell us what you did with the flashlight and the gloves you used.
Lieutenant Davis, these bills, they're for this furniture. From 3 different stores.
Sergeant, let's stick to what we're doing. There's no other answer. Page, you killed her.
But Page described this furniture before the woman even bought it. And she was in Chicago 3 days ago. She's never been in New York before in her life. How could Page have described her?
I'm willing to admit I can't explain how he could describe the furniture or the woman. But I do know how he had a chance to come over here and kill her.
But I didn't, Lieutenant. I didn't kill her.
If we don't all keep calm around here, I'm the one that's going to wind up in Bellevue. Let's face it, Page.
You could have prevented all this. If you guarded the apartment, you might have saved her life.
Nevertheless, you're still my #1 suspect.
I saw the killer. That means you can find him. I gave you a description.
I know I have. But it's not enough. Let's get out of here.
Nothing, Sergeant. Nothing so far.
It's a tough job looking through all those pictures, Mr. Page.
I guess so they all look alike.
Stay with it.
It's a pretty good description you got out of him, Doc. Better than I could do.
Very few witnesses have the power of observation that Mr. Page has.
I'll say that for him. He saw plenty. It's still not enough.
How about the way the crime was committed, the nature of it?
Oh, that's pretty standard. Look for an open door, rap on the head, take the valuables. A dime a dozen. It's the smart ones we nail. The ones that figure out their own clever way to commit a crime. Well, if that's all the help you can give us, I guess it'll have to do. Let's see how they're doing in there.
That might be. The face might be the same. I don't know. The nose isn't the same. Up there at the bridge, the killer's nose was flatter.
That's Ben Burton.
He's out of circulation. He's got 5 years to serve before parole.
I don't think it's any use.
Of course it's some use. A woman's been murdered here. Let's start all over again.
Now, gentlemen, please relax. Now, there's a very good idea. Let's all have a cup of coffee, and perhaps it'll clear our thinking. Now, Mr. Page, you've been most cooperative, but if we could help you to remember just one more thing.
All right, Doctor.
When you saw him hit her, what did you do?
I hollered. No, don't do that.
Did he hear you?
Well, no, he couldn't hear me because the window was closed and his ear... Wait a minute. His ear, his left ear, it was, what do you call it? Prize fighters have them.
Cauliflower ear?
That's it, his left ear, he had one.
That does it. That's what I need, something to work on. Come on, Fenton, we'll get out the new description. This time we'll add a cauliflower left ear.
Well, Mr. Page, I think you can go home now.
I'd rather not. I couldn't sleep now. Not until the job's finished. I need to talk to that man.
It may be some time before the police can find him.
I'll wait a while. It'll be easier. You see, Dr. Mason, you want to know what this is about because you're a psychiatrist. I have to know just to be able to live with myself. Actually found a man who...
He matches your description exactly. Everything is the same.
Can we see him?
As soon as Lieutenant Davis sends for us, he wants to question him first. We're holding you as a surprise to force him into confessing. You see, actually, we have nothing on him except your testimony. We have to prove that he killed that woman.
Yes, of course.
When we go in, don't say anything about
seeing it before it happened? Don't worry.
Like I said, cop, I don't know what you're talking about. Either book me or turn me loose. You won't hang it on me with a witness. You need more than that, and you know it. You'll need the stuff that was stolen and maybe even the weapon the guy used.
Yeah, you're right. I need all of that. And you're going to tell me where it is.
Okay, so stop talking and show me. Bring on your witness. Let's see what you've got.
Don't go away.
Don't worry. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
That's him. That's the man.
That's him. That's the man.
Sit down, Kerwin.
See? See the ear?
Tell him, Page. Tell him what he did.
He knows. But he doesn't believe I saw him, is that it?
That's it, Dad. I think you're a liar, looking for a big charge or something.
You wore shiny black leather gloves, dark gray pants, and a dark blue shirt. No hat. You hid behind the chair when the woman came into the room. She was blonde and very pretty. She wore a blue dressing gown, light blue. You had a flashlight in your hand. You hit her and she fell. The hairbrush fell, too. You turned and took the jewelry out of the jewelry box, stuffed it in your pocket, went over to the couch, emptied her purse, and you left.
It's a frame-up. Nobody see me do anything. You're trying to scare me. This guy's a fake. You brought him in just to work on me.
The arm. When he put his left arm around her neck, she bit him. That's why he rubbed his arm. Maybe the bite mark's still there.
Roll up the sleeve, Fred. It's there. I know. You didn't mean to kill her.
Well, she caught me in the room. I couldn't get out.
Take him away, Fenton. Try to forget it, huh, Page? Go back to work and stop thinking about it.
Are you going to stop thinking about it, Lieutenant?
No, I guess not.
Edward Page returned to work 2 days later, but he was not, nor would he ever be, the same man who left work such a short time before. Page's experience was an example of what is defined as precognition, the ability to foresee the future. Throughout history, there have been many such instances, reported and documented. How does it happen? Why? I'm afraid the explanation is still beyond our understanding, at least for the moment. Please join me again for another journey into that real but unexplainable world which lies behind the veil. Good night.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Under powerful emotional stress, the mind and body are capable of strange, almost unbelievable feats. Tonight's story is one such case, taken from a true and documented incident. Edmond Vallier was not a man who loved lightly. When he gave his heart, it was with a deep and abiding passion meant to last for all time.
Marie, what would I do without you?
Edmond, dear, I'm very much afraid you'll have to learn to do just that.
Never.
You see, I'm going to be married.
You're joking.
Oh, you ought to know me better than that by now. I have no sense of humor when it comes to love or money.
But I thought you loved me.
Well, of course I did. But what has that to do with it?
I don't understand.
Edmond, You are sweet, and I'm still very fond of you. But you've become a luxury I simply can't afford.
Who are you going to marry?
Darling, you'll never guess. Not in a million years. I shall soon be the wife of your publisher and employer, Charles Moncourt.
Moncourt, mais pourquoi?
Oh, darling, you know why. He is rich. He can afford to give me all the things I want.
No. No, that I will not allow.
Please don't be tiresome, darling. You know I detest a scene. Besides, I see no reasons why we can't go on being friends.
Friends?
Well, of course. See, I have brought you one might call it a going-away present. You writers are so symbolic. I thought you'd appreciate this. A symbol of the future to commemorate our past. It's a genuine crystal ball. Au revoir, Edmond. Charles will be waiting for me. Oh, darling, as soon as we are settled, you must come and have dinner with us.
One should not destroy a thing of beauty because one despises the giver. You know, my friend, we shall find a place for you. Symbol of the future, huh? Perhaps she's right. Perhaps in the future I will learn to love, not as well, but much more wisely.
Edmond!
Uncle Andre.
Ah, there you are, my boy. I knocked and knocked and knocked, and no one came, so I walked in myself. Well, what is this? A new acquisition?
A gift, Uncle Andre.
A gift? Uh-huh. Do not tell me who it was from. Let me see if I can guess. Cannot tell the time by it. Birds cannot build their nests on it. Marie.
How did you know that?
Well, it is so like her. Lovely, but quite useless.
Oui.
Ah, I see that you still love her.
I don't know, Uncle Andre. I don't know whether I love her or hate her.
Oh, that is a very bad sign. Let us go indoors, and I will attend to this matter myself, personally. Come, come, come. Hello. Let me have Marie's letters.
How do you know I have any?
Oh, mon cher. As a Valier and my nephew, you could not possibly fall in love with a woman who did not write long, passionate love letters. And as a writer of sentimental nonsense, undoubtedly you kept them. Now let me have them.
What are you going to do with them, Uncle?
This!
Uncle Andre!
Edmond! Oh. As a seasoned campaigner in the game of love, I am going to give you some very sound advice. And as a well-brought-up young man, you will do me the courtesy of listening.
Very well, mon oncle.
First of all, you must know that a love affair is gay, joyous. When it is over, finish. Oh, one does not cling to it as a miser to his gold.
Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps, but it is of a certainty. This advice I give you is the most valuable. Furthermore, The only cure for a love affair is still another love affair.
Oh, Uncle.
In this matter, how lucky you are to have me as your uncle. You have heard, no doubt, of my little black book. Oh, you should have. It is well known in Paris. Perhaps as famous as the Arc de Triomphe and the Champs-Élysées.
Uncle Andre.
I have an engagement this evening with a most enchanting creature, a dancer at the Moulin Rouge. You will dine with us, and we will see if she has a friend.
Uncle Andre, I know that you're trying to be helpful, and I thank you. But I must try to get some work done.
It goes hard, eh?
Oh, it does not go at all.
Well, perhaps work may be the answer, but I doubt it. But remember, in any case, your Uncle Andre has the right solution.
I will remember.
I go now. My engagement begins at 8 o'clock. I will drop in to see you again, and I hope to see an entirely different attitude.
Au revoir, mon oncle.
My dear Edmond, my presses cannot remain idle while I wait for my writers to write, you know.
I've tried, Charles. If he doesn't come, he doesn't come.
Nonsense. You have written many love stories before and written them well. Surely you must have been in love.
Of course he was. Edmond was in love with me.
You see, Edmond, what man has not envied me? I am sure you must have been in love with Marie, but she not with you. That is the great difference. Every man would like to believe that he has won for himself the one woman that every other man would be proud to call his wife. See, there is a subject for another great love story. It is so simple.
I'll try, Charles.
Good. Tomorrow morning I leave for London and then Amsterdam. There shall be English and Dutch editions of your last 2 books. And while I am gone, you will visit Marie.
But,
Don't you wish to visit me, Edmond?
Oh, I do. But there's my new book.
You have always been entertaining for our Marie. She is fond of you, and I don't want her to be lonesome.
It will be such fun having you over for tea, Edmond.
You will visit Marie. That also is part of our agreement.
Edmond is a very sensible and agreeable young man. He will do exactly as he is told.
Splendid. 2 weeks, and I shall return with contracts. And money, Edmund. Money.
Madame?
Shall we dine here tonight, or is it the gay life for you?
The gay life, always. But tomorrow, Philippe.
Why not tonight?
You tire of me if I make my visits too long. Besides, You know I have to be at home.
I'll never tire of you, Marie. What's wrong?
I have a strange feeling, as if someone were staring at me.
I'm staring at you. You're very beautiful, Marie.
I'm serious, Philippe.
So am I. There is nothing to fear, my darling, except the swiftness of time until he returns. May that day never come.
Edmund, my boy. But you look terrible. I presume this means you have been working.
I've been trying to work, if that means anything.
And what have you accomplished?
Frankly, very little.
Ah. I see you have not forgotten her.
I think about her, Uncle. In fact, I've been ordered to think about her. Moncourt's gone out of town on business. He asks me, mind you, if I wouldn't mind dropping in on her occasionally so she would not be lonesome. That fool! He knows I was once in love with Marie.
Ah, then he is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very intelligent.
Well, if I can find the time, I'll drop by.
I disapprove. But I'm afraid you will find the time. Edmund, my boy, you must forget this woman. Let me get rid of this silly thing.
No! I'm sorry, Uncle Andre. I didn't mean to shout at you.
It is nothing, my boy. Here. Sit down. Edmund, this is not good. Never have I seen you in such a state. Oh, overwork, unrequited love. These reasons are not good enough to explain it. Now, what is the real reason?
I cannot tell you.
Ha! Cannot tell me. Since when have there been things we cannot tell each other? You and I. Out with it, boy.
Uncle Andre. Uncle Andre, I fear I'm going out of my mind.
Oh, Evalier may gamble too much, drink too much, chase too many women, if that is possible. But to go insane? Ha, never.
Uncle Andre, listen to me. I see things.
What sort of things? Where?
In that crystal ball. I can see Marie, wherever she is.
Do you really think you are going out of your mind?
It's so clear. I can see wherever she goes. I can even see whom she is with.
Whom she is with? Not her husband?
No, he's not back yet.
Oh, Edmund, I am disappointed. You are jealous. You sit here, clutching the ashes of a burned-out love, tormenting yourself with this jealousy.
Uncle Andre, it's nothing like that at all.
Then I say to you, the rest of it is nonsense. Oh, Edmund, I have the solution. Come with me tonight. Let the perfume of Paris sweep away these cobwebs from your brain.
I thank you, Uncle Andre, but I cannot.
Ah! Now I lose my patience. And why is it you cannot?
There are so many things to do.
Then do one thing for me, I ask you. You say you know where Marie is. Then go there and see if she is there, or go to her house and see if she is not there. If you are going out of your mind, at least let us find out in time to do something about it.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Charles.
Edmund. Well, this time I can see you have truly been working.
Yes, but you've come back early.
Almost a week. And with wonderful news, Edmund. Contracts in London and Amsterdam were signed. And I have promised them at least 2 more new books by you.
Thank you, Charles.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Oh, I'm very grateful.
But I stopped here to tell you the good news even before I went home.
I've been working very hard.
No time for frivolity, huh?
No.
But you did have time to visit Marie.
I tried to, but I've been very busy.
Busy? But too busy for a friend?
You can see for yourself, Charles. I've hardly had time to leave this study.
Oh, but I asked you to.
I'm sure Marie did not miss my visits.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. It's just that I've been working very hard. Now, you approve of that, don't you?
Yes, but one visit you might have made.
All right, I did.
Then why do you say you did not?
She was not home.
Not home? Where would she go?
In heaven's name, mon coeur, how do I know what your wife does when she's not home? I told you. I stopped by and she was out.
Oh, for a ride, perhaps.
Perhaps?
Edmond, is there something wrong?
No. It's just that I've been working very hard.
But you said that before. There is something on your mind. What is it?
Nothing, Charles. Can we discuss London or Amsterdam?
Is there something I ought to know? I am an old friend, Edmund. I deserve an answer.
You know all there is, Charles.
No. There is something about Marie that you won't tell me.
She hasn't left you, if that's what you mean. She's been home every day.
First you say you did not visit her. Then you say you did. Now you say you know she is home every day. How do you know?
Leave me alone, Charles. Stop asking me questions I cannot answer.
It becomes clearer. There was time for frivolity. And what you cannot bring yourself to say is that Marie has found another man. And that man is you.
No. It's not me.
I give you fair warning, Vallier. I shall ask Marie. And if what I suspect is true, I will kill you.
Good morning, my love. I thought you never cared here.
Oh. I'm running out of lies to the maid.
Surely no one suspects. And that feeling of yours, does it still haunt you?
Philippe, I don't know. I just don't know. After today, I don't think I should see you again.
But, darling, we have an entire week.
Even this morning, on my way from the station, as if eyes were following me.
Yes, of course. You are very beautiful, Marie. Why should not all the eyes of Paris be staring at you? Darling.
Vallier! 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 Where is she? I warned you, Vallier. Where is she?
Charles, she's not here.
You lie. First you besmirch my name, then you make a fool out of me. Where is she?
Charles, I have not talked to Marie since the day you left. You and I were friends, long before either of us ever met Marie. Will you not take my word that I am not involved with her?
No, I will not. You know more than you will admit. If you were my friend, you would tell me what you know. Where does she go?
Very well, Charles. I would spare you if I could, but every day Marie goes to Paris and meets a man.
Who is this man?
I do not know his name. I know where he lives. He's an artist, a painter of beautiful women.
How do you know all this?
I have watched them every day since you left.
You are a vicious liar. I was a fool to think that I could trust you. I met your Uncle Andre in Paris, and he told me that you have not left this house in days.
That is true. Nevertheless, I have seen them.
You are not even a good liar, Valier. Do you think I would believe anything you say?
This has gone far enough. Charles, you want proof?
Yes.
Very well. I'll give you proof. There.
There what?
Your proof.
What am I supposed to see?
Marie and that painter. Are you blind? She has on a gray dress with the lace at her throat and on the cuffs. Don't you see her?
Edmund, there is nothing but a crystal ball. Or is this another one of your tricks?
Charles, what's happening to me?
I don't know. Either you are a very good actor or... I don't know.
Very well. We'll find out which.
Where are you going?
To Paris. Either Marie is with this man right now, or you'd better have me committed to an asylum. Oh, forgive us, mademoiselle. We've come to the wrong place.
Edmond, let me take you home. You are not well. I should have realized.
They're here. I know they're here.
One final chapter remained after the door closed behind Charles Moncourt. Based on Edmond Vallier's testimony of what he had seen in the crystal ball, Moncourt was granted a divorce, the only time that evidence of this kind has ever been accepted in a court of law. But although his testimony was accepted, there has never been an explanation as to how happenings of this kind occur. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Good night.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. All through his history, man has constantly striven to push back the frontiers of knowledge, to discover what lies behind the veil which separates knowledge from ignorance. In my own lifetime, I've seen things come to pass that would be unbelievable to my parents and to my grandparents. Travel through the air, the ability to speak to a friend halfway around the world. Well, if these wonders have occurred in so short a time, just think of what our children and grandchildren will be able to know and understand. Happenings that to us defy explanation will be commonplace and ordinary to them. But whether we understand it or not, the event that we depict in tonight's story was very real. It started with a cry for help, a plea to Almighty God, and following that, to a mortal. To a man referred to by the peasants of a tiny Italian village as Il Dottore.
Preghiamo, Giuseppe. Vi preghiamo, non più di questo non posso fare. Oh, Madonna Battista, vedici tu. Salvaci questa bambina e la nostra vita. Non abbiamo altro al mondo. Abbiamo tante di quelle preghiere. Faccia che il dottore venga in tempo, Madonna Santissima, priegaci tu.
Sì, cara, ti passerà. La mamma è qui con te, amore. No, no, cara, no.
Mamma, tu hai sbagliato. Signora, how long has she been like this?
All day off and on.
Has she eaten?
No, she won't take her food. Nothing. Nothing.
Mamma mia, Madame Giochi, il dottore.
Il dottore. Io te quiero. Dottore. Tony. 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 Papà. Tony. Presto. Go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. Presto. Call the doctor.
What is it, Mama?
It's Francesca. She's worse.
But the truck is broken down and it is 2 miles to the doctor.
You want your sister to die? Do you not have 2 good legs? Stupido! Fava presto! All right, then.
There. Now take 2 tonight when you go to bed and 2 in the morning when you get up. Understand? Wait 3 days, and if you don't feel better, come and see me. Ah, that's my son.
He is here. Yes, Signor Angelo is here, Doctor. Signor Angelo. Oh!
How's my Maria?
Oh, fine, fine. Woo! Here, let me help you. Oh.
Angelo, my son, my son. Ah, welcome home.
And how glad I am to be here, Father.
What delayed? Was your train late?
No.
Giuseppe had trouble with the car.
This is the second time this week he's broken down, Doctor. It's too old.
Giuseppe, take those things upstairs. Don't stand here in the draft, Doctor. Take him inside by the fire. I go get something to warm him up.
Ah, my son, it is good to see you home again. You're looking well, but it is a long time, over a year.
I know. And I had a terrible job getting away from the hospital, even now.
So? Too many patients already?
Oh, it's not so much that, Father. They are short-handed. They lost 2 surgeons last month, and, well, you know how it is.
Ah, who should know better than I?
How about you?
Oh, go along from day to day, nothing much happening, same as usual.
No, I mean your health. You look tired.
No one gets any younger.
Do you still permit them to bother you as much as ever?
Bother me?
Oh, I know these peasants.
Every time they stub a toe, they yell for the doctor, like children. Only worse, in my opinion. There's some excuse for children.
Ah, they are like children. They frighten so easily. But the trouble is, one never knows how serious it may be. A stomachache can be unripe apples or an appendix. A little temperature, a simple cold, or maybe the beginning of a serious fever. But a doctor is rewarded by...
I know the arguments. But seriously, Father, you look far too tired for my liking.
You are absolutely right, Signor Angelo. Some days he's running from morning until night, and it's no good my talking to him. Maybe you can make him see some sense. Or better still, maybe you can stay here and be the doctor.
Well, I don't know about that.
If I'm going to the Venturellis, I better hurry.
You see? Always running, always running.
You have to go out?
Oh, it is not very far.
But on a night like this, can't I go for you?
No, it is for the poor old grandmother, but nothing can be done for her.
Well, in that case, can't you miss just once? Listen to that wind. There's a storm blowing up.
The poor soul counts on seeing me every evening. If I missed just once, she would have a bad night. She's not too many left. Well, here's to the future.
And here's to that long rest that I'm going to see to it that you have.
Ah, and how are you going to manage that? Come back here and take my place?
And bury myself here in this... I'm sorry, Father. I didn't mean that.
Oh, you're quite right, my son. This is no place for a rising young surgeon.
Well, in the big hospitals, there's much more opportunity. Up-to-date equipment and... you know.
Yes, we have none of that here. But there is one thing here that is just the same.
What is that?
The patients. Whether it is in a big city hospital or a peasant's cottage, the patients are just the same. All a little helpless, a little frightened. Well, I must go.
I wish you didn't have to leave.
Tell you the truth, I wish I didn't, too. Giuseppe!
Yes, Doctor.
Time to get started.
I'm ready, Doctor.
Well, I think I have everything here. Though the good God knows that all the equipment in the finest hospitals in the world could not help that poor old woman now. All I can do is to give her a little friendship, a little comfort. Angelo, it is amazing what power those things have. Sometimes I think they do more good than all my pills.
I brought you a present.
Huh?
A new bag. A fitted one with everything in it.
A fitted bag?
But I warn you, you're not going to need it for long.
How is that?
Because you're going to retire. And you're going to come and live with me in the city.
Retire? Leave these people? But, Angelo, they are my children. I could not do that. Why, no. I could never do that.
Now you get back before the storm gets any worse. Don't let them keep you talking.
I'll be back before you know it.
Ooh. Ah, what a night. How do you think the doctor looks, Signor Angelo?
He's aging far too quickly for my liking, Maria. I'm worried about him.
Yes, he is tired, and he gets more tired every day. But now that you are here, it's going to be easier for him.
I'm not going to stay, Maria.
Oh?
You've got to help me. I want him to come and live with me in the city. You're the only person that can help me persuade him.
Take him away from here? You can't do that.
Why not?
They wouldn't let you.
Who wouldn't?
The people here, they can't do without him.
Is there so much sickness here, then?
Oh, it isn't only sickness. It's everything. Anything that happens, it's ask the doctor. And he never refuses. Oh, Mamma Mia, who can it be? I'm coming! Are you trying to knock the door down? Tony Bianchi, what do you want?
The doctor. He must come at once.
The doctor is not here.
But he must come.
But how can he come if he's not here, stupido?
What's the matter, Tony?
Buenos Aires, Signor Angelo. It is little Francesca. She is very sick. And Mama has seen that She will die.
But...
All right, I'll come, Tony. There's a bag with a suitcase. It's a black one. Will you get it for me?
Yes.
But it is the doctor. Mama said...
I am a doctor, too, Tony.
But...
He is very sick.
Where is that Tony? I should have gone myself.
Why doesn't he come?
The doctor will come. He always does. Coraggio, coraggio.
Dottore! Dottore! Santa Maria! Madre di Dio, salvate la mia bambina!
Cross the field!
How much further is it?
Cross!
How much further is it?
It's not too far!
Here, let me help you with your coat.
Be careful, Maria. The doctor says he's hurt.
Now what have you done with yourself?
He's scalded with boiling water.
Let me see.
It is nothing.
Aye, that is bad.
Fix it easily.
Oh. Let me do this for you. You're so careless. You won't be able to use this hand for a while. Giuseppe, go get the doctor's slippers. Come and sit down, Doctor.
Where's Angelo? Upstairs?
No, he went out. Tony Bianchi came for you. Francesca, the little girl, she's sick.
And Angelo went?
Yes.
Did Tony say what was wrong with the child?
No. He just say that she's very sick. But you know how they are. They are always very sick.
Shall I put the car away, Doctor?
No, Giuseppe. Maybe I better go myself and see.
What? You go out again on a night like this and with that hand scalded?
Did Tony come in the truck?
No, I don't think so.
You mean they walked in a storm like this?
They are both young. Now you stay right there, no nonsense.
I hope he'll be all right.
Of course he'll be all right. He's a doctor, isn't he?
I know, but...
You worry too much. Now you stay right there and rest, and I'll go finish the dinner.
Giuseppe, take the car and go down the road. You may be able to pick them up before they get there.
Yes, Doctor.
In any case, wait and bring Angelo back.
Va bene.
Will he never come? Il dottore. Il dottore. Io sia ringraziato il dottore. Il dottore, Dio sia ringraziato. You've come.
Signor Angelo.
Where is the doctor?
I'm a doctor. Where's the child?
What have you done? I told you to bring the doctor. What have you done?
I couldn't help it, Mama. The doctor wasn't there.
My father was out on another call. Tony said it was urgent, so I came instead.
But we need a doctor.
I am a doctor, Senor Bianchi. I can do everything that is needed. Now, where's the child? In there?
No. Dottore. Dottore, no. Non la tocchi, dottore. Non la tocchi. My baby. My baby.
Just a minute. Let me look at it.
No, no. You must not touch her.
I'm not going to harm her. The child is very sick. I'll have to be quick if I'm to save her. I'll have to boil these. Put some water on the fire. You heard me? I have to boil these instruments.
What are you going to do with them?
I'm going to operate on the little girl.
No. No, Senor Angelo. You will not touch. We will wait for the doctor.
Don't you understand how sick your child is?
You will not touch her.
Do as I say. Put that water on the fire. Of all the stubborn fools!
We will wait.
Giuseppe, what are you doing here? Where's my father?
He's sending me with a car to take you back.
Go back and get him. Tell him these fools won't let me operate and it's a matter of life and death. Now hurry! Now will you put that water on?
We wait for the doctor.
There won't be time then. This way they'll be ready for him. Since you're too stubborn to let me help you, pray. Pray that my father gets here in time.
Un miracolo, Madonna Santa, un miracolo. Ti prego. È una nonna che ti prega.
Oh! My baby's going to die. My baby's going to die.
Oh, no. No, Giuseppe. No, non morirà, no. Vedi, just...
Senor Angelo.
Get out.
I say you must not touch her.
I can't wait any longer.
You must not touch her. Stop, you fool.
Your child is dying. 1 minute, 2 minutes, she'll be dead. Do you want her dead? Do you want to kill her?
Il dottore! Dio ti ha ringraziato. Dottore.
Thank God you've come. Now, will you go? I'll have to be quick. It's diphtheria. Father, you look all in. You better go back with Giuseppe. I'll clean up here. It'll take some time.
She's gonna be all right.
You'll have to see to it that the child has absolute quiet. You understand? Has Giuseppe come back with the car yet?
No, Signor Angelo. Are you not going to wait for the car?
No, it's probably broken down again. I'll be back in a few hours to see how the child is. My father's too tired to come. He's completely worn out. I'll have to come alone. You understand?
Senor Angelo.
Yes?
Many thanks. Doctor?
the matter this time, Giuseppe?
It's the car again, Mr. Angelo. I can't start it.
Where's my father?
At the house.
Here you are at last. I saved dinner for you. I hope it hasn't spoiled. How's Francesca?
She's fine. His father all right?
Yes, he's inside, but where's Giuseppe?
Are you all right, Father? Father?
Huh? Oh, it is you, Angelo.
Are you all right?
Why, yes, I'm all right.
Thank goodness. I was worried about you getting through that storm.
Well, we worried about you, too. Didn't we, Maria?
What happened to your hand?
He scalded it at the Venturellis.
Oh, it is nothing. How is it with the little Francesca?
Oh, she'll be all right. I'm going back to see her later on. What is the matter with these peasants? A child choking to death for lack of a simple tracheotomy, and they wouldn't let me touch her. Thank goodness you showed up when you did. Another minute, and I'd have had to knock out that crazy Bianchi to save his own child's life. And when I saw the car was broken down and you had to come back through that storm, What's the matter?
Didn't Giuseppe bring you back?
No. He never returned to the Bianchis after he took you home. I passed him a mile up the road. Why? What's wrong?
The doctor hasn't been out.
Not been out. You were with me, Father. What's the joke? What is this?
I have been asleep here all the time. Ask Maria.
But we all saw you.
Mr. Angelo, the car. I couldn't get to the doctor as you told me. I hope everything was all right.
A man may well doubt what he sees with his own eyes, but when reliable witnesses give confirmation, it's difficult to disbelieve. The elder Dr. Maccabienti, however, didn't doubt this strange occurrence. He believed in the truth of the statement that he had made to his son. In the treatment of a patient, faith is often more important than medicine. It was enough for the good doctor that whatever the reason, one of his people had been saved. He didn't question, he accepted. Dr. Angelo did not as yet have this understanding. It puzzled and annoyed him to be unable to arrive at a scientific explanation. Well, he never did. But his acceptance by the peasants as the young dottore did bring him around to his father's way of thinking. The glamour of big city medicine gradually lost its power, and he stayed with his father to help what soon became their people. Actual happenings as this one, on which tonight's story is based, occur much too frequently to be passed off lightly. Time and again in my research I've encountered reports of cases of this kind which have been thoroughly documented by reliable authorities. The explanation? There is none. At least, not one yet known to us. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable that lies behind the veil. Good night. Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. The mysteries of the East have always been a source of wonder to Western man. Our story tonight takes place in India and is based on a true and authenticated incident. Santa Naidu was born of average Hindu parents, but the time in which he lived was far from average. It encompassed a major social upheaval and a world at war. Yet even had these events not taken place, her life could never have been a normal one. Santa Naidu from birth was a child apart. A beautiful young woman died in August of 1927. Her name was Sita Vernoy. A beautiful baby girl was born, also in August, in the following year, 1928. Her name, Santa Naidu.
Rama, come in.
Forgive me, Madame Naidu, but I would like to talk to you about Santa.
Of course, Rama. Sit down. May I get you something to drink?
No, thank you. Madame Naidu, you must know how I feel about Santa.
And she about you. You are one of her oldest friends.
I remember the day your son, Carla, first brought me here. May his soul be at peace.
Santa was just a baby. Since the death of Carla, she regarded you as her older brother.
That is what I wish to discuss. I've watched Santa grow from a child to a young lady. And you know, I would do anything to make her happy. I'm not the wealthiest man in Delhi, but my prospects are good. And Madame Naidu, I would like your permission to marry Santa. Have I said something wrong?
Rama. Rama, this is a day I have prayed for, yet feared would come.
I do not understand.
Rama, if I were to say to you, Santa is already married with a son.
You mock me.
Not in this life, in the previous one. Rama, are we not taught to believe it is only the body that dies at death? That the true self is in time reborn?
Of course.
Once, in a very great while, one is born with memory of a previous incarnation. And I'm afraid Santa is such a one. And the love she bore for her husband and son remains as strong as ever.
To remember another life. But how can this happen?
Who is to say? Perhaps it is proof that Nirvana is within reach of all.
Why was I not told of this before?
It's not something one speaks of freely. Not even to one as close as you. Oh, Rama, listen to me, my son. For her 5th birthday, I made her a little cloak, the color of flame. She cried when I put it on her. Why? Because she said because her husband wished her to wear only blue.
A 5-year-old child.
I put the cloak away, Rama, and then I cried because I knew nothing but sorrow would come of this.
Are you saying she knew all this even then?
No, not all. It came slowly. She recalled his face, their home, Mutra, where they lived, her son, and yesterday the name of her husband, Verneuil, Armand Verneuil.
And now, what happens now?
I'm preparing. Tomorrow we leave for Mutra.
Rama! I did not know you were here.
I wish to speak with your mother.
What is wrong?
Santa, Rama has come to ask for your hand in marriage.
Rama, have you told him?
Oh, Santa, you cannot really believe all of this, eh?
It is true, Rama. I have a husband and son.
But even if it is true, your husband will be an old man by now. And your son, he could be older than you are.
It will be as you say. I have been away too long.
Nothing but tragedy can come from this, Santa.
It is the will of our Lord Krishna. And my name is Santa no longer. I am Madame Sita Verneuil. And my husband has need of me. Forgive me, Rama. I must make ready for my journey.
Madame Naidu, this will not be a journey for two women alone.
You love her so much. We would welcome your company.
Wait here. I'll get a
But
cab.
there's no need. My husband's house is not far.
You know exactly where it is?
Of course. It is the first house beyond the Curson Museum on High Street. Armand chose it himself to be near his work.
Santa, I would like first to say thanks for our safe arrival in Mutra, and to pray that all goes well with you now.
Very well. The temple of Darkashish is on the way, in the street of the silversmith. I prayed there every night to the Lord Krishna, that he might send me a son, and he answered me.
Your son. What is his name?
What a question, Rama. How else could I thank him than to give his name to my child?
Therefore, my dear Professor Goncourt, we are pleased to accept Krishna Verneuil as a student at Columbia College.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Isn't that wonderful, Father?
Yes, my son.
Please let me know when you expect to arrive in New York with him, etc. We are old friends, the Dean and I.
Very good ones. When will we leave for America?
A couple of weeks or so, I should say.
How will we get there? I don't suppose we can go by way of the Pacific because of the Japanese.
Krishna.
Yes, my father.
Professor Goncourt just arrived in Mutra. He wanted you to have this news at once. But now...
Forgive me, Father. And you, Professor. I know you must have much to say to each other, if you'll excuse me.
Thank you, my son.
You will permit me to join you again later. I have so many questions.
Of course. À bientôt.
Oh, mon vieux, what is the matter?
Nothing.
It is not like you to receive good news with such displeasure.
I didn't expect you so soon. I thought it would be another few weeks, a month perhaps.
You worrying about sending him so far away?
I can't do it, Charles. I can't send him anywhere.
Armand, he is not a child.
You don't understand. I cannot send him with you to America because I do not have the money.
Armand.
I made certain investments. Bad one. I didn't have Sita to advise me as in the old days. She knew how to manage things, that one. If she had lived, there would be money now and to spare.
She was a wise woman.
beautiful and wise.
And as frugal as I was extravagant. Charles, when I think of the money I spent when we were first married, I could have paid for his education 3 times over.
I wish I could help it. Well, I don't leave for 2 weeks or so. Perhaps something will turn up.
We are both men of science. We neither of us believe in miracles. Krishna will have to delay his education for a while, and I shall have to tell him so.
It'll break his heart.
And mine.
You are certain that this is the house?
Of course. But how badly the walls need whitening. Armand has let things go dreadfully. I'm afraid I shall have to scold him.
Still, it's a fine house.
I was very happy here.
Namaskar, my friends. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Can you be Krishna?
That is my name.
Oh, my son, Krishna, my son.
Forgive me, please. I do not mean to be discourteous, but who are you?
Well, I had hoped you might know. But how could you? You were not 2 weeks old when I left you, my son.
Don't call me that, please.
This young lady has come all the way from Delhi to speak to Mr. Ahmed Barnoy.
I shall take her to him. But I still must ask you not to call me your son.
I gave you life, my son.
Are you trying to tell me that you're my mother?
I am.
Father? Father?
Armand!
Yes, young lady.
My husband, it is I, Sita.
What?
I have come home to you.
Krishna, this is not some of those silly schoolboy joke.
It's no joke of my making. She says she is my mother.
Oh, no. His mother died when he was born.
Yes. 7 days later, my body did die.
It was? 7 days. Oh, Charles, I don't understand this. I don't like it.
One moment, old friend. If I might be permitted a question?
Surely, Professor Goncourt.
You told her my name?
No, sir.
Then how did you... Well, no matter. When did your body die?
August 21st, 1927. But Brahma permitted me to be born again and to come back now to my husband and my son.
No, I do not believe it.
My son, your father's heart knows that I speak the truth.
I don't know anything of the kind.
Do not be angry with me, Armand. I returned as soon as Brahma permitted me to remember.
To remember? Me?
Your name. I remembered your face always. How you crinkled your eyes when you smiled. How your mouth... Oh, my husband. You should not have done it.
Done what?
You should not have shaved off your mustache. Armand, it's so beautiful.
Well, thank you, my dear.
You've changed it so much. Armand, you've changed this room all around also. You never let me move one of your ashtrays.
Madame Naidu, when was she born?
On August 31st, 1928.
A year. And 10 days after Sita died. Oh, it can't be.
It is, Armand. I have been reborn.
I loved my wife very much. I would like it to be as you say, but you're a child.
I am Sita.
No, you are not.
My father, please tell her to go.
Krishna, my son.
I am not your son.
What must I say? What must I do to convince them?
Voyons, mon petit.
Oiseau? Mon petit oiseau. Petit oiseau. You used to call me that. Your little bird.
I did. I did. Go now, child. Go with your mother and your friend. There is an hotel on Agra Street. Krishna will guide you.
No, it is much too expensive. We will go to the inn on the Drovers Road.
The hotel. I will pay.
My dear husband. Extravagant as always.
Go now with them, son.
Yes, my father.
This is not goodbye, Armand.
No. Au revoir. Until tomorrow.
I trust you'll find these rooms comfortable. May you rest well.
I'm sure that we shall. Thank you, my son.
Not at all, Miss Naidu. Madame Naidu, Mr. Mukherjee, good day.
Good day, Mr. Lenoir.
Rama, do not be angry with him.
He thinks you're trying to play some kind of trick.
You did not believe me at first. Now you have opened your heart to the truth.
He won't.
When Armand accepts me, Krishna will also.
Mr. Vernoy is of another faith, my child. He may not be willing to believe.
He will. I know this.
A woman has no husband who puts her aside. A woman has no son who denies her.
I'm very tired. With your permission.
She has Sita's voice, the same music, the same rise and fall.
Oh, you just imagine that.
Mon petit oiseau? I did not imagine that.
It's a common endearment.
In French, Charles. The girl speaks no French.
Well, she could have heard the phrase somewhere. I tell you, there must be a rational explanation.
How can you explain a girl her age, knowing these intimate details?
Like your moustache?
Yes, my moustache. And the furniture in all the rooms. And the name of servant Sita kept 20 years ago.
Armand, unless you are prepared to believe in reincarnation...
I'm not.
Then we must find an explanation elsewhere.
If there is one?
We'll find it.
And if we don't?
But we will.
Charles, listen to me. If we can't find an explanation, and the girl still persists in her belief that she is Sita reborn, what am I to do?
Armand, you're not... You cannot be thinking of accepting this girl as your wife.
I don't know. I don't know. My son.
Have you decided what you'll do, what you'll say to this girl from Delhi?
Well, Professor Gonko and I have been talking about it.
But you have not decided.
No.
I have decided. I am sorry, my father. I cannot accept as a mother a girl who's no older than I am. If you take her into this house, I cannot stay. Not even for the 2 weeks remaining.
2 weeks?
Until I leave for America.
Oh, Krishna.
That is when we're going, you said.
That is what was planned, but your father feels perhaps that... Armand.
My son, I do not believe that you will be able to leave Mutra for a while.
Because of this foolish girl. You wish me to stay to please her.
Oh, no, no. It's something that happened before she came, months ago. I didn't know how to tell you.
There's not enough money.
I invested my savings unwisely. The war has ruined me.
So, I shall remain here in Muttra.
Perhaps not for long. Maybe I will be able to devise a way. I'm sorry, my son.
It's all right, my father. I wondered how you would arrange it. I knew things were not well with us.
When the war is over, you will see, we'll make up for lost time.
Of course, my father. But now, what will you do with this girl?
I'll send her away.
I thought I would be welcomed with gladness and joy.
You are my child. I can only bring myself to believe you are Sita.
I am my husband. I am.
It's no use, my child. Even if I could bring myself to believe, there is Krishna. He never could believe.
In time, perhaps.
No, I've hurt him enough.
You, my husband?
Only last night, we had to tell him, Professor Goncourt and I, Krishna was to go to America with him to continue his studies at a great university.
He's a fine student. Shows great promise.
I can't send him to America. I don't have enough money.
Then that is why Brahma has sent me. I knew that I was needed.
I don't understand.
So that together we might help our son.
How?
You have forgotten your gifts to your bride? The jewels a Maharani would have been proud to wear?
Those are Sita's words. She wept when I gave them to her.
For joy, Armand, to have such riches against an evil day.
But they are gone, as if they never had been. When Sita left me...
The jewels remained, my husband, in this room.
What can I say to you?
Only what is in your heart.
No one but Sita could know where the jewels were. Only Sita could know what you know of me.
But you still do not believe.
My house is yours. I would like you to stay here as long as you wish.
Had it been Brahma's will, he would have opened your heart to me.
I just saw the girl leaving with her friend.
Yes, she's on her way back to Delhi.
And you're going to America, my son, with Professor Goncourt.
What? But how? You said you have no money.
I was wrong. Your mother just proved it.
Can a man doubt what his heart knows is true? Armand Verneuil was convinced beyond question that this child was his wife. But he was a wise man, as Santha was wise beyond her years. And their decision to part this time forever undoubtedly avoided future unhappiness for all concerned. As yet, we have no understanding of how incidents of this kind occur. Perhaps there is a reason for our not understanding. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Good night.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Tonight's story is again based on one of those true but utterly unexplainable happenings which occur time and again from country to country and from age to age. George Bosworth was a modern man of his time in every sense of the word, and had his story occurred to another, he very probably would have been the last man in the world to believe a word of it. Hart Bosworth had had a busy day, and now, as the last customer left his shop, he prepared to close for the night. At this same moment, 150 miles at sea, George Bosworth prepared to retire, completely unaware of the incredible events which were about to occur.
Captain! Captain!
What is it, Mr. Bosworth?
Captain, I've got to get back to England immediately.
I'm afraid that's quite impossible, sir.
Oh, please. I'm afraid something's happened.
Are you ill, Mr. Bosworth?
No. Well, yes, maybe. I don't know. I can't explain, Captain, but I must return at once.
Mr. Bosworth, we're 150 miles from Dover, and I have a schedule to maintain. If I were to turn round and go back without good and sufficient reason, I would in all probability lose my position.
But this is an emergency.
There are rules and regulations covering all emergencies at sea. Perhaps if you could tell me why...
Well, I think my brother is... I can't tell you, Captain. It's terribly important.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bosworth, but I can let you off at Ostend. There you can make connections with another ship and be back in England by tomorrow morning.
What time will we dock?
We should be there within the hour.
I pray God, Captain, we're not too late.
Bullet wound through the arc, fired at close range. Man's been shot. He's dead right enough. From the looks of things, nothing has been taken except money. Cash drawers empty. Which leads me to deduce that the motive for the crime was robbery. Got that, Orton?
Yes, sir. I checked the Bosworth house. George isn't there. The place is shut up tight.
That's odd. Him and Art usually close the shop together. Are you sure you heard the shots at 9:45?
Right you are, Chester. 9:45 exactly.
Just a minute, Bertha. A little less familiarity, if you please. This here is official police business, and I'm here in my official capacity. Until I've solved this crime, I'll trouble you to remember that I'm a sergeant in Her Majesty's Constabulary.
Oh, I am sorry. From now on, I'll remember, Chester. Sergeant.
You may proceed, Mrs. Clink.
Well, I just put the kettle on. I always makes us a pot of tea in the evenings, just before retiring, as you might say. You know how Alfie likes to get to bed early.
Yes. Get on with it.
Well, I'd no sooner touched the kettle to the stove when I heard the shots. So I said to Alfie, that sounds like shots. And Alfie said no. So I said to Alfie, them was shots. And Alfie said...
Never mind what Alfie said. What did you do?
Well, the only light that was on was in Art Bosworth's shop. So I run down here to see if he'd heard them too. Imagine me horror and surprise to find poor Mr. Bosworth lying there in a pool of blood.
Aha! And whose blood would you say it was?
How long would you estimate this was after you first heard the shots, Mrs. Clink?
Couldn't have been more than 5 or 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Clink. That'll be all.
But I haven't finished.
If you've anything more to say, you can make a statement at the police station.
But I know who done the murder.
Mrs. Clink, you saw the murderer?
Yes, I did.
I see. Now...
Just a minute, Constable. I'll handle this. Now then, Bertha, why didn't you give us this valuable information before this?
I was about to, until I was so rudely interrupted.
Are you insinuating that I was rude?
Sergeant, may I suggest? The murderer?
Huh?
The murderer?
Oh, yes. All right, Mrs. Clink. The name, if you please.
His name is Albert Ketch.
How do you know that, Mrs. Clink?
I saw him. Just as I got outside, I saw him run from this very shop, as though the old devil himself was after him.
Are you sure?
My sight's as good as yours, Chester Wilmore.
Sergeant, shall I round him up?
Why, yes, Constable, do that. And see if you can find out what become of George Bosworth.
Why not ask Mrs. Clink, sir?
I'm sure I don't know, Constable. But why not ask Miss Julie Westcott? She's his fiancée. She ought to know.
I'll do that, Mrs. Clink.
All right, now, off with you. Home, all of you, if you please. This here shop will be closed till further notice. Move along, please. Now then, Albert, why don't you confess and save us all a lot of trouble? All nice and tidy, eh?
Because I didn't shoot Art Bosworth, that's why.
Aha! How do you know he was shot?
You told me.
Oh.
What were you doing in the apothecary shop at that time?
Well, I was there to collect a debt what was owed me.
What was the debt for?
Well, you see, I do a bit of carpenter work in my spare time, being handy with my tools, as you might say. And I built a set of shelves for Mr. Bosworth several weeks ago.
And it took you several weeks to get paid?
Well, there was a slight misunderstanding between us, as you might call it.
Aha!
That don't mean I killed him.
What was the cause of this misunderstanding?
While I was building the shelves, a case of his medicines got broke. Bosworth got terrible excited. Claimed I'd done it careless like. Said they was worth more than the shelves and he wouldn't pay me.
And so you killed him?
That's not true. I don't even own a gun.
A likely story. Why, I wouldn't be surprised if you wasn't doing a bit of poaching in your spare time.
Oh, it's a nasty thing to say.
Poaching's a very serious offence. I've a mind to enter charges against you.
Sergeant, this man's being charged with murder, not with poaching.
You hear that, Albert? The constable's right. Murder's the charge. Don't you try to throw us off the track with all this talk about poaching. Now, why don't you be a good fellow and confess and save us all this trouble?
Now, look here, Sergeant. I'd like to help you, really I would. But you know I'm not the kind of man who'd kill a chap in cold blood.
Albert Ketch, you're making it very hard for us. Very well. If you won't cooperate, we'll have to drag it out of you. We'll start all over again.
George, darling.
What's happened?
Come inside.
Something's happened to Hart, hasn't it?
Sit down.
No, tell me.
Yes, George, Hart is...
Hart's dead. Too late. I'm too late.
George, you were on your way to France. How did you get back so quickly?
I had a feeling something was wrong. Who shot him?
Who told you he was shot?
Do they know who did it?
The police have arrested Albert Ketch.
Albert Ketch? But he didn't do it.
Darling, I know this has been a terrible shock, but you weren't here. How do you know he didn't do it?
Julie, please, take me on trust for now. Albert Ketch had nothing to do with Hart's death.
Darling, you're upset. Why don't you lie down for a little while? I'll bring you some tea.
No, please, I've got to convince the police that they're making a mistake. They've no reason to hold Albert.
Darling, you asked me to trust you. I do. You know that. Can't you even tell me how you can be so certain?
Julie, have I ever shown any signs of insanity?
Of course not.
Well, I haven't told you yet how I came back so quickly or why. I never even got to France. Because on the boat I had a vision.
Of what?
The whole thing.
The whole thing?
Yes. I saw the murder being committed.
George, tell me exactly what you thought you saw.
Well, I was washing, getting ready for bed, and when I looked into the basin, I saw the apothecary shop. It was exactly as if I was right there, everything as clear as it is now.
You must have been dreaming.
No, I saw Hart by the shelves. And then I saw the murderer come in and shoot him.
You saw the murderer? Who was it?
I don't know. But it wasn't Albert Ketch, I'm sure of that.
George, you can't tell anybody this.
But I must. Ketch is innocent. Julie, you believe me, don't you?
What difference does it make whether
A great deal of difference to me.
George, I believe you because I love you. But if you tell this story to the police...
No, that's a chance I must take.
That's a chance you must not take.
But they'll hang Ketch.
Listen to me, George. There's nothing you can do. If Ketch is innocent, he has nothing to fear. But you... If you tell this fantastic tale to the police, you'll be ruined.
Julie, a man's life is in danger. How can I think of myself?
Well, then think of me. You know they won't believe you. At best, they'll call you insane. And how will I feel? Hearing people talk behind your back, pretending I don't hear them, whispering?
Julie,
Think
this
of
is not
Hart. You know how he worked to build up the shop. Will you let all his work go for nothing? Well, that's what'll happen. Do you think people will do business with a man who sees things?
I'm sorry, Julie. Whatever anybody thinks, I've got to try.
Very well, George. If you feel you must, I'll go with you.
No, there's no need for you to become involved.
Nothing back there, sir.
Oh. Well, in that case, we'll have to continue our search in here. Ah, Mr. Bosworth, sir. Allow me to offer my condolences in this horrible tragedy.
Thank you, Sergeant. They told me at the police station I'd find you here. May I ask what you're looking for?
Clothes, Mr. Bosworth, clothes.
And have you found any?
Almost. But don't you worry, sir. We have the fiend what done this foul deed.
If you mean Albert Ketch, Sergeant, he didn't do it.
Why do you say that, sir? Well, I ask you again. What makes you so sure that Albert Ketch is innocent?
I can't tell you, Sergeant. You'll just have to take my word for it, but Albert Ketch had nothing to do with it.
That's rather a large order, Mr. Bosworth. Asking us to accept your word without anything to back it up.
Mr. Bosworth, sir. I assume you can prove your whereabouts at the time of the crime?
Well, yes, I can. I was on a boat on my way to France.
Mr. Bosworth, who else besides yourself stands to inherit your brother's estate after his death?
Why, no one. I'm the only... Just what are you driving at?
Now, I'm sure the constable means no offence, sir, but let me fill you in on the facts. We have a high witness what places Albert Ketch at the scene of the crime. He had motive, he had opportunity.
Sergeant, have a look here.
Looks like an O.
It's a bullet hole, I think. Have I your permission to...
Help yourself, Constable.
It's not a small caliber.
As you say, very small.
I'm sure it comes from a derringer.
A derringer? Well, wouldn't that prove that Albert Ketch had nothing to do with it?
Why do you say that?
What would Ketch be doing with a little gun like that?
Mr. Bosworth's right, sir. It's hard to accept the fact that Albert Ketch would be in possession of a derringer. Unless it was deliberately given to him by somebody.
Now look here, Constable.
So you refuse still to tell us why you think Albert Ketch is innocent?
I can't tell you, Sergeant.
I'll submit a possibility to you, Mr. Bosworth. I'll submit it's possible you needed money badly enough to want your brother out of the way. I submit that your insistence on Albert Ketch's innocence may very well be more than just a desire to see justice done.
And what do you have to say to that, Mr. Bosworth?
Nothing. Am I under arrest?
Not as yet, but I shall have to ask you to remain within call.
Evening, Mr. Bosworth.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Clink.
Alfie and me wishes to convey our sympathy for your bereavement.
Thank you. Shall we sit down for a minute?
Oh, yes, Doc. Thank you. He was a fine man, your brother. A fine man. Always willing to extend credit until pie die, and never too proud to step in and have a lift with us. And his scales was honest, too.
Yes, it was a terrible shock to me, Mrs. Clink.
I can well imagine, but never you fear. Albert Ketch shall get what he deserves.
Why is everyone so certain that Ketch is guilty?
Lord bless you. Who else could it be? I saw him myself.
You saw him?
Of course I did. Has nobody told you? That Chester Wilmore. I am the most important witness.
Are there any other witnesses?
Not a one, and no more are needed, I can tell you that. Of course, Miss Westcott might have seen the whole thing. Had she been there 5 minutes earlier.
Julie? What's she got to do with it?
Of course, she might have been killed if she had.
Yeah, but tell me, how does Julie fit into all this?
Well, I'd just stepped out of my house for a breath of air before putting the tea on for Alfie and me, when I sees Miss Westcott going into the apothecary's shop. And it was hardly 5 minutes later when I heard 2 shots. I runs outside, and there goes Albert Ketcher tearing down the street. Naturally, I got the police. And it was hardly no time at all before they had him clapped in the pokey.
Julie never said anything about it.
Oh, I dare say she didn't want to worry you. So it's the first time I've ever known her to worry about anyone.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not the one to talk about a body when they're not present to defend theirself. But everyone knows as how Miss Julie Westcott considers herself much better than us common folk.
What are you saying, Mrs. Clink?
Truth, ask any of the girls, they'll tell you. Her and her fine talk about position and money and station in life. But she wasn't fooling your brother none. No, sir. She wasn't pulling the wool over his eyes. Oh, you poor boy, I've upset you with me wagging tongue. Alfie always says I talk too much. But don't pay any attention to me. You better get home and get some rest. And I'll be saying good night.
George, darling, I've been frantic. Where have you been?
I've been walking. The police think I'm involved in Hart's death.
George, are they mad? How can they think you had anything to do with it? They have the murderer.
No, they haven't. Ketcher's no more guilty than I am.
Will you stop saying that? The police think he's guilty, isn't that enough?
No. Why are you so intent on seeing him hang?
I'm not. I just don't like seeing you so upset, that's all.
Julie, was there ever any trouble between you and Hart?
Of course not. You know how fond of him I was. Except, well, he thought I was too ambitious, didn't he?
Well, Hart was an old-fashioned man. He thought a woman's place was in the home.
George, you know I only want what's best for you, don't you?
Yes, of course.
A woman needs security, a home, children, a husband she can be proud of.
I know, you've been very patient.
Well, not really, George. There were times during the last 5 years when I wanted to scream. When I wanted to say to Hart, why won't you pay George enough money so we can be married? He's earned it. He deserves it. But that's all over now. We can be married right away, can't we, George?
Well, once a decent interval has gone by.
Darling, we'll be so happy. Mrs. George Bosworth. I can't wait to see my friends' faces when I tell them. They didn't think it would happen, you know, really. They didn't think I knew they were snickering behind my back, as if I couldn't tell what they were thinking. That Julie Westcott, she isn't getting any younger. If George doesn't ask her soon, she may not get any more chances.
Aren't you exaggerating just a little?
Well, perhaps, just a little. Now, promise me you'll think only happy thoughts while I make us some tea.
Julie?
Yes, dear?
About Albert Ketch. I've been thinking perhaps you're right. There really is nothing more I can do. I'll see that he gets a good solicitor, of course.
That's very generous of you, George.
And as soon as I can, I'll put the shop up for sale. And then we'll be married and we'll move to somewhere... What's the matter?
What did you say?
We'll be married as soon as I can sell the shop.
You can't sell it.
Why not? Oh, I know how you feel, but I can't stay here where everything reminds me of Hart.
You don't know how I feel.
Julie, what's the matter with you?
Weren't you listening to me? We live here. Our friends are here. You're an important member of the community, and I'll be your wife, George. They'll respect us.
As long as we're together, what does it matter where we live?
I won't have it.
The shop is doing well here. We have money and position. Do you think I want to start again at the bottom? Not knowing anybody, not being anybody? I forbid it.
Julie, you're losing your perspective. I welcome your help, but I must make my own decisions.
Welcome my help? Well, that's funny, George. Without me, there'd be no decision for you to make.
What are you saying?
You've had 5 years to make a decision, but your precious brother stood in the way. Well, I made it for you. He's gone, and I won't let you throw away everything I've worked for. George, listen. I did it. For you, for both of us.
How could you?
Julie. I wanted you. I needed you. Hearts stood between us, and I couldn't bear it any longer. But it's all over now, George. He's gone. There's just the two of us. And we'll be happy, George. You'll see. George, don't leave me. Please.
I'm going to find Sergeant Wilmore.
George! George!
And so George, shocked and stunned as few men have had the misfortune to be, did his duty as he saw it. Bereft of brother, fiancé, he still had a life before him. Time would heal these scars, but would it ever bring to him an understanding of how he could have seen his brother's death? I don't know. Do you? Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Good night.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
The story you're about to see will be startling, but it's based on a true experience. Something unexplainable from behind the veil. You know, the world of a teenage girl can be full of wonder and delight. But not always. Sometimes it can become a place of confusion, terror. And that's just what happened to Ruth Cooper.
Just keep looking up at the corner of the ceiling. What about your arm? It still hurt? Nothing hit you there?
No.
You didn't bump your head?
No, it just feels kind of full.
Uh-huh. All right, you can get up now. You go along with the nurse. She'll take some pictures.
Dr. Madison, what is it?
She appears perfectly normal.
But why doesn't she know me? Her own mother.
There was nothing unusual about her before this morning?
Nothing. She was perfectly all right when we left Chicago yesterday.
Nothing on the train or in the hotel last night?
Not a thing.
Well, maybe the X-rays will tell us something. What about her father?
He's been dead for 8 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ellie. I didn't know.
I've tried to do everything I could for her. That's why this is so awful.
I'm sure you have. She's a fine-looking girl. She reminds me of Ellie Hudson, the last time I saw her.
No. I was older when I left Greenville. Ruthie's not even 16 yet.
I know how hard this must be for you, Ellie.
You'll do everything you can for her.
Of course I will. Tell me about you. Is this your first visit home?
In 20 years, I told Ruth all about Greenville. I wanted her to see the place where her mother was born.
Why don't you wait in the outer office for a while? I'll talk to Ruth some more. Thank you. Well, why don't you sit down here? And now I'll have your photo in my album, too. I already have your mother's. You know, when she was a girl.
My mother's? Oh, you mean Mrs. Cooper. Doctor, who is that woman?
Well, I knew her some time ago. She used to live here in Greenville, too.
But why am I staying with her?
She's, someone who likes you very much.
Oh. Can you tell me who I am?
Are you able to remember anything?
Well, Mrs. Cooper told me that I'd never been to Greenville before. But on the way to your office, well, somehow it seemed familiar.
In what way?
I felt like I was coming home.
Do you have any idea where home is?
Not really. I just keep feeling that I've got to do something, but I mean, it's like when you're hungry, but you don't know what you want to eat. Doctor, am I losing my mind?
No. If you were, you wouldn't be asking me that question. Now, try not to worry. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
This morning when I woke up, I know this is going to sound funny, but I heard a voice.
Uh-huh.
A girl's voice calling me from far away. Calling some name.
What did the name sound like?
I don't know. Well, I couldn't tell. I mean, it was so very far away.
Well, it was probably Mrs. Cooper trying to wake you. Sleep fools us all the time. I'd like you to go back to the hotel now with Miss Cooper.
With her? But why?
Because she wants to help you, too. All right? You just rest, be quiet. We'll talk more later. Will you do that for me?
Sure I will. Thanks, Uncle Dar.
Hello? Yes, Dr. Madison. This afternoon? Yes, we can be ready.
All right, here we are.
That tree there. And that fountain at the side of the house. In the springtime, there are always so many birds that we...
Please, Ruthie.
Hello, Ira. This is Mrs. Cooper and her... Well, the people I thought you and Martha would like to meet. Mr. Perry.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Ruth?
We'll find Martha in the living room.
Oh, your leg seems worse again.
You're Mrs. Cooper.
Yes. Oh, do come in, please.
Well, how's your golf, Ira?
My, after 20 years. You must see a great change in Greenville. You know, we love this little town, but I wish I could see it through fresh eyes again like yours.
Well, I really haven't had a chance to look around very much, but I'm sure Ruth is going to love it. Ruth, dear, I was just telling Mrs. Perry that I'm sure you're going to love Greenville.
Oh, yes. I love this town.
Why, how charming. Most girls your age would prefer the excitement of a big city. And Chicago is a fascinating place. You know, the last time I was in Chicago was 5 years ago.
Maybe we'd better not leave Peggy's picture around.
Well, I don't think Martha will let anybody change that.
Frightened? No, but perhaps I don't know exactly what you mean.
Oh, no, frightened. Frightened is the wrong word. Awed is a better word.
Hello, Duffer. Hello. Oh, hello. Hello. How have you been?
Why, Duffer acts as though he knew her.
Of course, dogs often react that way to people who like them. I can't explain any of this, Ira.
Did you tell her his name?
No.
Then how did you know it?
I have no idea. You remember the nickname that your daughter used to call me?
Yes.
4 hours ago in my office, this girl called me Uncle Dar. Nobody ever called me that but Peggy.
Could they possibly have met before Peggy died?
No. She's never been here before. I
don't know how to...
No. Well, I'm afraid, dear, it isn't yours. It was given to my own little girl years ago.
Why, look at her arm. Oh, Mother, when was it broken? Come on, right around.
Has the girl any chance of recovery?
Yes, she has a chance. But I think a great deal may depend on you and Martha.
What else?
Ira, I would like her to come and stay here with you for a while.
Live here?
Yes, I think it's important. I think it may help to reduce her anxiety and her uncertainty.
But how? Is it some sort of treatment?
Well, it's one approach. You saw how she reacted to Martha and you. The dog, the ballerina. She seems to be following a definite pattern. In some cases, it's the only thing that's helped.
Come on, sit up. Come on, Duffer. Come on, boy.
You're asking me to do a very difficult thing. I should have to know some more about those other cases.
Let's go inside.
Now, turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Come on, turn around. This dog always has had a mind of his own.
We're used to that around here.
You mean because I have a mind of my own, too?
I wasn't thinking of you, dear.
Come on. Oh, you're so good. You're so good. Okay.
Did you have a garden in Chicago, Mrs. Cooper?
Huh?
Oh, no.
Go get the ball. Go get it. Go get it. Come on. And you come back here this minute or I'll put you in the closet again.
Would you excuse me, please?
Come on, Duffer. Come on.
I suppose you've considered every angle of this.
How do you mean?
Well, there's always the possibility that they're trying to put something over on us.
When I first examined her, she was actually suffering the same pains that Peggy suffered the night she fell down those stairs and died. Now, I don't think they're trying to put anything over on us.
No, I guess you're right. She's so like her.
Of course, I haven't told Mrs. Cooper yet I want the girl to stay here.
If he does stay here, will it be bad for Martha?
Well, might even do her good. Providing, of course, she doesn't get so emotionally involved with the girl that she can't let her go. She'd have to lose her eventually.
Dr. Madison?
I'll have a word with Martha. If she says yes, I'll nod to you.
Dr. Madison, can anything be done for her? Anything?
Perhaps. I certainly hope so. But it may mean you will have to make a great sacrifice.
Oh, the money doesn't matter. No matter what it costs, I'll get the money somehow.
I don't mean money, Ellie.
What do you mean?
You will have to let Ruth come and live here with the Perrys a while.
You mean give her up?
Just temporarily. But I can't tell you yet for how long.
Oh, but I can't do that. You can't ask me to do that. Does that mean you know what's wrong with her?
No, I don't, Ellie. But I think this may give us a chance to find out. I think it may help Ruth to get well.
Can I live here with her?
No, that wouldn't work. But you can visit her often.
Will the Perrys take her?
Are you sure?
Quite sure, dear.
I think you should be the one to tell her.
Mrs. Cooper, let me tell her. Dear, will you come here? Now, how would you like to stay with us for a while?
I'll send her things.
Oh, darling, you frightened me. I didn't hear you come in.
I'm sorry. Mother, who is she?
Oh, she's the daughter of a classmate of your father's.
She seems so familiar.
You've got a new hairdo, haven't you?
Oh, yes. Do you like it?
Yes, I do very much.
Mother, could I have met her somewhere?
No. No, you couldn't possibly have met her. Now, what have you got there, dear? What is this?
Oh, my
What
list.
is it?
Oh, wait. I forgot Nancy. There, what do you think?
What is it?
Wait, it's for my birthday party next Wednesday. Now, Mother, I only want to invite my very best friends, you see, like Mary and Alice. What about Betty Hill? Do you think I ought to invite her, too?
Well, dear, I think you should give it more thought. Now, why don't you go upstairs and as soon as I finish the roses, I'll come up and help you plan.
Oh, of course. I even forgot Joyce. I guess I better think about it for a while.
Yes. Dr. Madison, please. This is Martha Perry calling. Will, something dreadful has happened.
Well, what is it, Martha?
The girl. She wants to have a birthday party.
What?
She believes that next Wednesday is her birthday. Will, that's the exact date of Peggy's birthday, and she wants to invite all of Peggy's girlfriends.
Oh, that is something.
All those girls are grown women now. Alice Brown has 2 children, and Kay Scott is divorced, and Mary Brown is in Germany.
Wait a minute, Martha. Peggy didn't have any friends in on a party on her 16th birthday. Joyce Martin came down with diphtheria. Peggy was exposed.
Oh, that's right. Why, Peggy was in quarantine at home.
She may be able to recall it. We'll just have to take a chance. Be very careful what you say to her. Do you want me to handle it when I stop by tomorrow morning?
No, I'll take care of it. I promise to help her plan.
All right. Be extremely careful.
Well, I'm terribly worried. That night 10 years ago,
I know, Martha. I know. Good luck. And don't hesitate to call me at once if there's anything I can do.
Thank you.
Mother, look. You were right. Imagine my forgetting Virginia. Is that right now?
Well, dear, it's a shame you can't invite Joyce.
Why not, Mom?
Well, Dr. Madison just phoned and said that Joyce came down with diphtheria today.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Mother, I was with Joyce that last week. Does that mean that I've been exposed?
Oh, I don't know, dear, but we'll ask Dr. Madison when he comes by in the morning.
Well, if this means I can't have my birthday party...
Oh, now, dear. Even if you can't have girls your own age, well, we can plan some sort of a party.
With who? Who'd come?
Well, now, let me see. Dr. Madison would come. And then there's Mrs. Cooper.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes, you like her, don't you?
Well, yes, I like her, but... Mother, she's such a sad woman. She's always so unhappy and confused.
She's very fond of you.
Mother, maybe asking her to my party would make her happier.
Why, of course it would, darling.
Well, let's invite her then.
Oh, you're a dear.
See that silly dog when I was getting ready?
Hello, Ira. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. I got held up in surgery.
Well, you missed a very good dinner, but you're just in time for the cake.
How's everything going?
Well, she's a remarkable child. There's no question of that. Martha's grown to love her, and, well, so have I.
Good.
Every time Martha sees those stairs, she thinks of Peggy falling.
You've done wonders with her, Ira. Her happiness at this time is very important to her treatment.
Even if she goes on believing that she's Peggy?
No easy answer to that. It's a risk we have to take.
It's not easy for us.
Ira! We're ready for the birthday cake.
Hello.
Oh, Will, I'm so glad you could get here. Will, do you know, I think Peggy came back so that this time she could really have a happy birthday.
Hi, Uncle Dar.
Oh, hello, my dear. Happy birthday.
Thank
and many more of them.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you could come.
Why isn't this table beautiful?
Do you like it?
Ritzy.
What happened?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ruth. Happy birthday to you.
It's the happiest birthday I've ever had.
Now blow out the candle.
Oh, but make a wish first, dear.
16. There you are, girl. 2 years.
Of course, there's this.
Oh, no, Ira, wait with that, dear.
Oh, no, Mother, please let me open it
All
now.
right, darling, open it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Do you like it?
Oh, look.
Darling.
Oh, may I go right up and try it on?
No, not upstairs, dear. No.
Oh, why not? That'll be all right. Of course, go on up and try it on.
Oh, thank you. Please forgive me. I must.
I'll take her home. Be right back. It's all right, Ellie. I'll take you home.
Well, I'm terribly worried about Martha.
So am I. We've got a problem on our hands.
I don't know how much longer I can go on with this. That girl is still convinced that she's Peggy, and poor Martha is beginning to believe that it's really true.
I've got to do something right away. I'll be back as soon as I can.
No, Peggy, no. Oh, Mother, what's the matter? I just want to show Uncle Dar my ballerina. No. No, Peggy, no. Stay there. Don't come down. I've got to come down. No. Oh, no. Peggy. 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 You scared me. I almost fell.
But you're all right. You didn't hurt yourself, now, did you?
But you yelled at me and Mother screamed. Why did she scream?
She was afraid you were going to fall.
Ira, get Dr. Madison.
Martha!
Please, get Dr. Madison quickly before she dies. I'm not going to die. I'm not. Oh, the ballerina you broke it. Peggy loved it so. Who are you? Where's my mother?
You've been visiting with us, friends of your mother. Now let's go home and give her a surprise. How could Ruth assume the identical personality of the Perry's daughter, whom she had never met, and even know the name of her dog and of her friends? Was it because the spirit of the dead girl did take possession of Ruth during her fantastic experience? Well, these are questions for which, with all our knowledge, we have no sure answers. What do you think? Her eyes. They were often upon him, candid, admiring, possessive. Her eyes, her extraordinary eyes. Alan Patterson was aware of her eyes. At the newsstand, at the lunch counter, in the elevator. He was aware of them for almost a month. And they were to lead him into guilt and terror and murder, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. Our story is about the watcher and the watched, and a not-so-innocent bystander. There's an outsider, too. Alan's wife. 4 pairs of anxious eyes. But no one could foresee the shattering effect of the twisted image. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Mr. Leslie Nielsen, Mr. George Grizzard, Miss Natalie Trundy, and Miss Diane Foster. Well, I'll say no more, but I promise you one thing. This is a thriller.
Good morning, Miss Patterson.
Good morning, Mary.
Merle, I'd like to speak with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Merle, this is not your entrance. You're to use the staff door down the hall, the same as everyone else.
I always forget. I'm sorry.
Apparently, you also forget you're due in at 9 o'clock, not 9:20. You may think you're an executive, Merle. You're not.
I'm sorry. There was a tie-up on the subway this morning.
Well, no one can say you don't have a variety of excuses.
Mr. Burkett will be in at 9:30, Mr. Nicholson at 10, and you have a board meeting at 11.
Well, I'll start with this first.
Alan?
Hello, Marge. Well, what's the matter?
I just had a run-in with one of the boys in the mailroom, Merle Jenkins.
Oh, what's the trouble?
He is never on time. And ever since he's been here, little things have been missing.
What sort of things?
Stamps, for instance. Pens, small change.
Any proof?
No, nothing concrete.
Well, I don't like to fire anyone just on suspicion. Why don't we give him another week or so and see what happens? Huh?
Here's stamps.
What's he look like?
Oh, Alan, for heaven's sake, he's in and out of your office 4 times a day with the mail. Young, with blonde hair. Kind of a smudged-up carbon copy of you. As a matter of fact, he acts as though he thought he were you.
Well, I guess I hadn't noticed. Yes.
Mr. Purdy's on 3.
Right, thank you. Marge, we'll talk about this after
Yes,
lunch. I have a
sure.
very full morning.
Of course.
Hello, Bill. How are you?
Fine. How about lunch one day next week?
I'm sorry, Bill. I've given up your kind of lunches. I'm on a diet.
Who are you kidding?
No, I mean it. I've been eating in the drugstore in the building here for the past week.
May I share your table?
Would you mind telling me something? Why do you stare at me all the time?
I don't mind at all. I just like to look at you. I think you're the most attractive man I've ever seen.
Well, oddly enough, my wife feels the same way. So does my small daughter.
Of course they do, because it's true. Oh, you don't mean that... Well, they couldn't mind my just looking at you.
Well, perhaps they wouldn't.
Mr. Patterson,
Well, how do you know my name?
well, I asked one of the elevator operators. Mine's Lily Hanson.
How do you do, Miss Hanson? You work in the building, don't you?
Yes, I do. I like it very much. It's my first job.
Well, that must be exciting.
Oh, it is, and it's such a nice job. We only work from 9 to 5, and we have every Saturday off.
I wish I could say the same.
You have to work on Saturday?
Well, just this Saturday. Nice meeting you, Miss Hanson. Goodbye.
It's not goodbye. Alan.
And I'll wait to hear from you before making any decision. Cordially yours, etc.
You want this one to go airmail special, too?
Yes. Look, it's after 12. Why don't you type that stuff up and I'll go for lunch. It won't be long, and then you can go when I get back.
Well, I brought a sandwich with me. So many places are closed on Saturday.
Yes, well, I'll find someplace.
You don't have to rush. I have enough work to keep me busy for a couple of hours.
Oh, I have enough trouble staying on this diet without all that extra time.
Hello, I thought I'd come and keep you company for lunch.
You thought you'd...
Mr. Patterson, I just remembered. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Redley.
I was just going to say that Pierre's is open on Saturday.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Pierre sounds lovely. Such a wonderful lunch. I've never been in a restaurant like this before in my whole life.
Oh, haven't you?
Must be wonderful to be able to eat in places like this all the time.
Well, someday you'll be able to. Sometime you'll marry a nice young man.
Oh, no, I won't. Marry a young man, I mean. You can't depend on them.
Well, then, let's say you marry someone.
Yes. Because I have a plan. I do everything by plan. I read an article once that said it's the only way to make things come out the way you want them to.
You're a very dedicated young lady, Lily. Where are you from? You're not a New Yorker, are you?
I'm from Elmira. Oh, it was awful. I saved for 2 years to get to New York.
Aren't you lonely without your family?
Yes, but it doesn't bother me because I know it's just for now until my plan works out.
Well, that must be quite a plan. I have to get back to the office. I've work to finish.
Oh, Alan, not yet. It's so nice just to sit here with you.
Alan.
Why, Bill, how are you?
Fine, but I thought you'd given up lunches like this.
Well, you know, Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Purdy, Miss Hanson.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Would you care to join us, Bill?
Oh, no, thanks. I've had lunch.
Darling, can't Mr. Purdy at least sit and have a drink with us? I do so want to meet all of your friends.
Well, I've got to catch a train. So long, Alan. Nice to have met you, Miss Hanson.
Darling, please don't be angry with me.
Lily, this is not a scene from a movie or some love story magazine.
I can't stand it when you talk to me that way.
Good Lord, don't cry. My fault for bringing you here in the first place. Get up. I'll call a cab.
Alan, will I see you on Monday?
No, I'll be very busy on Monday. And every day.
Hi, handsome. You've got a visitor in your room. A woman.
What?
I saw the landlady let her in. She said she was your sister.
My sister?
Well, that's what she said.
Hello, Merle. Surprised to see me?
What are you doing here?
I came to New York on business.
How'd you find out where I live?
I called your office. Naturally, I couldn't leave without seeing my own brother. Besides, everyone was so impressed with your letters about how successful you are. I was curious to see for myself.
Well, I haven't always lived here. This is just a temporary setback.
What a liar you are, Merle. And you always were. Better close the door. We don't want the neighbors in on our family discussion.
I suppose you're going to tell them now, all of them.
Now, why would I do anything like that?
Because you hate me. You always have.
You made that up because I disciplined you. Someone had to try, at least, to save you from being completely spoiled by Mother.
She didn't spoil me. She tried to help me make something of myself.
Make you what? Speech lessons, dramatic lessons, buying you more clothes than you knew what to do with. Anybody think you were a girl the way she treated you?
Is that why you always punished me when she wasn't around? You wanted them for yourself?
I had better things to do with myself even then. I failed pretty badly with you, but I did try.
You didn't fail. You succeeded in making me so afraid of so many things I shouldn't be afraid of. You said I'd never do anything, I'd never get anywhere. It took me years to get over you.
But now you have,
Yes, now I have.
You're vice president of your firm, aren't you? Or so you said in your letter.
I never said I was vice president.
Liar.
I said I was going to be vice president, and I am going to be.
You can't steal jobs the way you steal things, brother dear. You still do steal, don't you, Merle?
Shut up.
You're still afraid of me. A full-grown man and still afraid of his sister.
You get out.
With pleasure. You know, it's a pity that you look the way you do. Such a pretty boy. Will never become a man because it's all on the outside. What a waste.
Get out, Louise.
Any messages for the folks back home? No? Well, then, I'll just fill them in on your activities. In the mail room. Bye.
What's the matter with you tonight?
Nothing. Except I love you very, very much.
The call came for you just before you got home. Miss Hanson.
Hanson?
Mm-hmm. You don't look very pleased.
No. Well, it's all pretty silly, but
I suppose I should tell you about it.
If you like.
Actually, it's very little to tell. She's a crazy kid, works down in our building.
She's not in your office.
No, but she eats at the same drugstore. And yesterday, she sat down at my table, so I talked to her.
There must be more to it than that, or you wouldn't be so embarrassed.
Yes, well, there is a little more. Today she showed up. Drugstore was closed, so, well, I took her to Pierre's. Now, don't ask me why, because I don't know. It just seemed like the simplest thing to do at the time.
And now you're scared to death.
No, it's just a little annoying, that's all.
And a little bit flattering. However, I think you'd better make the situation quite clear to her on Monday before you get in over your head.
Yes, I suppose I have to.
Better hurry or we'll be late.
Right.
You think because somebody's young, they're not lonely.
Well, Lily, if you're lonely, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about that. I'm a married man who loves his wife and family very much. Now, you're coming to the office and calling my home. It's very embarrassing. It's got to stop.
You mean we'll never see each other again?
Well, of course we'll see one another. Work in the same building. Bound to run into one another occasionally.
Oh, Alan, isn't there some way?
No. Now finish your lunch.
I only have one thing to say, and then I'll leave. I love you. And I always will.
What is it, Melvin?
It's a telegram, Mr. Patterson.
Yes.
Miss Hanson is on one.
I don't want to talk to her. Get rid of her. Now come in here for a minute, will you?
Alan. I wish you'd stop that. It's very annoying.
Oh. I'm sorry. A little nervous tonight. We both are.
I'm not at all nervous.
Well, something's the matter. You have been trying to pick a quarrel with me all evening.
Alan, you did explain to your little friend, didn't you?
Yes. Did something happen today you haven't told me about?
Mommy?
Darling, what are you doing up?
I woke up and I got lonesome and I need someone.
Oh, cry of the world. Come on, darling. I'll take you back to bed and stay until you fall asleep.
You promise?
I promise. You say goodnight to your father.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetie.
Hi.
Good evening.
Did you take on an extra job waiting tables or something?
That's not funny.
Well, I just wanted to know what you're all dressed up like that for.
I'm all dressed up like this, as you put it, so I can go somewhere I can breathe. Somewhere I belong.
Oh, excuse me.
Lily. I'm calling from outside, but I'm going right home. You must come.
Wrong number.
Oh. You'd better answer it. You wouldn't want to keep Miss Hanson waiting.
Hello?
Alan, don't hang up on me. I must see you tonight. I don't live very far away. It's 539 East 59th Street. I'm calling from outside, but
I
I'm
have no
right
intention
home. You
of
must
seeing
come.
you tonight or any other night.
Miss Hanson? Miss Hanson? It is Miss Hanson, isn't it?
Who are you?
I'm Merle Jenkins. We work in the same building, remember?
Oh, yes, I guess I've seen you in the elevator. But how do you know my name?
Well, Alan, Mr. Patterson, that is, has mentioned you several times.
Alan? Are you a friend of Alan's?
Yes, we work for the same firm.
Oh, I've got to talk to you.
Oh, it'd be a pleasure. You've been crying. What's the matter?
That's what I'd like to talk to you about.
All right. Why don't I go and get a bottle of wine? No, champagne. You can't drink champagne and cry. Now, they just don't go together.
I don't want any.
Why don't I go and get it and bring it up to your apartment? My plans have fallen through for the evening. I've got plenty of time. You can tell me all your troubles.
You've been drinking already, haven't you?
Why, just a few martinis before dinner. Now, you run along, and I'll get the champagne, and I'll be right with you. We can talk about Alan.
It's 539, just down the block.
Fine, I won't be a minute.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like a bottle of champagne, please.
All right, sir. Imported or domestic?
Well, how do they run?
Well, the imported run you 8.5 up. The domestic, $4.
Oh. Well, come to think of it, it's foolish to get champagne. The girl I'm taking it to's got no palate at all.
Just run you $1.50.
Well, I wish you'd say something.
Still telephoning, so obviously you didn't make your position very clear today.
Judy, I have told you there's no such thing as making anything clear to this girl.
Yes, you told me. But one lunch, even two, doesn't give any woman a claim to a man if that's all there is to it.
Yes, well, I thought we'd get to that.
How could we not?
If I give you my solemn word that what I told you is the absolute truth, will you believe me?
Well, then I want to. You don't know how desperately I want to.
But you can't. Well, you did last night. So something has happened today to change your mind. Something besides those telephone calls.
Alan, I have been thinking about it all day. Asking myself what would happen if it were true. If you were having an affair with her, how much would I care?
Well, did you come up with any answers, or you're still trying to make up your mind?
The answer is I would care very much. I know now I couldn't bear it.
If you have been thinking about this all day, then something has happened. Now, what is it?
I think you're lying to me.
Mostly for music, the Willie Outram Show. Continuing with a new item, pretty and polite, you name it.
Here we are. Especially imported from France for your pleasure, madame. They didn't have any champagne iced, and you can't drink it warm, so I brought Burgundy instead.
It doesn't really matter. I didn't want any.
Oh, nonsense. A little glass of wine is going to cheer you right up. Now, where are the glasses?
Over there in the kitchen.
Well, they're not wine glasses, but doesn't matter. Where's the corkscrew?
You don't need one. With this kind, you just turn the top.
Oh. Here we are. Skull.
It's bitter.
Well, you're just not used to it, that's all. You're pretty. You're very pretty. Did you know that?
Not tonight. I look terrible.
No, you've just been crying, that's all. Now, look, why don't you tell me all about it? What's the problem? Did you and Alan have a little misunderstanding?
Yes, but that's all it was. If I could only talk to him, I know we could straighten it out.
I'm sure you could. You're his girlfriend, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Dear Mrs. Patterson, I think there are some things about Alan and me you ought to know. Would you write me and let me know when I can come and see you? Sincerely yours, Miss Lily Hanson. You have to plan things the way I did. I even picked out the building where I wanted to work. I did that first, and then I got a job there. I wanted a building where a lot of old established firms had their offices. And then I just waited. I watched the men who worked there. And one day I saw Alan. And I knew right away he was the one I'd been looking for.
How'd you get to know him?
I just kept staring at him until he spoke to me. I knew he would. Just as I know he didn't mean it when he said he'll never see me anymore. Once he leaves his wife, he'll...
Oh, come on. He's not gonna leave his wife.
I can't help it that she called. The number's in the book. Anybody who can read can look it up.
I thought you'd given it to her.
I don't know what to say to you.
What you have to say is not to me, it's to Miss Hanson. And I suggest that you say it as soon as possible, and say it so that she finally knows you mean it.
And what would you have me say to her that I haven't already said?
That she is not to call here again under any circumstances. This is my house, and I won't stand for it. You can find some other way to keep in contact with her.
Judy, I have had just about enough.
I quite agree with you. I don't find this discussion about your squalid little affair very interesting. As a matter of fact, I find it and you disgusting. Alan! Oh, Alan, no! Alan,
And she's a lady, a real lady.
Just the same, he's going to leave her. I wrote her a letter, and I'm going to see her to explain how much we love one another. And when she knows that, she'll let him go. And he'll come to see me. He won't have any other place to go.
You're dreaming. Let's don't talk about Alan anymore. He's not here. I am.
I'm in love with Alan.
Then you could be in love with me. I'm just as good looking as he is. I got twice as much brains, and one day I'm gonna have his job.
I'll bet.
Look at me, Lily. Who do I look like? Who do I remind you of? Don't you see how much I look like Alan Patterson?
Like Alan? Well, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Stop it.
You don't look like anybody.
Don't say that.
And you're drunk, and if you don't get out of here, I'm going to call the police.
You sit there and you listen to me.
It's very late. I have to get up at 7 in the morning.
It's not late, it's just a few minutes after 10, see?
I know, but I'm very tired. I think that...
Look at the watch! See those buttons there on the side? You push those and it turns into a stopwatch. I bet you never saw a watch like that before.
It's very nice. Alan's got one, too.
Well, this is not Alan's, it's mine. I've had it for a long time. My mother gave it to me when I was 21. So don't go saying it belongs to Alan Patterson.
I didn't. Why should I say a thing like that? Please go home now. I have to go to work in the morning.
Not if you don't want to. Alan's got plenty of money. You ought to get you a real nice apartment somewhere and give you money so you wouldn't have to work. That's what I'd do if I was him. If I was him, I'd have a wonderful apartment on the river. And a wife like her. A real lady. I'd be where I belong. Where you going?
Don't touch me, please.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
If you come any closer, I'll scream. I swear I will.
You don't scream when Alan touches you. Why should you scream now? Don't! Nobody's gonna hurt you. Just like Louise. You're just like her. She was always hurting me, too. I ever thought you were pretty.
Who are you looking for? Most of them bells don't work.
Miss Hanson.
Oh, she's in all right. I heard her radio blasting like she was deaf or something. I guess you might as well just climb up and knock.
Yes, I guess I better. Thank you. Miss Hanson? It's me, Alan. Miss Hanson?
Encore for Oliver. It's our peak of the week. Runaway Riff.
You're not so high and mighty now, are you? You and your big job, your apartment, your wife, that big gunboat of a car. Things have changed, haven't they? You don't look so grand now. Not any better than she does. Thanks for the raise.
Hello? No, you have the wrong number.
Miss Hanson? Miss Hanson, are you all right? Miss Hanson, are you all right? Oh.
Take it easy. I'm coming. Oh, another bottle?
I'd like a bottle of your best champagne, please.
That's $15.
That's quite all right.
Just as you say. That'll be $15.45, please.
Keep the change.
I told you I'm playing poker, and I'm playing
Hello,
poker.
Marge. Thank God I got you at home. Listen, do you by any chance know where this Merle
You're dealing
Jenkins
me a
lives?
hand right now.
Well, where downtown? Yes, I was afraid you wouldn't know exactly
lay
where. If
off.
it's that far down, I'll have to get the car.
You know I wouldn't kid you.
Yes, there's trouble. Got to find him.
I just
I'll have
got
to
up
go to
from
the
the
office to get his
table.
address. No, Marge. Listen, I can't explain now. Just stand by.
Well,
I may need you.
So long. I'll talk to you later.
Excuse me.
You want to dance?
Sure. Why not? You know something? You're cute. My name's Sue.
Mine's Alan. Alan Patterson.
Merle!
Hey, you! You want to wake up the whole house? The guy's not there.
Have you seen him?
He went out a couple hours ago. He's all dressed up, ready for a big night.
Has he been back since?
I ain't heard anybody come in the last hour or so.
Yeah, well, I'll wait outside for him.
You can do anything you like so long as you do it quiet.
What happened? The girl was killed. She was murdered.
I saw the guy that killed her.
So did I. Went right by me. He was a tall guy with blonde hair wearing one of them tuxedos.
No, he wasn't wearing no tuxedo. He was tall, and he had blonde hair, and he had a little scar on his cheek like a bullet nicked him or something. But he was wearing a regular suit.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Did you know her?
No, it's just such an awful thing, that's all.
I'd like to have a bottle of champagne, please.
Beer or nothing, buddy. That's all we sell.
Well, if that's all you sell, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
Not a thing.
What kind of place is this? All they sell is beer.
What do you want, champagne?
As a matter of fact, yes, it's my favorite drink.
Lucky you.
Yes, I suppose I have been lucky. I've gone pretty far for somebody my age.
That's nice.
Listen, why don't we get out of here and go somewhere we can get something fit to drink?
It's against the rules. I work here. That is, I'm a hostess.
You're too beautiful to work in a place like this. You ought to have a lovely apartment uptown. Somebody to take care of you properly.
Who'd you have in mind? You?
Why not? I can afford it. I'm vice president of my firm now. The man who used to be. A man named Merle Jenkins got into some rather nasty trouble with the girl, and he lost his job, and I got it.
You know what I think? I think you're a big phony.
Don't say that.
Why not? You bought me 2 beers. No privileges go with them, Buster. I can spot a phony a mile away, let alone sitting across the table from one.
You little tramp.
Bert! Bert!
Come on! Come on!
Hello?
Judy.
Alan, where are you? I've been worried sick.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing to worry about. I'll be home soon.
Alan, I know all about it. I went there.
Where?
To that girl's apartment. The police were there, and a man described you. They think you killed her. It's all my fault. Forgive me.
Now, there's nothing to forgive, dear. I know who did it. Merle Jenkins. He's a mail clerk at our office. I'm waiting for him now.
Why can't you call the police?
Judy, you don't understand. I can't go into details now. Just take it easy. I'll call you back as soon as I can. See anyone drive away in a dark gray car that was parked here?
Yeah, a guy all dressed up. He looked a little like you, only a little shorter. He came out of there.
It's the dance hall? Thanks, Duke.
Alan,
Hello, darling. Don't do that, darling. It's just me. Come home.
Sue, come over here a minute, will you?
What's the matter now?
That kook you were with tonight snatched the car. This guy's looking for him. Wants to know his name.
His name's Alan Patterson.
You have a phone? Yeah, there's one right over there on the wall. Thank you.
Don't be afraid, Judy. I'm not going to hurt you. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. I Won't you sit down and listen?
All right. I'm listening. What do you want?
What do I want? A man comes home, he expects... He has a right.
To what? A right to what? And why do you say you've come home?
Because this is my home. Don't go away.
I'm not going away. I just think that we should talk this over, and why don't you sit there and I'll make you a drink.
Yes, a drink. That's what I need.
What would you like? Scotch?
Anything you say, darling.
I need some ice. I'll be right back.
Why is all the noise? Who are you?
Don't you know me either? I'm your daddy.
You are not.
Letitia! Letitia!
Whoever let us get rid of her, look in the other room. Go ahead!
Judy, where is he?
He's got Letitia.
Where? Where?
In the kitchen.
He's gone down in the service elevator. Call the police. I'll use the stairs.
Oh, Alan.
Hurry, hurry.
Merle? Merle? The police are on the way. Let the child go. Merle. Merle, the only way out of here is the way you came in. Now, the police will have that blocked any minute. I won't stop you, Merle. Just leave the child and go. Merle. Are you all right, dear?
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
I told you to point that gun away from me. Now do it. Boy, your age shouldn't be allowed to have a gun anyhow.
I'm warning you for the last time. I'd just as soon bring you in dead as alive.
I'm gonna bring you into your parents, young man, and you may wish you were dead before I get through telling them about this. Now give me that gun.
Next time I won't miss, Black Bart. Now stay where you are.
Are you out of your mind? What kind of a game do you think you're playing, anyway?
You just sit down for a spell while I figure out what I'm gonna do with you.
Now, you wait a minute.
I said sit down! I gotta think real hard about what I'm gonna do with you, Black Bart. That river's not gonna stop me, Black Bart!
Sometimes children become so lost in a world of imagination, they're unable to find their way back. And then there is only danger before them, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. We're concerned now with a boy whose imagination brings him to a crisis involving not only himself, but also his family. A crisis that begins, but does not end as child's play. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Mr. Frank Overton, Miss Bethel Leslie, and Master Tommy Nolan. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
are you?
Heck, why didn't you answer me? What are you doing? Answer me, Hank.
I can't.
Lunch is on the table. I want you to come in the house.
I have to escape first.
I want you to come now.
I have to get away first.
Get away from who? What are you talking about?
Black Bart.
Who?
Black Bart, he's after me.
Will you get inside and eat your lunch, please?
Black Bart, the notorious highwayman, is after me, and I have to escape.
Well, I think you lost him, Hank. He's nowhere in sight. Now, will you come in and get it? Your grub's getting cold.
I am his mortal enemy, and he's after me on his horse.
What are you going to do about it?
If I can get across the gorge, I can escape. It's 1,000 feet down to the jagged rocks below.
Will you stop it? Hank, please stop it. Hank!
What's going on out here?
Hank! Hank! Hank!
What's the trouble?
He fell
Off the log?
into the gorge.
To the what?
You all right? You're not hurt, are you?
I fell 1,000 feet into the gorge, but I live to tell about it.
Oh, no.
I live to have my revenge on Black Bart.
Get up off the ground. Come on, chum. Get in there and eat.
If it's the last thing I do on this earth, I will have my revenge on the bandit. I swear it, by the blood of...
When you're told to do something, chum, you do it. You don't play games. Now get inside and wash up.
Your time is coming, Black Bart!
What's the joke?
Me. I'm the joke.
Well, you want to let me in on it?
I don't know. Sometimes that boy's imagination gets the better of me.
You said a bit, partner. I'll tell you how I fit the engine wars.
Pretty silly, isn't it?
Seems to me I got 2 young'uns on my hands this summer instead of just 1.
For a minute there, it wasn't the least bit funny. Not funny at all.
He can be vivid at times.
I really could believe there was a gorge under this log. And if he did fall into it, he would get killed. I'm sure he thought so.
That's even sillier.
No, it isn't. Remember when you used to do things like that?
I had better things to do with my time when I was 10.
11.
So he is.
I did those things when I was 11. They were real to me. I used to walk along a log like this and pretend it was the high wire in the circus or something with no net under it.
Very daring of you, I'd say.
I fell off the log. I had this minute of real terror. Till I touched the ground and I realized it had only been a foot away all the time. Funny.
Exciting.
When Hank fell there, I suddenly had this feeling he'd be hurt. Not in any way equal to the actual height, but in some way equal to the height of his imagination. You know what I mean?
Sure I do.
You grew up too fast. That's all that's wrong with you.
I think it's about time Hank started doing a bit of the same, don't you?
What do you want him to do, grow a beard?
Well, you can hardly talk to him unless you play like you're the sheriff or something.
What else has he got to do?
He can go fishing, hiking, something. Isn't that supposed to be what we brought him up here for?
It's no fun by himself.
What do you mean by himself? He's got good old Black Bart and the Bar B-boys to go with him.
I think he'd rather have you along.
Yeah.
Black Bart and the gang are only substitutes.
Yeah, I guess maybe I ought to take him hunting one of these days.
Do it today, will you? This afternoon?
I don't want to sweat out another chase over the Grand Canyon.
I can't do it today. Maybe tomorrow.
Oh.
That is, if he promises to leave the gang back at the ranch. You know, it's really not too much fun with all those cowboys along.
You're not such a great lot of fun yourself, you know. Let's eat, chum.
You know how to catch an alligator?
An alligator.
An alligator. You know what all you need to catch one is?
I'll bite. What all do you need to catch one is?
Well, you need a dull book and a telescope and a pair of tweezers and a matchbox.
Okay.
And you go out into the swamp where all the alligators are, and you find an old shack, and you go in and sit down and start reading the book.
Reading.
You start reading the book. And pretty soon, because it's such a dull book, you fall asleep. And then the alligator comes along, and because he's so curious, he starts reading the book, too.
Reading.
Yeah. And because it's such a dull book, pretty soon the alligator falls asleep, too.
Who wrote this book?
No. No, because you both fall asleep from reading the same book.
Reading.
Reading.
Don't overdo it, chum.
Because you both fall asleep from reading the same book, and you fell asleep before the alligator. Chances are that you'll wake up before he does. So then you take your telescope, and you turn around the wrong way, and you look down at these sleep alligators till you get them real, real small, see? And then you take your tweezers, and you pick them up, and you put them in the matchbox. That's how to catch an alligator.
How'd you like to go hunting this afternoon, Hank?
Gail.
Your father wants to take you hunting with him. How about it?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
I'd like to take you hunting, Hank.
Oh, that'd be great. The other day I saw these tracks out back there. Great big ones. Must have been a mountain lion at least, or maybe a bear even.
Hank, I said I'd like to take you hunting. But I can't this afternoon. Your mother's a little bit confused.
I guess she is.
Why can't you this afternoon?
I have a lot of work to do before I can start fooling around.
You like to work?
You don't work because you'd like to, particularly. It's a job. It's something you have to do.
But you'd like to take me hunting, wouldn't you? You said you would.
You can't always do just what you like to do, Hank.
I don't think you ever do anything you'd like to do. You only do things you have to do.
You ought to be grateful that I do the things I have to do. You wouldn't be up here in the first place.
What?
I didn't mean it like that, Hank. I'm sorry. What I meant was that if I didn't work, we wouldn't be able to afford this cabin for the summer. Look, as soon as I finish the article I'm working on right now, we'll go hunting. The minute I finish, that's a promise. Okay?
They weren't really such big tracks I saw anyway. I just made that up. What they were was they were really just squirrel tracks or something. Squirrels aren't much fun anyway.
You better finish your lunch, Hank.
Well, I gotta get started pretty soon if I'm gonna catch up with them.
With who?
Black Bart. He's got a pretty big head start on me. I have to track him down this afternoon.
All right, you may be excused.
I'm gonna have my revenge on him for chasing me into the gorge this morning.
Be careful, don't let him get the drop on you.
No, I won't.
Gail, you know I have to get these articles written while they're still fresh in my mind. Why must you put me on the spot like that in front of him?
He was on the spot, too. Didn't you notice that?
Gail, we came up here for just two reasons. One, so you could get away from the city for a while. 2, so I can have the peace and quiet I need to finish the series with a magazine.
There's supposed to be a third reason.
We did not come up here to operate a summer camp for Hank. I realize he's bored with no other children to run around with.
I'm talking about Hank now.
Would you mind telling me just what we are talking about?
Wasn't another reason for our coming up here supposed to be so that you and I could spend some time alone together? Alone, just the family without the magazine?
Well, aren't we?
Exclusive. From all outward appearances, Mr. and Mrs. Hattering are alone together at last.
You don't have to be nasty about it.
I'm not being nasty. I mean, I don't want to be nasty. I'm just bored. I'm bored. Hank's bored. Everybody's bored but the intrepid journalist.
Oh, no. You don't want to be nasty at all.
I don't. I really don't.
I shrink from the thought of what it would be like if you really wanted to be nasty.
All right, I apologize. Let's please not argue about it.
That's a step in the right direction.
Let's argue about Hank for a change.
I told you before we came up here he'd be bored stiff after the first few days. You were the one who insisted he come along.
What's it gonna be, Black Bart? Dead or alive?
It would have been very simple just to send him back to that summer camp he was at last year.
Just ship him off like a crate of oranges or something.
Well, that's not fair, and you know it. He liked the place. He had a much better time out there than he's having here this year with the old folks at home. Be reasonable.
All right, I'll be reasonable. We can't send him back.
You mean won't?
I said can't. Cannot. That's what I mean.
Why can't we?
Because Mr. Kenyon told me he didn't want him
Mr.
back there.
Kenyon.
You heard me. Mr. Kenyon, the man who runs the place, he won't allow Hank to go back to camp. They don't want him there. Do not want him. He can't go back.
Well, this sure seems to be the first time I've heard about it.
That doesn't make it any less real.
For what reason, may I make so bold to inquire, did you decide not to tell me about it?
I was afraid you'd be angry.
I am angry.
You were gone all last summer. Hank was already home when you got back from your assignment.
So?
So I didn't want you to get angry with him first thing coming home. He was looking forward to seeing you. I didn't want you to get mad and bawl him out first thing, that's all. I just decided to forget about it.
Oh, great. My son gets expelled from a summer camp and you decide just to forget about it.
That's what I decided.
Would you like to tell me why they won't let him go back? I mean, would it be presumptuous of me to ask for a reason? Or are you afraid I'd be offended?
Oh, it was silly. It was just a little silly kid stunt he pulled.
Well, what was it?
The other boy who told Mr. Kenyon about it, he was a little confused. The poor kid was scared half to death.
Scared of what? Hank?
Yes, Hank.
You're making it up.
They were playing this game. They were pretending they were William Tell or somebody, you know, with the apple on the head and all that.
Well, go on.
Well, Hank got this gun. One of Mr. Kenyon's rifles, he left it out somewhere by mistake. Well, Hank found it. And he made the other boy put the apple on his head. Poor kid was scared half to death. I mean, it was a real gun, a real loaded rifle.
And?
He really did it. He shot the apple off the other boy's head.
Hank did that?
Blew it to pieces right off his head with a real gun. Well, you can hardly blame Mr. Kenyon for not wanting him back after that. I mean, he's got the responsibility of all those other boys, and something like that with a real gun. Bart. He He could have killed that boy.
You have any other little secrets you'd like to confide in me?
No.
I mean, you can. You know I am a friend of the family.
Bart, please.
What happens to them is a matter of some small concern to me. One might say I'm almost a father to the boy.
Almost. Not quite.
What I'd like to know is what you expected to accomplish by not telling me what happened to Hank.
I already told you.
You were afraid I'd be angry?
Yes.
Angry at Hank?
Yes.
Oh, were you just afraid I'd be angry at you?
I don't know what you mean.
Somewhere you seem to have got the idea that every time Hank gets into trouble, I'm going to blame you.
Don't you?
Gail, it isn't a matter of whose fault it was. Fixing the blame is not important.
I wish you believed that.
Evidently, you don't.
I'd like to.
You certainly have a peculiar way of demonstrating that desire.
What do you mean?
I mean that you seem to be trying to make me feel that it was my fault that Hank almost shot someone last year because I can't take him hunting this afternoon.
Perhaps I was.
The connection between the two is tenuous at best, don't you think?
Is it?
Well, that's not important. What is important is that Hank must be made to understand that he can't get away with a thing like that. A little discipline is required. Did you punish him?
No, I didn't punish him.
Why not?
Because you were coming home, and I didn't want to spoil things.
So the two of you just pretended nothing had happened. I'm sure Hank must have learned a very valuable lesson from that.
Bart, he knew it was wrong. He was sorry, but he was scared.
Scared of what?
Scared of you. He was afraid of what you might do if you found out.
Naturally, you agreed with him. I mean, I'm confident that you assured him he had every reason to be afraid of his own father.
He begged me not to tell you.
So the two of you had this secret treaty for your mutual protection against the wrath of the dragon, the ogre, the monster, or whatever other flattering picture of me it is you conjure up in my absence?
You'd been gone for months. We hadn't been together in a long time. I just wanted everything to be happy and pleasant for the three of us.
Well, the two of you banding together against me for whatever reason strikes me as a very peculiar way of promoting family unity.
I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, when Hank gets back, you send him in to see me. I'll have a little talk with him.
Oh, Bart, do you have to go into it now? It's been so long.
Probably too long for anything I say to him to make any impression on him. After your little game of togetherness.
Couldn't we just let it be?
Yes, we could. But I don't think we should. You send him in to see me when he gets back.
Do you want some coffee?
I've got to get back to work.
It's almost ready.
I should be able to get some work done this afternoon. That is, if you have no more bombs to drop on me.
Bring it to your room when it's ready.
I don't ever want you to keep anything like that from me again. Do you understand?
All right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
radio.
Hey, kid! Don't try to cross that waterfall! Wait a minute, kid! The current's too strong for you there!
Well, what do you want?
Bart,
What is it?
I'd like to talk to you.
I'm very busy.
It won't take long.
Look, if it's about Hank, let's wait till I've had a chance to talk to him about it.
It's not about Hank. Not directly, anyway.
Well, what is it about?
Would you like a separation?
All right, Blackbird! Come on with your hands up! You haven't got a chance!
Would you?
I don't know.
But you think I would, is that it?
Well, we're very rarely together anyway, Bart. Even when we're in the same house, the way you avoid me, we might as well be separated.
I haven't been avoiding you. I've been working.
It's one way of avoiding me.
What do you want me to be, a streetcar conductor? Come home at 5 o'clock and put my feet up on the table?
That's another way of avoiding me.
If you want a separation, Gail.
It's not what I want. What does anybody want? I don't know what I want anymore.
I got you cornered, Blackbird! I'll give you 1 minute to make up your mind, Blackbird, then I'm coming in there after you.
Well, what's all the shooting about? You sure are making a lot of noise around here, son.
Stand right where you are, Blackbird.
What's that?
I don't think you can sneak around in back of me that easy. Put up your hands.
Look, son, never point a gun at people, not even in fun.
Stay where you are.
Point that gun away from me.
One more step, Blackbird, and you're a dead man.
I told you to point that gun away from me. Now do it. Boy, your age shouldn't be allowed to have a gun anyhow.
I'm warning you for the last time. I'd just as soon bring you in dead as alive.
I'm gonna bring you into your parents, young man, and you may wish you were dead before I get through telling them about this. Now give me that gun.
Next time I won't miss, Blackbird. Now stay where you are.
Do I really treat you so badly?
Do you honestly know how you treat me?
I was under the impression that we live fairly well.
Of course we live well. Please don't try to bring everything down to the level of logistics. Somehow you always manage to put me in the position of seeming ungrateful to you. I'm not. I'm glad you're successful. I'm glad you make enough money to pay for the things we have, but that's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
Oh, Bart, come off it, will you? I want you to listen to me.
I am listening.
Oh, thanks. What do I get? 3 minutes? Sorry, your time's up?
All right, I won't listen if you're going to be nasty about it.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be nasty.
Are you out of your mind? What kind of a game do you think you're playing, anyway?
You just sit down for a spell while I figure out what I'm gonna do with you.
Now, you wait a minute.
I said sit down!
Sometimes I don't think you even like me anymore, let alone love me.
I love you.
I know you did once.
I still do.
Oh, I'm sure you're fond of me in some general kind of way. Like you get attached to things that have been around a long time. If I left, you'd be vaguely aware that something was missing, but you wouldn't really know what it was.
Do you want to leave?
I want what you want, Bart. I guess I just want the chance to make your life a happy one, if that means anything to you.
It does. Very much.
Then tell me what you want me to be. I don't know. You don't seem to have much use for me the way I am. What do you expect from a wife? You want a housekeeper? A kind of governess for your son? A woman of convenience? Is that all you want from me? I'll be that for you. I'll be all those things for you. But you have to let me know they're important to you. You have to tell me they're important, Bart. You have to tell me they're necessary. I want to participate. I have to be needed.
You are. You're needed.
I gotta think real hard about what I'm gonna do with you, Black Bart.
I know you hate great displays of emotion, but every once in a while, Bart, something. A look, a word, a pat on the head occasionally. It doesn't take much to make me happy. It really doesn't. I don't know how long it's been since you touched me. But even that's all right. I can get along without that if I only knew that you wanted me in other ways.
I want you. I want you in many ways. But my energy seems to get burned up on so many other things. Maybe that's wrong. I can't help it. What I do seems to take practically every bit of energy I have. You know, someone once said that 8 hours of mental work is the equivalent of 72 hours of hard physical labor. I can believe that. I'm exhausted when I finish working. I don't have much left in me to bring to your problems. They irritate me. I grow intolerant of them. I know that's wrong, but there's not much I can do about it. That's my chemistry. I can't just suddenly become a bum because I want to conserve my energy. I have a great need for things to run smoothly at home. I expect them to run smoothly. Maybe that's too much to take for granted. I'm sorry. But when I'm working, I don't want to even feel that I have to talk to anyone. It's very important to me. It doesn't mean that I don't love my family. It just means that I'm tired. I can't keep on being confronted by a constant array of trivial domestic considerations. I expect you to take care of those, Gail. I need you to protect me from them.
Has it ever occurred to you that if you spent a little more time at home, you wouldn't be confronted by a constant array of trivial domestic considerations?
You hate my work, don't you? You really must hate my work.
How could I hate it? I don't know anything about it. You never talked to me about it.
That's not true.
Oh, sure. You let me read an article every once in a while. And if I say I like it, you beam at me and make me feel terribly bright and clever. But if I say I don't like it, you never ask me why. You just scowl and mutter something about my not being very well informed. I guess I do hate your work. I'm jealous of it. At least you have some interest outside the house. I wish I had. Maybe things would be happier if there was something I could do, but I'm not very bright or talented or clever. I don't seem to be able to do anything very well. But the only thing left we have in common is Hank, and we can't even talk about him anymore without fighting with each other.
Just how long do you intend to keep on with this little game of yours?
Just about figure out what I'm gonna do with you.
What about Hank?
What about him?
Where would he live if we were separated?
Well, I suppose he'd live with me. I wouldn't want to fight about it, but I don't think he's very used to living with you.
Do you want a separation?
Please don't make me the one who has to want it. If we separate, let's try to do it by mutual agreement. It's the first thing we've done together in a long time.
But I'm the one who has to make the decision, is that it? So you can feel that I'm throwing you out. I have no intention of throwing you out.
I leave peacefully.
You can't solve all the problems of a lifetime in one conversation. Do we have to decide now? Here, today, this minute?
What do you want me to do? Just go on like this? Because there isn't any easy, happy solution? We have to decide sometime.
I know. Can you end 12 years of marriage with no more thought than that?
Oh, I've been thinking about it for 3 years.
You've been thinking about leaving me for 3 years?
Yes.
That kind of hurts. You can hurt me very much if you try.
Can I? I'd be glad if I could even do that. I didn't know I could reach you at all anymore. I can't make you happy. It's comforting to know I can at least hurt you. That's something anyway. We could just go on hurting each other for the rest of our lives.
I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to be hurt. I want time to think about it. I need time to think about it.
I don't want a separation, Bart. I really don't want one. I just want to participate in your life. I want to share things with you. I want to see things you see. Hear things you hear. I'd even like to make love to you occasionally.
I thought maybe I would take Hank hunting.
I'll call him.
Hank! Hank, where are you?
Doesn't seem to be around.
You seen the other rifle?
Isn't it in the rack?
No.
It was there. I remember seeing it just before lunch.
You don't suppose Hank took it?
I don't know. He's been told he can't take it out by himself.
There are shells missing.
You know, I did hear some shooting out there a while ago. I didn't think anything about it.
Where was he going? You remember at lunch? What was he going to do?
He was going after that bandit character of his.
Black Bart.
Bart, that's you.
I caught the name.
Listen, this is more than child's play. He's taking out his resentment towards you on this Black Bart person. In his mind, it's you. It's like he's out there hanging you in effigy.
That's ridiculous.
You know how his imagination works.
Come on, we gotta find him.
Rifle shells?
.22 caliber.
Is that the kind we use?
Yeah. They haven't been here very long.
That last shot we heard sounded like it came from across the river. All right, I'm scared. For some reason, that shot scares me.
Maybe we better ask that man over there. He might have seen him.
Bart, what are you gonna do when you find him?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, try not to be too angry with him. Please, Bart, don't be too rough on him.
I won't. I might even ask him if he wants me to help get rid of Black Bart for him. Hey there.
What is it?
You seen a boy around here?
Yeah?
A little boy, 11 years old?
He had a gun.
Yeah, that's the one. That your boy?
Yes.
Well, you ought to watch him, mister. He's been shooting around here. Liable to hurt somebody with that gun.
That's why we're looking for him.
Oh, fool kid, he went right over that waterfall. He could have been drowned.
Which way did he go after he got to the other side?
Upstream.
Well, how long ago was that?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Come on.
Thank you.
There's only one chance for you to save yourself, Black Bart.
Do you mind telling me what you're talking about?
I'm gonna give you one last chance to clear yourself.
Clear myself of what?
For your foul deeds, Black Bart.
This is ridiculous.
You want to take that chance?
Why not? I can play games as well as anybody else, I suppose. What is it?
Put this on your head.
Put this on my head?
Yeah, put the apple on your head.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon eat it. I'm getting hungry.
You want your chance or not, Black Bart?
All right, so I put it on my head. What's it supposed to mean?
It's gonna prove whether you're innocent or not.
Of all my foul deeds?
Yeah, it's like William Tell.
William Tell?
They made him shoot the apple off his son's head.
You mean to say you want to shoot this apple off my head with that gun?
I haven't got a bow and arrow.
Well, thank God for that.
Put it on your head.
Are you serious?
I'm a very good shot.
I don't care how good a shot you are.
Put the apple on your head.
Look, what are you trying to prove?
I'm gonna prove whether you have faith or not.
What?
If you have faith, it'll prove you're innocent, and I'll let you go free without hurting you.
Haven't you got this William Tell business mixed up a little bit?
You've got to have faith in my being able to shoot the apple off.
Well, yes, but it was William Tell being put to the test, not his son with the apple on his head. It was the father who had to prove himself. That was his punishment.
That's right.
Well, haven't you got this a little backwards?
Black Bart's got to prove himself, just like William Tell.
Yes. Well, you should give me the gun and let me shoot the apple off your head. Isn't that right? Isn't that the way it should be done?
I don't know.
Come on, boy. You want to do this thing right. Now, you let me have the gun, and I'll give you the apple, and we'll just trade places.
Sit down.
Look, I'm just trying to explain that it's the father who shoots the apple off the son's head.
This time the tables are turned, Black Bart.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Put the apple up. If you flinch or try to duck away or won't do it, that'll prove you don't have faith. And are therefore guilty of all your foul deeds. Then you'll get hurt yourself instead of the apple.
That does it.
Hank! That shot came from up there.
Well, wait for me.
Now put the apple on your head.
What are you doing?
Listen, mister, whoever you are, please don't upset this kid. Just please don't make him nervous.
Will you tell me what's going on here?
I'm supposed to be somebody called Black Bart. He's got Black Bart all mixed up with this William Tell business some way.
I'm gonna shoot the apple off his head.
Do something. Anything. Only please do it gently. Just don't get this kid rattled. Just please don't get this kid rattled.
Hank, put down that gun.
Hank, oh,
I'm gonna shoot the apple off of Black Bart's head to see if he has any faith.
Can't you talk him out of it?
If he's got faith, then he's innocent of his crimes, and I'll let him go free.
Hank.
He hasn't got faith.
Hank, he's got faith.
If he hasn't got faith, he'll get hurt for his crimes.
Hank. Bart, stop him. Do something to stop him.
Easy. Please just do it easy.
He's got faith. You've got to believe me.
It's too late for him to say so anymore. He's got to prove it now.
For God's sake, stop him.
Hank, I think you've made a mistake.
Be careful, Bart.
He isn't Black Bart.
Who is Black Bart, anyway?
I am. I'm Black Bart. Isn't that right, Hank?
Faro Theatre presents. CREEP-A-THON.
Myra, you mustn't. You mustn't, Myra.
Myra, you mustn't. You mustn't.
You mustn't. You mustn't.
Doctor! Doctor!
It is difficult to violate the privacy of dreams. After all, there are no witnesses to our nighttime fantasies. But when a man's nightmares are an accurate reflection of the truth, and in trying to relieve his suffering, he commits that truth to paper, then he creates greater torments than those of his restless sleep, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. We're concerned now with a woman who makes use of a nightmare to persecute the innocent as well as the guilty. A persecution that is much worse than murder. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Miss Constance Ford, Mr. John Barragray, Miss Christine White, Miss Harriet McGibbon, and Mr. Dan Tobin. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Well, hi there, family lawyer. Where's Uncle Archer?
He passed on early this morning. I'm sorry, Connie, but these occasions are very sad.
How long will it take to settle the estate?
Not too long.
I'd appreciate it if you'd let me know when and where the will be read.
I'm afraid that won't be necessary. You see, Mr. Gedney died intestate. By that I mean he died without leaving a will.
I know what it means! It means you're a lousy family lawyer. First, my husband dies without a will, and now his uncle.
Archer Gedney was terrified of dying or anything that reminded him of it. Whether or not your husband died without leaving a will makes no difference. He had squandered a sizable inheritance from his grandmother.
And left me nothing. I expected Uncle Archer to leave his favorite nephew's widow something, at least. Who does get the money?
His sister, your mother-in-law, of course.
That figured. The rich get richer. Diary. I bet this is a lot of laughs. What do you suppose the old coot found to write about in this place?
Well, quite a lot, apparently.
What do you know? I can hardly wait to read it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Walworth, but that belongs to Mrs. Walworth Sr. now.
Don't worry, I'll return it to her. Were you about to say something profound, Mr. Sinclair? Or just goodbye?
Will you please tell Mrs. Walworth that her brother died quietly. There was no pain.
I'm sure she will be very relieved. Bye.
Are you finished poking and probing?
For now.
What's the verdict?
You're going to have to cut down on your social life, Mrs. Woolworth. And I mean way down. And since I've got a spy in the house, I wouldn't try to put anything over on me.
Can't you confine that sort of thing to more private surroundings?
Oh, Mother.
I suppose I should be grateful to Ralph that he finds you attractive, Anne. Ralph, can't you help me get her to liven herself up a bit?
If you're trying to change the subject, you're not succeeding. If you feel another spasm coming on, a few drops of that'll set you right. But call me in any event.
Is he always this authoritative?
Nearly always.
Goodbye.
How is she? I mean, really?
Her cardiograph shows up very well for a woman her age. If your mother eases up on parties and running around, she should be all right. If she doesn't,
I don't think it is the parties or the late hours.
maybe she's worried about her only daughter becoming an old maid. That's because she doesn't see how pretty you really are. See you tonight?
Yeah.
Dr. Mitchell, I presume. I'm Connie Walworth.
My sister-in-law.
Now, I know that Myra's in good hands. And Anne, too. Myra and I worry about our little orphan Annie. She always seems to go out of her way to avoid meeting attractive, eligible young men. Will it be all right if I go up for a moment?
Certainly.
Thank you.
She comes on strong, doesn't she? Gets under your skin, I'll bet.
Oh, a little. That's a lie, a whole lot.
Know how you can stop that? Take your mother's advice and make her green with envy.
Mother always said you've got to be attractive to men. That making the Connies of this world envious is the most important asset a woman can have.
And you don't believe it.
No, I don't. Why believe in something that's beyond you?
Darling, I love you just the way you are. But if it bothers you not being a swan, then do something about it. You can, you know.
You're still young, Connie, and you've got your looks. So get yourself a job or a man, either or both, because I'm finished taking care of you, quite finished.
That'll make an interesting item for the gossip columns. For rent, one shabby apartment over a hobby shop, recently vacated by the daughter-in-law of Myra Moneybags Walworth.
Don't you threaten me, Connie. If it hadn't been for you, my son would be alive today.
Your son had a talent for smashing up racing cars. I didn't tell him to take that flip at Lamont. He didn't figure to walk away indefinitely.
You were his wife. You should have stopped him.
You were his mother a lot longer than I was his wife.
Didn't Archer leave you enough to get you out of my hair?
Uncle Arch's literary talent didn't run to composing wills. He was too busy writing diaries.
Diaries? Archer kept diaries?
For 10 years, didn't you know? One for every year he spent in that place.
How much do you need?
Whatever you can spare. That's very generous of you. Just about pay my hairdresser.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I love you, too.
I saw that you were hard at work, so I thought I'd just scoot by.
Not trying to avoid me, are you, Connie?
I'm your tenant, landlord, not your chattel.
So I'm being put in my place again. Is it proper for a patient friend to congratulate a new heiress on her good fortune?
There was no will. Nothing.
But you were so sure.
It's the story of my life. Connie pays for what Connie gets.
I'm sorry. I know you were counting on at least something. As a matter of fact, so was I.
You worried about your rent, landlord?
Well, it's been quite a long time. I don't like to mention it, Connie.
Why don't you stop up later for a drink? Uncle Archer, you were a stupid, dull, dreary, old bore. June 5th, 1960. It happened again last night. The same dream. The house is quiet. Dead quiet. Except for the rasping sound of SM's breathing. M has the hypodermic needle in her hand.
What's this?
M takes SM's hand. My heart beats suffocatingly. I try to cry out, but there are no words in my throat. And then I hear myself. Wait, you mustn't, you mustn't. But there is no stopping M, just as there is no stopping the dream. But I try. Every night I try. I wonder, does M dream too? Well?
Oh, what? What is that? Where'd you get that?
It's a diary. Uncle Archer's diary.
So?
What do you make of it?
Some kind of a dream.
What kind of a dream?
Some sort of nightmare.
A nightmare. A book about a nightmare. Page after page, the same nightmare. About a murder.
Murder? Come on, Connie.
You want your rent, landlord? Well, you're gonna get it.
Look, honey, forget about the rent.
You'll get it with a bonus. Now scram.
We were gonna have a drink together.
I'm about to have a previous engagement.
Connie, don't get carried away with this thing. I beg you.
That's the difference between us, Ray. You beg, and I take.
Yes?
Mr. Sinclair, I'm sorry to bother you about such a trivial matter, but,
Well, what can I do for you, Connie?
well, my mother-in-law was so pleased with that diary of her brother's that I thought I'd just drop down to your office and get the rest of them for her.
But I've already personally turned them over to her this afternoon.
I see. Well, there's more than one way to skin a mink.
Here's September, October, and November 1948, lady.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, I'm a dust-coated jewel.
Ugh. Obituary. door, Dr. Milton Crowell?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Walworth? My nurse said your business was urgent. How can I help you?
Well, you couldn't have been out of medical school.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, when Mrs. Sarah Gedney died 12 years ago, I understood you were the attending physician.
Well, that must have been my father.
Oh, I see. Well, then it's your father I want to see.
Well, he died last year, Mrs. Walworth.
I'm so sorry. But, perhaps you can help me after all. I assume that your father kept files of all his patients?
Yes, of course.
I wonder if I could look at Mrs. Gedney's file.
I'm sorry. Most people don't understand that a doctor's files are kept in the strictest confidence.
Even when the patient and the doctor are deceased?
Yes, that's right.
Well, thank you for seeing me, Doctor. It isn't essential that we find her.
I beg your pardon? Find who?
Mrs. Gedney's nurse. You see, my mother-in-law is quite ill, and we remembered how efficient this particular nurse was. And we'd like to find her.
Well, the nurse's registry can help you locate her.
Well, I know how stupid it sounds, but we can't even remember her last name.
Well, I think professional ethics can be stretched to accommodate a request like that.
Thank you, Doctor. Miss Snyder?
Yes.
May I come in?
That's not fair. You're the third one this week. Person can't have a gentleman friend without the gossip spreading tales. Go ahead, take a look. You'll find a bottle in the kitchen and some fancy eats, none of which came out of my relief check. I don't care what my neighbors say. My gentleman friend likes me to have nice things.
And lots of them.
Well, it's only costume jewelry. The thought's the same. Do you mind making your report and leaving? I want to go back to bed.
I'm not a social worker, Miss Snyder. I've come for your professional help. I'm willing to pay for it.
No. Oh, that's out of the question. I haven't taken a nursing case since...
Since? Mrs. Gedney died 12 years ago. You better sit down, Miss Snyder.
Well, it's nothing. It's... I haven't been well. I don't know anything about Mrs. Gedney's death.
I didn't ask you anything about Mrs. Gedney's death.
Who are you?
A friend, if you'll confide in me.
There's nothing to confide.
All right. Let's talk in generalities. Suppose an 84-year-old lady had just been given an injection of insulin, and suppose a few minutes later she was given a second injection of insulin. Would it be fatal?
I'm no doctor.
You were a very competent nurse.
You'll have to excuse me.
Take your time.
got no right to go prying into my things. I'll thank you to leave.
When you tell me what I want to know.
Get out of here!
Something a gentleman friend once taught me.
I'll yell. I'll yell for the police.
And how will you explain a sable coat from relief checks to the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
What do you want?
The truth about Mrs. Gedney's death.
I don't know anything.
Myra and Archer paid you off, didn't they?
No. All right, I took their money. Why not? She was going to die anyway. And then when I got the money, I was afraid to spend it. I was afraid people would ask questions.
What happened the night Mrs. Gedney died?
I wasn't in the room, I swear it. They said I looked tired, that I should lie down for a while, and they'd take care of her. And when I came back, the poor old thing was dead.
From an overdose of insulin.
Yes.
Why didn't the doctor discover it?
He didn't suspect anything. She was very old. There was no need for an autopsy.
And you made sure he wouldn't suspect.
She was going to die anyway. And then I got the money and I was afraid to spend it. I was alone and afraid. I was alone and afraid.
What do you want?
I just thought I'd drop by to see how you were getting along. And to see if you found Uncle Archie's diaries as fascinating as I did.
As you did.
Didn't you notice this year's was missing?
What exactly fascinated you, Connie?
A dream Uncle Archer had.
A dream?
A dream about a murder.
Go on.
You sure you want to hear this? I wouldn't like to see you toss off one of your little attacks.
You couldn't care less about me. Go on.
You and Uncle Archer got rid of the nurse that night, didn't you?
Snyder never left the room.
It's not what she says.
She said... Where did you find her?
You look tired, Uncle Archer said. Why don't you take a nap, you said. We'll take care of the old lady.
No. Snyder never left the room.
She left the room, all right. She left the room long enough for you and Uncle Archer to commit murder.
That's not true. She was old and sick. She simply died. There wasn't even an autopsy.
You thought that one out, too, didn't you? An old lady, helpless, being kept alive by injections, the insulin and the hypodermic needle handy.
Oh.
Why not give her an extra dose? Put her out of her misery.
No.
Put her out of her misery and put her fortune into your hands.
Stop.
Into your hands and Archer's before she changed her will. Or changed her mind about dying for another 4 or 5 years.
No. Stop.
Archer held her down, clamped his hand over her mouth, while you, Myra, you jabbed in the needle. Better, sweetie?
How much?
$100,000.
You're mad.
For the diary and my silence. Oh, and I'll be perfectly reasonable. I'll give you exactly 24 hours to raise the cash. Until tomorrow, Myra. Oh, and, don't disappoint me, huh? I'll have to go to the police.
Anne, you look absolutely wonderful.
I can't go, Ralph.
What do you mean you can't go? What's happened?
Nothing. I just can't go, that's all.
Now, come on. Something must have happened or you wouldn't be so upset. Is there anything wrong with your mother?
Please don't ask me.
And I have every right to ask you. All right, I'll go out and find out for myself.
No, I don't want you to, Ralph. Please, it's none of your concern.
I thought you were my concern, but I guess I was wrong. Well, your mother's still in my care. If she needs me, you know where you can find me.
My. New hairdo, new dress, new little orphan Annie.
Stay away from my mother.
Something doesn't quite make it, though.
Stay away from her.
I know. Flair. You haven't got the flair, sweetie.
If you don't stay away from her, Connie, I swear I'll kill you.
You're not the type. You're not the type to hold on to a man, either. Especially one as good-looking as that doctor of yours.
When she wakes up, give her 2 of those. And what was she muttering about, having only 24 hours? 24 hours for what?
I don't know.
All right, then I'm going to get her into a hospital.
Oh, no, not without her permission. She made me promise. But I will try to persuade her.
Do that. You've been most cooperative in all the little ways.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Whether I get her to the hospital or not, whether I keep her under sedation, nothing is going to help her except a release from the tension that's choking her to death. I've got to know what's causing it, Anne. Well, have it your way. Keep your secret. Carry it to your mother's grave.
Hi.
Hi.
There's nobody in here at our office.
I was just about to leave.
That's pretty good time. I've been shopping. You can take me to lunch. Like?
I like.
How do you like the fat cat?
I like. You have been shopping.
Why not? I'm about to come into a little, inheritance.
Oh?
How about that lunch, Doctor?
I have an appointment.
Cancel it.
You do come on strong.
Only when the mood and the man stir me.
You, tempt me, but no.
Scared Annie will find out?
Give me 10 minutes. Make yourself at home.
Want something, Miss Myra?
I just phoned the bank, Bessie. They're sending a man out with some papers that I must sign. Let me know the minute he gets here.
Yes, ma'am. Mother, do you think you should see anyone?
I must, dear. This is something that can't be postponed. Something very important for all of us.
Is it something I could do?
No, thank you, dear. Only I can attend to this.
I see. Well, now it's time for your medicine.
Later, dear, after the man comes.
No, Ralph left strict orders. And now we're going to take a nap.
Oh?
Comfy?
Thank you, dear. Diary, Connie. If you make a scandal, I'll stop you. She kills me.
Shh. I won't let Connie hurt you. Leave everything to me. Go up and sit with Mother. She's sleeping. I'm going out for a while.
I'll look after her, Miss Ann. Now, don't you worry now.
Come on up.
I thought you said you had to see Mara at 6 o'clock.
It's time.
You're, not exactly the bashful type, are you?
My father was quite a philosopher. He used to say, Connie, never hide your light under a bushel.
And being a good little girl, you listened and you learned.
I've always been fascinated by doctors.
Well, as everybody knows, we're nature's noblemen.
I can wait. Hand it over. Hand it over. Hand it over.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Can you walk?
Yes, yes.
What's going on out there?
I'll send you a telegram.
I ask you, what was going on up
Now,
there?
what's the matter with you? Let go of me. You're hurting me.
Well, it's about time. It's a fair exchange.
Drop something. Adrenaline.
Still ticking, Doctor?
Like a $2 clock.
You're lying.
Now, you just close your eyes and go right back to sleep, Myra.
I have to talk.
No arguments, young lady.
Please, Ralph. I have to talk. For Anne's sake and yours. I've got to talk.
All right.
Funny how things work out. The old lady was 84 and dying. But I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait for the money. Furs, jewels, other things I won't shock you with. I thought they'd keep my conscience quiet. And they did. For quite a few years. But then, gradually, finally, my conscience took over completely. And now, Connie's trying to kill me. The way I killed my stepmother.
Mara, that's enough.
She's done it. But now she'll try to blackmail Anne with the diary.
Mara, that's enough. Be quiet.
But you mustn't let her get any more money. Ralph, promise me you won't let Connie get any more money.
All right, I promise.
No more. No more.
What happened, Bessie?
I tried to stop her, Doctor, but you know how proud she is. She wouldn't let that man see her in a sick bed.
What man?
From the bank. He had a package and wouldn't leave it with nobody but Miss Walworth herself. It was on the stairs going back to her room that she fainted. The package, it fell too. And all that money.
Money?
I never saw so much money, Doctor. It was downright unholy. I left it laying on the hall table.
Well, thanks, landlord. I was just about finished with this place anyway.
I'm writing off the rent you owe as a bad debt. Goodbye, sweetie.
Constance Walworth?
Yes.
Moving, Miss Walworth?
Why, no, I was just going on a vacation for a few days.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone it.
Postpone it? Why?
I'll have to ask you to come along with us.
Are you arresting me? What for?
Let's just say there are a few questions we'd like to ask you.
About the fire? Well, I had nothing to do with it. I tried to help put it out. The curtains got caught on and... Is anybody hurt?
A woman died.
Who?
Your mother-in-law, Mrs. Myra Walworth. Heart attack. Less than an hour ago at the city hospital. Dr. Mitchell signed a complaint against you.
That miserable rat.
Let's go, lady. On the way downtown, you can tell us all about the fire.
Let go of me.
Aren't you running into filthy luck, Connie, dear?
I told you, sweetie. Connie always pays for what she gets.
I'd like to go to the hospital now. There's nothing more we can do here.
There's nothing we can do at the hospital either. Anne, your mother's dead. I'm taking care of you now.
Connie killed her. Connie and her filthy blackmail.
Yes, I know. But Anne, your mother wanted to die. She was happy to die. Connie's the only one who'll suffer now.
The way Mother did. And all for money.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
My brother's dead.
Tessa.
Give me the gun.
An instrument of murder is hardly a proper toy for an 8-year-old, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. And this instrument casts an evil shadow even beyond the death it has caused. And upon it is the mark of the hand. That's the name of our story, based on a novel by the celebrated Charlotte Armstrong. Our principal players are Miss Mona Freeman, Miss Jessie Royce Landis, Mr. Shepard Strudwick, Miss Rachel Ames, and Mr. Judson Pratt. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Somebody get killed, Lieutenant? One of the Kilburns?
How'd the bullet enter? Straight up. Shattered some of the crystals.
The other bullet, Doc?
Through the back. Thanks. It's my pleasure. Come on, boys.
You ready for me now, Lieutenant?
I think so. Come on in.
You must understand, of course, Mr. Kilburn, that our main concern is to shield the child.
She's my daughter, Lieutenant. What do you think my concern might be?
It's one of the Mowry brothers from the house next door. The young one, the good-looking one.
Has she ever been under psychiatric care?
No.
Is there anything different about her lately? Anything peculiar about her behavior?
Not that I've noticed.
You wouldn't hide anything from me.
Why should I? How could I? My mother's brought the family here every summer since I can remember. This is a small resort community, Lieutenant. People know us, everything about us.
You'd be surprised what people manage to keep hidden, Mr. Kilburn, even in the best of families. I'll see you in about an hour, boys. Thanks, Fred.
Oh, Mr. Kilburn.
Betty, this is Lieutenant Gordon. Miss La Follette, Lieutenant. She divides her time between Tessa and my mother.
Hello.
How do you do? About Tessa, Mr. Kilburn. She's in shock.
She's under sedation, Betty. Just stay with her, please.
I'm frightened for her.
I know, we all are. Please, go up and stay with her and...
Betty! Betty, do you hear me? Betty!
Go up and see what she wants, but she's not to come downstairs. Do you understand?
Betty!
You come in, please.
I'm here, Mrs. Kilburn.
Oh, get me out of here. Do you hear me? I said get me out of here.
Your son told me you to remain in your room.
I'm always up at the crack of dawn. Habit, I guess.
Do you usually entertain at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I'm not sure I care for your phrasing, Lieutenant Gordon.
Coffee was being served for 3, Miss Walsh.
Mr. Mallory and his brother are neighbors. They'd work their garden and, well, it became a ritual. We'd have breakfast together here every Sunday. It was the same as every Sunday. The servants are off, so I prepare breakfast. Well, it was a little different this morning. This morning when I opened the door, Charlie was alone.
I asked him what had kept Paul, and he said something jokingly about Paul getting more topsoil on himself this morning than there was in the rose bed, and he was still washing up. We came into the living room, and Tessa walked in. She seemed in the best of spirits. I kissed her good morning, gave her a piece of cinnamon bun, and Charlie and I walked over there just chatting. The next thing I knew, she had the gun cabinet open and was playing with that gun. She'd done it before, and Douglas had been furious. She tried to turn away, and it went off somehow. Hit the chandelier, and he turned, and it went off again, and Charles... I screamed!
Sylvia, darling. It's all right now. Settle down. It's all right.
I'm sorry. I just lost control.
It's all right. If you don't mind, Lieutenant.
No, darling, I'm all right.
You say your daughter had played with the guns before?
I'd found they'd been handled one night, and no one else had been in the room except Tessa.
You accused her?
Well, yes, I did. And she'd lied before about things that we both knew that she'd done. And I just couldn't understand how a normal little girl would...
You think she's normal?
What a horrible thing to say.
Is she? Do you think she's normal?
I can't answer that. I'm not a doctor.
Let's get back to the gun. She denied touching it?
That's right. But the thing that really upset me was... I'd found the key to the gun cabinet in her room, and she knew it. And in the face of all that,
She still lied about it.
She didn't lie about it. I told Douglas it was child's fantasy, storytelling.
Mr. Murray.
Yes?
The 2 shots and the rest of it. You heard all this, too?
I saw it, Lieutenant. I was almost at the door. It was locked, you remember?
Yes. Why was the door locked?
since Tessa trampled my prized flowers, I'd ordered it locked.
Did she admit to this?
No, but her footprints were clearly outlined in the flower bed.
Obviously, this child is not to be trusted.
That's not true. The child's had little guidance. Her grandmother is old and sick.
What about Miss Fowler?
Betty's just a college student. She's going back to school as soon as we leave for the city. There's been a long succession of nurses and governesses. Well, what can you expect of the child?
That's why Sylvia's been our house guest this summer. We planned to be married in a month or so, and then she'd devote all the time that's needed to Tessa and her problems.
Is she awake?
It's difficult to say.
I'd like to see her.
Corliss,
Alone.
don't frighten her, please.
Don't worry. I see you like parakeets. I like him, too. What's his name? Or should I say hers? I wish there was some way you'd talk to me, Tessa. I'd like to have you trust me. Wouldn't you like to tell me what happened?
Are you a psychiatrist?
No. No, I'm a policeman.
Oh,
You're not afraid of me, are you?
no.
That's good. Now, wouldn't you like to tell me what happened today?
I won't tell you anything. I want you to deliver a message to my family.
A message?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm never going to speak again.
Why, Tessa? Are you angry with them? Is that why you won't speak to them again?
You don't understand. I'm never going to speak to anyone.
Why, Tessa?
Because it's nothing but trouble for kids. Speaking's for grown-ups. It doesn't matter what they say. But for kids, no. No matter what, I'm never going to speak again.
Busy, Doc?
Just a couple of minutes. What do you see? Huh? All right, why don't you take a 5-minute rest? When you come back, maybe you'll see something. Go. Amnesia. If you saw his wife...
Have you seen the Kilburn girl?
Yeah, little Tessa, yes.
Did she speak to you?
No. She has not spoken for 2 days. But that is not unusual. I have seen cases like this where they don't speak for a month, 2. Maybe a month in a state hospital under observation.
Oh, Doc, I can't wait a month.
This is not a case where a child has lost the power of speech. She has just decided not to talk.
Well, isn't there some way we can make her talk?
You beat her, maybe, huh? This child has had a traumatic shock. Another shock would cause damage beyond repair.
But I need her testimony.
You want a wonder pill, yes? Methamine diazepoxide.
Would that work?
You take it. Make a lion lick its keep his paw said in the paper.
Okay, Doc, I'll keep in touch.
Send in Mr. Amnesia, yes?
I want to make on all those people right now.
Douglas Kilburn, Charles Mowry, Paul Mowry, Sylvia Walsh. What about the old lady?
Be my guest. Try them all, but get the information as fast as you can.
Any special hunches where?
No, FBI, New York police, go the route.
Try this in Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, Detroit.
If the rest of you would leave us, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Kilburn alone. Thank you.
I wondered how long it would be before you got around to suspecting me.
Suspecting you, Mrs. Kilburn? Don't you think it was an accident?
It was not. That child didn't shoot him. Tessa's never fired a gun in her life.
The mark of her hand was on the pistol.
She didn't do it. I'm old and spoiled and a nuisance because I'm ill, but I know the people in my little world, and I know that 8-year-old child. And I tell you, she did not do it.
May I?
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the left.
Water, thanks.
Water?
You know why the child won't speak?
No.
You think she's mentally sound?
Yes. Disturbed, but mentally sound. And I won't have my granddaughter or any Kilburn committed.
Nobody suggested committing her.
Lieutenant, I love that child. What are you looking so stupid about?
Mrs. Kilburn, everyone suggests such great love for Tessa. But no one in this house ever came right out and said it. Except you. You know that? Everyone just took it for granted that Tessa fired that shot. Is there anything wrong with her, Mrs. Kilburn?
No, of course not.
She's been under psychiatric care before.
That's not true.
She asked me if I was a psychiatrist. Now, an 8-year-old doesn't know the meaning of the word, unless she's been in contact with one.
I don't know anything about it.
Then who does?
I suggest you ask my son.
I already have. He claims to have no knowledge of it.
Then you have your answer already.
Mrs. Kilburn, I suggest you consider telling me the whole truth. Because if you don't, I'll be forced to place Tessa in a state institution for observation.
You wouldn't.
I have no choice, Mrs. Kilburn. Your granddaughter killed a man. For clues. Fingerprints? Tessa's on the pistol. Miss Walsh and Mr. Mowry's all over the table. Tessa's are the only ones that tell us anything. That we already know.
Can't you trust me, Lieutenant?
The last time I trusted a pretty girl your age, well, that's a story I only tell when I'm in my cups.
Oh, please, Lieutenant, this is serious.
Far more serious than you might imagine, Miss Follett. When Charles Mowry was shot, his brother couldn't have possibly got there fast enough to see it happen. Mrs. Kilbert, your son disclaims any knowledge of having sent Tessa to a psychiatrist.
I don't think Douglas would lie about a thing like that.
Would you?
See here, young man.
Tessa's been under the care of a Dr. Richards. You sent her to him. Mrs. Kilburn, we found Tessa's last governess. She told us that she took the child to the doctor's office periodically, on your instructions. Well?
Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
A little girl is found with a gun in her hand and a dead man on the floor. It's an accident. Would you expect me to give you reason to suspect her of anything more?
I don't understand.
When Douglas's wife died, I think he died too. He functioned like a machine. He really didn't care. He paid absolutely no attention to Tessa. When she grew up, she would deliberately smash things. And then she'd tell Douglas what she'd done. Because of her truthfulness, he didn't punish her.
Well, you know what she was doing.
Yes, the doctor told me it was a perfectly normal reaction. The child was trying to get her father's attention. She couldn't do it by telling the truth, so she proceeded to lie about it. For that, Douglas did punish her.
And even punishment was better than being ignored.
Yes. But then she began to resent the punishment. I don't know. Perhaps she considered Sylvia a rival for her father's attention.
Did she resent being punished for something she didn't do? When she denied trampling the flowers. When she denied handling the pistols. Perhaps she was telling the truth and nobody believed her. Yes? Oh, put him on. Yes, Mr. Mowry.
I'd like to talk to you, Lieutenant. Please, let me talk to you. When? 8? Here? Good.
Lieutenant, do you think there's a chance for Tessa?
Yes. If she tells us what really happened. If not, you know what I have to do.
Oh, I thought you were alone, Lieutenant.
Excuse me, Mrs. Kilburn. Have you got something?
One of your customers has a nice little record. Forgery, fraud.
Thanks, Joe.
Anytime.
Give me the Kilburn house. Hello? Oh, Betty? Oh, this is Lieutenant Gordon. Is Mr. Kilburn there? Huh? Oh, he's downtown shopping, huh? Uh-huh. Okay, thanks. Mr. Kilburn. Got something I want to talk to you about. This is a report that just came in.
Did you get the prescription? What's the matter, Douglas?
I don't know how to begin.
Begin what, dear?
Did you know Charles Mowry before we met?
Is that what the detective told you?
I'm asking you, did you?
You don't have to get angry.
Did you know he served a term for forgery and another for fraud?
No, I didn't.
It was an accident, wasn't it, Sylvia? Why do you suppose a policeman starts to investigate an accident?
I don't know, Douglas.
Because of discrepancies. When you told Gordon what happened, you said the first shot hit the ceiling, but I remembered afterwards. It was the second shot that hit the chandelier.
I guess I was upset. I must have made a mistake.
Did you know Mowry before? Answer me.
All right. Yes, I did. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid to.
Afraid of what?
Of Charles. You don't know what he was capable of. We were engaged once, but I broke it off. So he followed me here. Don't you see? I had to pretend that we just met.
Why?
Because I love you, Douglas. And I don't want to lose you. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. I might as well be dead.
Look out! You almost got your wish.
Is Douglas still upstairs with Tessa?
No, he took a tray up to her, but she refused to eat, so he brought it down again. Excuse me.
I hope you forgive the drawn shades. It's because of that little girl. She's always looking into the room. She stands up there in her window and stares.
Well, she's not there now. Well, what do you want to talk about, Mr. Murray?
No, across the garden.
Douglas, it's Tessa.
Sylvia, get hold of it.
Tessa, she tried to kill me.
Get hold of it.
Douglas, she tried to kill me. She did.
Take her downstairs. I think you better stay with her.
I don't understand. She tried to kill me.
I don't know, darling, but you mustn't let it upset you, sir.
What happened, Miss Walsh?
Well, she tried to kill me. I was taking some dessert to her room. When I walked in, she had that knife under her pillow and...
Where did she get it?
Douglas, you took her tray, didn't you?
Yes, but I took it back downstairs with me. I'm sure I did.
Well, maybe she stole it from her lunch tray and waited until I walked...
Miss Walsh, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure that this child threatened you with this knife?
Well, of course I'm sure. Don't you believe me? I'm sorry. Well, I can't say I blame you. After that ridiculous story I told when Charles was killed.
Are you saying you lied about what happened to Charles Mowry?
Yes.
Then Tessa didn't shoot him.
Yes. Tessa did shoot him. What I'm trying to say is that it wasn't an accident. She did it deliberately. As long as my story was accepted, I didn't mind, but, well, obviously it wasn't. I almost lost Douglas because of it. And I almost lost my own life. That child's insane.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Douglas. I can't pretend it was an accident. Tessa knew what she was doing. She shot Charles Mowry deliberately. She had the gun with her when she came into the room. It was fully loaded. Obviously, she'd hidden it just as she hid the knife. She said, "Mr. Mowry, I'm going to kill you." Charles thought she was playing a game. She fired. I leaped at her and grabbed her wrist. The gun went off again, hitting the chandelier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell the truth for Tessa's sake.
And you, Mr. Murray, you saw all this, too?
No, he heard the shot just like everybody else and came running. I told him to just back me up no matter what story I told for Tessa's sake, and he agreed. Oh, Douglas, we were just trying to shield that child. It was a mistake.
Is this why you called me, Mr. Murray?
Yes, yes. Just what Sylvia told you. I was going to... just what Sylvia told you.
Stay here, all of you. Great. I really fixed it up great, didn't I?
Yes, I heard.
You know what this means, don't you? Up until now, I could have reported Maury's death an accident. Now it's gotta be murder.
Oh, an 8-year-old child. Murder, don't be ridiculous.
I have to report Miss Walsh's story. Who's to deny it? If that child deliberately shot that gun, she'll be institutionalized. We have just one chance to prevent that.
What's that?
Ask her father to come up here.
Sit down, Paul.
I don't want to sit down. What are you looking at, Miss Follett?
Nothing.
Paul, please sit down.
Look here, Miss Follett. For 1 week, I've had that child staring at me from her window. I will not have you staring at me, too. What do you find so fascinating about my hands, anyway?
Paul, for heaven's sakes, leave the girl alone. We're all under a strain. They've been up there for a long time.
Don't you understand, Tessa, that even an accident is serious enough? But now we've been told that you deliberately shot Mr. Maury. And that's far more serious. Tessa, listen to me.
She's exhausted, Gordon. Why don't you let the...
I'll let the child do whatever she wants, after she tells me what happened. Tessa, was it an accident? Did you shoot him at all? Was the gun placed in your hand? Did you see Mr. Maury lying on the floor when you walked into the room? Tessa, answer me!
Stop badgering the child.
You're afraid of what she might tell me, Mr. Kilburn? Do you know what I'll have to do if you don't talk to me, Tessa? Do you know, Tessa? Was the gun placed in your hand? Did you see Mr. Maury lying on the floor when you walked into the room? Tessa, answer me!
That's enough, Gordon. Let her alone.
You keep out of
She's
this.
my daughter, and I said let her
Now
alone.
you listen to me, little girl. Oh. I didn't think your daughter meant that much to you, Mr. Kilburn.
Get out of here now.
I'll go, but I'll be back with a court order for that child's custody.
Did she speak, Lieutenant? Did Tessa speak?
No, she didn't.
What are you going to do?
What I should have done days ago.
You're not going to send that child to a state institution.
I have no choice. Good night.
And you know something, Tessa? I never hit anyone over a lady in my life before. I'd like to try to explain something to you. You don't even have to listen if you don't want to. Things just haven't been right for me since your mother died. I didn't mean to make you suffer, too. Try to understand this. It might help. I know I haven't paid very much attention to you, but then I haven't paid very much attention to anyone or anything. Tessa, the only reason I want you to speak to me now is because of my concern for you. After that, you don't ever have to speak to me again if you don't want to. But I want you to know that I don't believe you shot that man. I don't believe you attacked Miss Walsh. And about the flower bed. Footprints aren't such a proof of anything. They could have been planted there. Hey, that's funny. Footprints planted in the flower bed. Footprints can be planted just as well as fingerprints, my darling. Tessa. Tell me, Tessa, whatever it is, I'll believe you. Because I'm your father. And because I love you.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night, Paul.
Douglas, how is she?
Asleep. She's exhausted.
Did she talk?
No. All I had to do was to make contact with her. A simple act of trust between father and daughter. I couldn't do it.
And it's hopeless?
No, I didn't mean that. Just now, for the first time, she showed some emotion. She cried. In the morning, I'm sure she'll talk to me.
Where are you going?
To stop Lieutenant Gordon getting that court order any way I can.
Will you be long?
As long as it takes.
Betty, why were you staring so at Paul Mowry? What did you see on the table?
I'm not sure, Mrs. Kilburn.
But you did see something.
Yes.
Why didn't you tell Lieutenant Gordon?
Because I couldn't connect it until now.
Connect what?
Lieutenant Gordon told me among the worthless bits of evidence he was trying to piece together, there were some fingerprints.
Whose fingerprints?
Paul Mowry's. There were 3 sets of Paul Mowry's fingerprints on the table.
What of it?
He was outside the door when I entered the room. I saw him break in and go straight to the body of his brother. He never touched a thing in that room.
Are you positive?
Yes. Don't you see, Mrs. Kilburn? That means that Sylvia's second story is also untrue. It means that Paul Mowry was in the room earlier that morning. He had to be. He was there before he broke in. Now, Lieutenant Gordon couldn't have known that. He naturally assumed that Paul Mowry touched the table after his brother was killed.
You want to see me? Now? All right, I'll be right over.
You frightened me.
I saw Miss Follett leave. Where did she go?
I don't know. She just ran out of here.
Sylvia, she knows something. I'm sure she knows something. The way she kept looking at me.
Oh, get a hold of yourself, Paul.
Who's in the house?
Tessa, the old lady upstairs. What was Lieutenant Gordon doing at your house when that child attacked me with the knife?
Why, he dropped in to question me.
No, you sent for him. Why, Paul?
Sylvia, I can't take any more of this. I will not burn for you.
But he's going to burn.
I was willing to go along with you and my brother when it came to fleecing Kilburn. A fast marriage, a quick divorce, and a big settlement to divide among the 3 of us. That much my conscience could live with. But murder? No.
Obviously, you haven't told this to Lieutenant Gordon.
No. We just come into my study when we heard you scream. Your luck held, Sylvia.
Your luck held too, Paul.
What do you mean? You put the gun in the child's hand. I didn't.
Yes, but you stood by to back me up.
I didn't kill Charles. I had no idea that he intended to divulge the entire scheme to Douglas.
I had to stop him from doing that, didn't I, Paul? He said he was doing it for love, Paul. For love of me. He didn't want me to marry Douglas. Not even for one day. Now, what do you think of that?
Sylvia, you've got to let me out of this.
No, Paul. And if you ever feel talkative again, just remember this. Yes, I pulled the trigger, but you're guilty, too. By law, you're just as guilty as I am. Now, get out of here. Don't you ever set foot in this house again unless you're invited.
But you called me on the phone.
What?
Didn't you?
No.
You did. You said...
Up.
The old lady. It must have been the old lady. I remember I had trouble hearing on the phone. And I said, Sylvia, you can't.
Keep out of this, Paul.
Sylvia, this is diabolical. Sylvia, this is cold-blooded murder.
That old lady knows about us. Thanks to your stupidity, she's trapped us. Well, this will be the same as with Charles. They'll find the old lady dead and the gun in the child's hands. And they'll put her away once and for all.
You're the one that should be put away, Sylvia.
Get out of here. And if you say anything to anybody, I'll tell them you killed your brother.
Time is 10:23. The time is 10:23 and 10 seconds. The time is 10:23 and 40 seconds. The time is 10:23 and 50 seconds. The time is 10:20.
I'm here, Sylvia, waiting. What happens to me is of no importance. Don't do this to Tessa. She's so troubled, so helpless.
You should have thought of Tessa when you phoned Paul, Mrs. Kilburn. Now I have to do this. Let go of me. Let me go.
Oh, here, let me have her.
Daddy! Daddy!
You mean to say that you were in this house all the time?
Right here with Tessa. We used the outside stairway to get back in.
I'm furious. I thought I was on my own.
She all right?
She's a Kilburn. Of course she's all right. I understand you're responsible for this trickery. Do you realize I might have been killed?
Mother, nobody asked you to telephone Maori and impersonate Sylvia.
Well, that's no excuse for this this policeman to lie about a court order.
Well, let's just say it was a cover story to compel a disagreeable old lady to help me smoke out a murderer. Well, Betty here was my accomplice. She told the crucial part of the story to you.
Betty, is that true?
Well, yes, ma'am.
You're fired.
Fired?
Oh, no.
Oh, anyone who could fool an old crow like me is dangerous. You'll have to learn all my secrets. From now on, you'll take charge of Tessa exclusively. Now let's get out of here and leave my son alone with my granddaughter. I thought I just fired you. Lieutenant Gordon will see me to my room, won't you, Lieutenant?
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. On the day our story takes place, John Prescott's problem was a very ordinary one. An automobile and the problem of getting it rolling. But as the hours passed, he found himself concerned with things not so ordinary.
Sorry. You all right?
I think so. I'll tell you more when I stop shaking. You did come around there awfully fast.
I didn't know what made me do it at the time. Now it seems like a fine idea. Trouble?
My car won't start.
Let's have a look at it. Turn it over. Battery okay? Nothing loose. Have you got gas?
Well, I should have. This gauge kind of acts up sometimes.
As you say, gas gauges act up sometimes. Bone dry. I'll push you out of the way and we'll go get some gas.
All right. No, I'm sorry.
No harm done. Little paint from your car scraped onto mine. My fault. I'll straighten out your license plate and we'll be wrapped and ready. LK333. Meet 5H3872. That ought to serve as a proper introduction. Get in my car. I'll drive you to wherever you want to go. I'm John Prescott, Boston.
I'm Lila.
Yes, sir.
What am I stopping for?
A cocktail to settle my nerves, a little talk, a chance to get better acquainted, perhaps dinner.
You know, I can't. I have to get back to my car.
Oh, nonsense. Nothing can happen to your car. As for us, who knows? Good evening. Evening. Martini?
Thank you.
2 martinis. Yes, sir. Does he know you?
Perhaps. I used to live around here.
No trouble, no complications, no husband in the offing?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Then let's have at it. The azure vault dares the assault of wings, and I, Icarus, am I. Thank you. To a lovely lady.
You have an easy way with words, John Prescott. A way uncommon with the Boston man.
Throwback to my great-great-grandfather, Miles Prescott.
A rider?
A ship's captain. He sailed for the Orient, but was believed lost at sea with all hands.
And was he lost?
To the family. 20 years later, he was found in Tahiti and refused to come home. That's better.
Gardenia's my favorite flower.
Compliments you so. Milky white like your skin, warm like your eyes, yet so mysterious. So beautiful, it's almost unreal.
Let me talk to Morgan Deb.
Let's get out of here.
Well, I haven't finished my drink.
Please, we must go right away. Hurry, please.
What's it all about?
Later, let's just get out of here now.
Who's Morgan Debs? I heard the bartender ask for him on the phone. That's what panicked you, isn't it?
Yes, now can we please go? I'll tell you about him later.
Wait a minute. You were going to tell me something, but you haven't said a word since we left the cafe except pull in here. Now, what about it? You're in trouble, aren't you?
Yes, but there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Maybe there is. I, for instance, am quite a remarkable fellow. Tell me, who is Morgan Debs?
I can't talk about it here. Please drive away or I'll be in more trouble.
I don't see how that's possible. Look at you, you're scared to death. Now, calm down. Tell me the trouble. We can work something out together. Make up your mind to it, because I'm not leaving until you do.
All right. There's a road down the highway that leads to Lookout Point. I'll meet you there at 9 o'clock. Please be satisfied with that.
No brush off. Promise?
I promise faithfully.
All right, then. Lookout Point at 9 o'clock. You be there. I'm coming after you, Morgan Debs or no Morgan Debs.
I'll be there.
Good girl. You made it.
I said I would.
No trouble? You got your car all right? Where'd you park?
Do you mind if we sit quietly for a few moments? A great part of my life is wrapped up in memories of Lookout Point. Now I come back here as often as I can.
You're talking like a grandmother. I bet it wasn't too many years ago that you were giving the boys a bad time at high school dances.
And at college, wasn't I the one?
Is that where you met Morgan Debs?
No. Morgan's a much older man. I suppose we have to talk about him.
If I'm going to help you. And I'm determined on that point.
Then listen carefully, John Prescott. This spot, Lookout Point, was my favorite place in the world. It was here that I brought all my problems, and here that I came to celebrate my small triumphs. Then one night, something terrible happened.
Morgan Debs, you sit tight. I'll slip into my armor and go face the dragon.
Mr. Prescott?
Do I know you?
I think you've heard of me. I'm Morgan Debs.
I've heard of you. What are you doing up here?
Delivering a message, Mr. Prescott. The young lady you're expecting will not be here. She agrees with me it is advisable for you to go on your way and make no further effort to see her.
Why didn't the young lady give me the message herself?
As I said, she will not be here.
I don't know where you're getting all your information, but you're fouled up tonight. She's been here for the last 15 minutes. Lila? Lila? She was here a minute ago. What did you do to her?
Nothing. I haven't moved from this car, as you very well know.
You didn't have to. You've got a hold over her. She's scared to death of you. Why?
Steady, Charles. We have no quarrel with Mr. Prescott. Now, why don't you just drive on and forget what happened here tonight?
Why don't you tell me why I should? Now, remember, Charles, steady. A man can't lose a beautiful girl in the woods and just forget about her.
Even if I assure you that she's all right?
Then you do know what happened to her.
Yes, I know.
Well, please tell me where I can reach her so I can call her or send a note or send flowers. I can't just run away like this.
I'm afraid you'll have to, Mr. Prescott. Now, so far, no harm has been done. But if you persist pursuing this matter, innocent people will be hurt. Now, you don't want that to happen, do you?
Of course not. But on the other hand, I don't want to go through the rest of my life wondering what this is all about.
I'm afraid you have no alternative. Now, just drive on, and I'll take care of everything here.
You put me in an awkward position.
You put yourself in an awkward position. I'm trying to get you out of it.
Sir? My name is Prescott. I think I should report something that happened tonight. I was at a place called Lookout Point with a girl, and she disappeared.
Disappeared? You mean she ran away from you?
I don't know. I was sitting with her in my car when a man named Morgan Debs drove up. I got out to talk to him. And when I looked for the girl, she was gone.
Well, who's the girl?
Lila. I don't know her last name.
Did Morgan Debs know her?
He must have. After she disappeared, he told me to forget about it. If something happens to her...
Well, what could happen to her?
I don't know for sure. But I'll tell you one thing. She was afraid of him.
Did she tell you why?
She was just about to when he drove up.
That's not much, Mr. Prescott. Morgan Debs is a powerful man in this community. I can't very well question him without something a little more substantial to go on.
Isn't it enough to know that she was afraid of him?
Well, I only have your word for it. If I could talk to the girl... can't you tell me something more about her?
She was beautiful, blonde, blue eyes, drove a red sports car. Her name was Lila, and she used to live around here. You ought to be able to recognize her from that.
Sorry, I don't. Maybe she was before my time. I've only been sheriff here a year. Where are you headed, Mr. Prescott?
I was driving home to Boston. But I don't think I should leave until I make sure that the girl's all right.
Well, you get her name, and I'll do what I can to help you. In the meantime, where will you be if anything comes up?
I'll be trying to help myself.
Evening. Can I help you?
Yes, I want to talk about a girl.
A man that can't find time for that is a coward.
This is a particular girl. Blonde, blue eyes. Drove a red sports car. Stalled a few miles up the highway. She came here to get gas for it, remember?
Well, I should from that description. But there's been no girl here.
You sure?
Yep.
I left her here before dinner. Were you on duty then?
I'm on duty all the time.
Well, then you must remember her. You or somebody around here had to drive her back to her car with the gas.
Wasn't me. I wouldn't forget a dish like that. Besides, I haven't sold a gallon of gasoline since late this afternoon. And that was to a kid on a motorbike. You must be doing something somebody don't want you to do.
Looks that way. Did you see who it was?
No. I heard a car, thought it was business, came out here and found you.
Did you see the car?
Just the taillight as it drove away fast. Whoever it was knew their stuff. You're not marked up.
Not so you can notice it. Do you know Morgan Debs?
Mr. Debs? Sure. If it wasn't for him, I couldn't keep this place open. You a friend of his?
In a way. At least I'm getting to know him better.
Sorry, mister, we're closed.
All I want from you is information. Remember me?
Can't say I do.
I was in here with a lady.
Could be. I don't see everybody. Bar gets busy.
We were here early. You wouldn't forget her. Beautiful blonde. Who was she?
You say you were with her, don't you know?
I'm trying to be very patient with you. We sat right there, ordered 2 martinis. You recognized the girl, went to that phone and called Morgan Debs.
Who's Morgan Debs?
Quit clowning. The girl and I both heard you ask for him.
All right, so I called Morgan Debs. A lot of people call him. He's a big man.
The girl got scared when she heard his name. Why?
Why don't you ask Morgan Debs?
I'm working up to him. Right now, I'm asking you.
I don't know. Everybody has dame trouble sooner or later. Why don't you have a nightcap?
This is no dame trouble. This is a lady. Now, who is she and what is she afraid of?
I don't know.
Her first name is Lila. What's the rest of it?
I don't know, I tell you.
You knew enough to make that phone call. I'd suggest you tell me why you still can.
I can't, mister. I can't. Joke away, but I can't tell you. Kirby! Lila Kirby.
Does she live around here?
She did. A mile on the highway. Turn left.
That's better. Mrs. Kirby?
Yes?
I'm John Prescott. I hate to bother you at this time of night, but it's important that I talk to you.
About what, Mr. Prescott?
Your daughter.
Come in, young man. Now, what about my daughter?
I was with her tonight. She left me. Well, that is, we got separated somehow. I wanted to make sure she was all right.
Of course she's all right, Mr. Prescott.
John Prescott.
How nice of you to bother. She's up in her room.
May I see her for a moment?
Well, it's awfully late, isn't it?
Yes, and I apologize for intruding, but it's very important.
If you'll wait in the study, I'll tell her you're here.
You're a difficult man, Mr. Preston.
That's what my mother always said. Beat him, she said, and he's stubborn as a mule. Wheedle him, and he's yours.
I'm sorry about the beating.
Very artistic job.
I told Charles to keep an eye on you, that's all. May I try a little wheedling, as your mother used to say?
It's too late for that. I talked to Mrs. Kirby. She's gone upstairs to get Lila.
She won't be back, and Lila's not upstairs. She's dead.
Dead?
She went off Lookout Point 3 years ago in her car. Was killed instantly.
Well, that's impossible. I was with her tonight. I talked to her. What kind of a joke is this?
No joke, unfortunately. Here. Read those. Go on, read them.
Lila is dead. Who was I with tonight?
I think you were with Lila Kirby.
That's ridiculous.
I can't explain it. This is the second time she's reappeared. She seems to be drawn to Lookout Point, the scene of the accident.
And, when you get there, she disappears?
Yes. I was hoping this time would be the end of it.
According to these, you were with her.
Yes. Lila's impulsive. I was the guardian for her father's estate, and there were things I had to discuss with her. And the night in question, she didn't like the things that I was saying and started to drive away.
What about Mrs. Kirby? She's gone upstairs to get Lila. She is Lila's mother, isn't she?
Yes, and my sister. Lila's death was a terrible shock to her from which she hasn't completely recovered. That's why I want to keep the news of these reappearances away from her. Anything that reopened the tragedy to her might result in her becoming completely deranged.
I don't know. Maybe I am difficult, as you say. But it's hard to believe. Such a beautiful girl. So full of life. I met her this afternoon. Her car was stalled on the highway. Turned out she was merely out of gas.
What kind of a car was it?
A red sports car. Low, rakish. Just the kind you'd expect her to drive.
That's Lila's car, all right. But it's been lying at the foot of Lookout Point for 3 years. Hardly seemed worthwhile trying to have it towed away. Now you understand why I didn't want to tell you anything.
LK 333. Meet 5H3872.
Did John actually see Lila? How can we ever truly know? But of this we are sure. It is not the only case of this kind which has been reported. In my pursuit of these strange and unusual happenings, I've come across several other such occurrences. Experts have a name for this, but to define it is not to explain it. The explanation still lies beyond our present understanding. For how long? Who is to say? Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Good night.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Go on home and sober up.
you cause me any more trouble and I have the cops on you, okay?
You and your sleazy gin mill. Who needs it? My credit's good in the best hotels in town. Oh, you gotta treat me like that, says you.
It wasn't my fault. You walked right into me. I didn't have a prayer. It wasn't my fault.
Sure, I know.
Well, everybody saw it. It wasn't my fault. She hurt bad?
I don't know. Better not move her. Here come the cops.
Do you know who she is? Rose French. She used to be a big movie star.
Rose French. In the blur of memory, the face grows dim. But do you remember the name? 20 years ago? Rose French. The remarkable Rose French. As a servant girl or as a princess, she was a quicksilver star in a celluloid heaven. If a woman could sell her soul to achieve such fame, what wouldn't she do to get it back? Poor Rose, that was all she wanted, to relive the past. And those who loved her, Frank Clyde, for instance, could do nothing to stop her. But the comeback trail can lead to strange and sinister places, to a lonely garden, and to a night of terror. It can even lead to the face of a painted doll. But the comeback trail is a journey without maps, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. Poor Rose French and her last desperate summer. That's the name of our story, Rose's Last Summer. Our principal players are Miss Mary Astor, Mr. Lynn McCarthy, and Miss Helen Quintal. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Can I help you? Well, I talked to the other desk sergeant yesterday. I'm Frank Clyde. Oh, yeah. You're the fellow that runs the clinic for boozers. Well, we prefer to call it Rehabilitation Center. Yeah? Well, who are we rehabilitating today? Rose French. She was arrested Tuesday. Rose French. Oh, yeah, here it is. Drunk and disorderly, $200 or 30 days. Well, I finally scraped together the $200. You're too late. Too late? What do you mean? Somebody else has already bailed her out. She's gone. Rose French.
Rose, it's me, Annie.
Rose, you got company. That water running and all that yowling, she can't hear a thing.
What's Rose doing with the road map?
What? I don't know. She's packing. Rose? Yeah. You got company. Now don't come out unless you're dressed.
Why not? I've kept my figure. Why, Frank! Why, how sweet of you to come and visit an old lady. Whose idea was this?
Mine.
I'll bet. Did you bring a butterfly net with you?
Now, Rose.
Or were you looking for this? The best, the very best. I used to buy it by the case. Glasses, Annie, glasses.
Haven't you caused enough commotion?
Commotion? You'd think this was Russia, not California. Come on, Annie, you don't want to drink it out of the bottle, do you? All right, now, young man, let's talk about you. Just what are you doing here at this time of night?
I was passing by and I saw your light on. I said to myself, I must see Rose French right now, this minute.
Couldn't wait.
That's right.
You dear, sweet boy. You know, I'm awfully glad I went to your clinic. It's been a rare experience knowing you, Frank.
I'm crazy about you, too.
Oh, aren't we a pair? Bless you. You did keep me from going over the edge once. But there's nothing wrong now. Not a thing in the world.
I don't believe you. Now, come on, tell me about it.
Oh, if I were any younger, I'd grab you so fast.
Now, Rose?
Well, I would. No, please believe me, Frank. There's nothing the matter. I'm just happy, that's all. I've got a job.
A job?
Well, what's so startling about that? I've made a fortune in my time. I supported 3 husbands. No, only 2. Haley Dalloway supported me. The only trouble was he wanted to change me, too.
You're going back to Hollywood.
Oh, not a chance. Hollywood couldn't meet my price, darling.
Now, what is it, then? What sort of a job?
Well, it's a sort of a housekeeper. Very good job.
Is this on the level?
Couldn't be leveler. But I think I'll hang on to this room as a sort of a pied-à-terre, a hole in the ground to you.
Rose, really?
Which reminds me, I owe you 2 weeks back rent. And a month in advance. Is that satisfactory?
Oh, yes, indeed. Rose, I just don't understand.
Neither do I. Where is this job?
California, the good old USA.
Will you stop being childish? We want to know where you're going.
I'll keep in touch. I'll buy you a steak dinner one of these days. Oh, come on, you two. Don't be so serious. I thought you'd bust your buttons with joy at getting rid of me. Come on, now, drink up. Here's to the job. No, I've got a better one. Here's to independence.
I know a better one still. To Rose French. Can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
Washington remains in the same state. From the town of La Mesa, California, comes news of the sudden death of one-time screen star Rose French. She was found dead in the garden of a couple who say they did not know Miss French or have any connection with her. Although the demise seems of natural causes, police are making the usual investigation. Miss French was once married to Haley Dalloway, the well-known industrialist. From the eastern seaboard comes a story about a man who tried to prove
Mr. Jackson, please tell the skipper to hoist anchor. Put into port right away. Oh, and also radio my travel agent. I want an airline reservation for La Mesa, California, immediately.
Sense, Captain. Just doesn't.
People die every day, Mr. Clyde.
But she was perfectly well when I last saw her.
When was that?
8 days ago in Los Angeles.
You suspect murder?
I didn't say that.
Police surgeon's preliminary report says she died of natural causes.
But what was she doing in that garden? What was the name of the family who lived there?
Goodfield, Willard Goodfield. He just moved in with his wife and mother.
What was she doing there?
Just passing by, it seems. Garden gate was open. She sat down to rest. They found her body by the bench, her suitcase beside her.
Well, she said she was going to a job. It must have been in that neighborhood.
No, we checked the whole district. Nobody knows anything about her. Mr. Clyde, I'm afraid you're just going to have to face the facts as they are.
Haley Dalloway.
You two know each other?
Mr. Dalloway, I feel as if I've known you for a long time. I'm Frank Clyde, a friend of Rose's.
Oh, how'd you do?
You go to the morgue?
Yes, I did. She was still wearing my ring. After all these years. Still wearing my ring. So, Rose was a patient of yours, was she?
For a while. Always felt it wasn't Rose that couldn't adjust to the world. The world that couldn't adjust to Rose.
You liked her, eh?
Very much.
So did I. There were times when she made my life a hell, but I liked her. I was pretty hard on her, I'm afraid. She had to conform, or else, well, she wouldn't, or couldn't, so I lost her, of course.
You never saw her again?
No, not until today. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe she was dead.
Mr. Dalloway, I'd like to see where she died. My car's over here. Separated, Mr. Dalloway?
Oh, about 20 years. I never married again.
I was wondering about that.
I was on the verge of it several times, but after all, who could follow her?
I wish you could hear you say that.
Yes, so do I.
This must be it. He spoke of a bench.
So lonely here. You'd think no one was here.
They probably keep this end of the house closed up.
Oh, no. She should never have died like this, not Rose. She should have been surrounded by people.
Mr. Dalloway. Try not to let them see you, but take a look up at that corner window. Mr. Goodfield, I understand you rented the place you're now living in.
Yes, we rented it for 2 months. We've been in it a month.
Where is your permanent residence?
In San Francisco.
Did you know the deceased?
No, I told the police that I'd never seen her before.
Then you didn't recognize her as Rose French?
Well, the name Rose French meant nothing to me. I seldom go to the movies, and she was before my time.
Then no member of your family saw anything at all, hmm?
I'm telling you, we saw nothing nor we heard nothing. Not until I found the body. Then I telephoned the police immediately.
Well, my mother-in-law, I'm afraid, is a very difficult woman.
Then you have nothing to add to the testimony of your husband?
Nothing. But I assure you it's been a most unpleasant experience finding a dead body in the corner of your garden.
Dr. Severin, you performed an autopsy on the body of the deceased.
I did.
Would you tell us, please, what brought about her death?
Coronary thrombosis. She died almost instantly. As a matter of fact, her death was long overdue.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Her heart was badly damaged, almost twice its normal size.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We find the deceased Rose French to have died from natural causes, due to a weak heart and overexertion.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Court is dismissed.
Willett, is that you?
Yes, Mother.
Bring me my cup of tea and tell me how things went.
Yes, Mother. In just a moment. I need a drink.
You're drinking too much, Willett.
That's my business.
And mine.
I want to send flowers to the funeral tomorrow.
Flowers?
Yes. It's the least we can do, isn't it?
I'll go, darling. You relax. Well, yes, I understand. The only thing is, Willett, this is Mr. Clyde and Mr. Dalloway. We saw them at the inquest.
How do you do? Yes, I remember.
For some reason, they seem to want to talk to your mother.
My mother? Why?
We saw her looking out the window. We thought perhaps she might have noticed something.
Willett? Who's down there? Willett?
Yes, Mother. It's a gentleman named Mr. Dalloway who wishes to speak to you.
Never heard of him. Send him up anyway.
But, Mother...
You heard me. Send him up.
Very well, Mother. Would you wait here, please? Ethel, you'd better fix Mother's tea. This
Yes,
way, Mr.
dear.
Dalloway, please.
Don't worry about me.
If you'll excuse me, then.
Won't you come in, please? Mother, this is Mr. Haley Dalloway. He was at the inquest. He used to be married to Rose French.
How do you do, Mrs. Goodfield?
How do you do? Sit down.
Well, thank you.
Oh, stop hovering, Willett. You know I don't like it. I'm perfectly capable of conducting a conversation by myself.
I'm sorry, Mother. Your tea will be up directly.
Now, what can I do for you?
Mrs. Goodfield, is there anything at all you can tell me? Anything about my former wife's death?
What makes you think I can?
I don't know. Perhaps I thought you might have seen something from this window here. I just can't bear to think of her dying out there, alone.
No, for an actress, that must have been a hardship. Did you divorce Rose French?
Yes.
Did you have reason to?
Yes, I thought so at the time. We didn't get along.
Well, then why this great interest? Why this morbid concern?
Well, maybe like Frank Clyde, I feel guilty about her.
Who's Frank Clyde?
A friend of hers.
Where? So she had friends. That's interesting in itself. Those people seldom do.
Rose may have had her faults, but meanness wasn't one of them.
Sit down, sit down. Please, sit down. You know, I rather like you. At least you have spirit. Tell me, do you know the Sweet Marie doll?
No, I can't say that I do.
You would if you'd had children. It was a beautiful doll. We made a fortune on it once. Mr. Dalloway, I'm afraid you'll have to go. There's nothing I can tell you.
Yes, Mother Goodfield.
Get this man out of here. I'm tired.
Excuse me. There we are, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Dalloway.
Just a moment. Who's paying for that woman's funeral?
I am, of course.
More fool you. Thank you, dear. Ah, nice and hot.
You still haven't explained this map.
There's nothing to explain. It's a perfectly ordinary road map. We used it while we were traveling.
Mr. Dalloway, I found this map burned in the fireplace. Rose had one just like it. I saw it in a room.
So what does that prove?
It proves she was here in this house.
Are you out of your mind? You can get those maps at any gas station.
Are you sure it's the same one?
No, he isn't.
Yes, I'm sure. It had the same markings.
Well, let me see it.
No, this is too much. Questioning, hounding. For 3 days now, I haven't had a moment's peace. But this is the last straw. I've had all I can take.
What are you afraid of, Mr. Goodfield?
Gentlemen, I think you'd better leave before we call the police.
Would you go through the pockets of these dresses?
Well, Frank, I must admit, I haven't the steam I used to have.
I'm sorry you're tired, Mr. Dalloway, but we must go over every inch of this room.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, just exactly what are we looking for?
I don't know. There must be something. Something will tie Rose in with that house. If we find something besides a map, then we'll know.
You really think that those people... What reason would they have to harm her?
Mr. Dalloway, I can only go by the facts. That map is the same map that I saw in this room. If it wasn't, why did they burn it? If it wasn't, why did that Willett Goodfield get so jittery and so angry?
Yes, well, that attitude was peculiar, I must admit. And yet, you know, they sent such lovely flowers to the funeral.
Exactly what I mean. And why did they send flowers, and such expensive ones? The funeral of someone who meant nothing to them. Was it because they felt guilty about something?
This is all so circumstantial, so tenuous.
Would you call this tenuous, Mr. Dalloway?
Oh? What is it?
I didn't want to upset you. I got this afternoon. It's the last electrocardiogram taken of Rose's heart, taken by the clinic doctor 7 months ago. Does that look like the chart of a woman with a badly damaged heart?
Frank, I don't know about these things.
Well, look at the rhythm, the pattern of the heart action. You heard the coroner's testimony. Coronary thrombosis, enlarged heart. Now, Dr. Lewis assured me there was no evidence of such a condition in that cardiogram.
But, could it have changed so rapidly?
I don't know. I don't think so. You know what I think? I think those people killed Rose. I think they lured her up there to La Mesa with a promise of a job. Somehow, I don't know how, they made it look like she had a heart condition. Maybe some drug.
But why, Frank? Why?
I don't know, but I'm...
Remember now. She used to doodle like this while talking on the phone.
See the word La Mesa?
Yes, but she knew she was going there.
Well, look at the way she doodled the word good 4 times, and each time with a capital letter. That could have subconsciously meant the name Goodfield.
Yes, it's possible, I suppose.
Well, that does it. La Mesa, Goodfield. That ties them together before she ever left here. Well, I'm going to the police.
No, Frank. No, don't do that. This isn't enough. That doodle could just mean what the word says, good. I mean, just an indication that she was happy about getting a job.
I suppose we took a run up to San Francisco and looked into their background. That's where they're from. They still have a home there up on Nob Hill. They also have a doll factory.
Good. We'll go to San Francisco. It's worth a try, anyway.
Mr. Sturgis?
Yes?
Well, there's no one in your outer office, so I took the liberty.
Oh, lunchtime. They're all out to lunch. I always have mine right in here. Just fruit. Best thing for you.
I'm John Richards. I called for an appointment.
Oh, yes. Toy Digest. Well, sit down, sit down. You're interested in doing an article on old Horace Goodfield, aren't you?
Well, not exactly. It's a symposium. They told me at the doll factory that you were the executor of Horace Goodfield's estate. I thought you might fill me in.
Nobody knew more about old Horace Goodfield than I did. Now, what is it you want to know?
Well, first, when did he die?
About 15 years ago. That's it. 5 years after he created the Sweet Marie doll.
Oh, yes, about that doll. I understand it made him a lot of money.
Millions. Excuse me. Lunchtime for them, too, you know. 1, 2, 3. There. Enjoy your lunch.
What kind of a man was Mr. Goodfield?
A genius. Oh, he invented all kinds of toys. Of course, he was rather eccentric. Hadn't been for all his money, you'd have called him a nut.
And the rest of the family, what were they like?
Well, Horace didn't pay much attention to his family. Tell you the truth, he didn't like his family very well, especially his son, Willett. You see, Willett never invented anything.
Well, he left them his money.
As the executor of the estate, I can't discuss that.
I see. Where is Mrs. Goodfield? I thought I might like to talk to her.
Oh, she's away somewhere, traveling.
Well, you've given me a very interesting sidelight on Mr. Goodfield. Thank you, Mr. Sturgis.
Well, you're welcome, Mr.
Richards.
Oh, yes. I'd like to see a copy of the article when it's published.
I'll send you a copy. Goodbye, sir.
Long distance. I want to place a person-to-person call. Willett Goodfield, La Mesa, California.
Asking questions about us? Well, you didn't tell him anything, did you?
Now, what would I tell him? It was just that after he left, I thought he had asked some very peculiar kind of questions for a trade paper writer. As a matter of fact, he seemed a little peculiar himself.
What did he look like? I thought so. Frank Clyde. Well, he's a friend of Rose French's. He didn't believe the findings at the inquest. I am careful. We thought we'd covered everything. This means more to us than it does to you. All right. I'll keep you informed.
Clyde?
Yes. He's up in San Francisco checking. What are we going to do?
Don't panic, Willett. We're past the time limit now. We'll just have to end it a few days sooner than we planned.
Ethel, I don't mean to be weak.
I know you don't, baby. Just trust me, that's all. Just leave everything to me. Mother Goodfield.
Mother, what are you doing up?
Well, now that's a stupid question if I ever heard one. I got bored, that's all. Well, I did.
Now, darling, you know it's better for you to stay upstairs. You're much more comfortable there.
But I'm bored, Ethel.
Go to your room. That's the girl. We'll be up to talk to you later.
Don't bother. Neither one of you is very amusing. Now, Rose, none of that. Forget who you are. You're giving a performance. You're not Rose French. You're me. That's what we're paying you for. To be me.
I'll look more like you when I get this wig adjusted. Still isn't right across the forehead. I'll try the walk again.
No, that's not right. You still haven't got it. Oh, I'm doing the best I can. You're doing nothing of the sort. It's not enough that you look like me. That's only part of it. You must be like me, inside. Well, that's a big order. I thought you were an actress. I am. At least I was. Because of a pretty face? No. All right, let's try it again. A little slower. I couldn't walk that fast. That's more like it. Now, say something. Say something to my son. That's not very bright of you, is it, Willett? Did you ever try using a fraction of your brain? That's it. Oh, that's it, isn't it?
Yes.
What I can't understand is how Willett happened to recognize me on the street. How could anyone help but recognize Rose French? Of course, I always resembled you. I was not as beautiful, but I looked like Rose French. Yes, I can see where you would. Especially if you darkened your hair a little. That's it. Remember, if I should die, darken my hair.
Oh, Mother, please.
Ethel?
I'll remember.
Yes, it's a miracle that we found you, Rose. But you saw the maps that I gave you. You know where we went. Oh, we've been traveling since February, looking for someone to pass for me. But you did find her. Yes. Maybe just in time.
Don't talk like that, Mother. You know you'll live to be 90.
I don't want to live to be 90. I just want to live long enough to be sure you get the money.
Oh, Mother, please. This whole thing is just insane.
You were always incompetent. You and your father. You always were incompetent. You and your father. Is that the way I sound? Yes, I guess it is.
All right, Rose, that's enough. Mrs. Goodfield is tired.
Yes, I think I am. All of a sudden.
I'll put you to bed, dear.
No, wait a minute. There's something else. Something I thought of this morning.
It can wait.
If anything should happen and Rose has to take over, you must never let down, not even when you're alone. You must call her mother, and you must call her mother Goodfield. Never think of her as Rose French. Do you understand? Rose, before we say goodnight, would you do me a favor? Put the wig on again. Oh, sure. When I tried it on this morning, it was terribly tight, but I managed to stretch it a little. There we are. Incredible. Wait a moment. Well, it's unnerving, isn't it? What do you see? Rose? I see two dreadful old women. Two dreadful old women.
What are you doing?
I'm going home.
You're what?
I'm going home. I'm a fraud and a cheat, and so are you. I can't go on with it any longer. I won't.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
Now, look, I don't want to cause any trouble, but I'm ashamed and I'm scared. I want to be myself again.
And who is that?
Who is that? Why, Rose French, of course.
You can't be Rose French. Rose French is dead.
No.
She's dead and buried. She doesn't exist anymore.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh. No, she isn't dead. Rose French isn't dead.
I'm a realist. So was your mother. Do you know what she said to me? She said Rose must die as me. If I die as Rose French, Rose must die as Mrs. Horace Goodfield.
It was awful when Mother died. Trying to make her look younger. Dyeing her hair so she'd look like Rose.
I know, dear.
I couldn't go through it again. I'll never forget when we carried her down. I just couldn't go through it again.
You won't have to. Once we get Rose to San Francisco, you can leave everything to me. Just don't fail me now, darling. Don't fail your mother.
All right. When do we do it?
Tonight.
Miss, just a moment. I'd like to have a copy of this page, please, as soon as possible.
Have any luck up on Nob Hill?
No. I watched their house from noon till 4. Nobody showed. I even tried to get inside. But a police car came around, and I figured I'd better skip that gambit.
Well, I think I found something in the newspaper files. Look at this. A copy of Goodfield's obituary in the Times 15 years ago.
Mrs. Horace Goodfield. She was when her husband patterned the Sweet Marie doll after her face. She's a dead ringer for Rose.
Of course, but look farther down. The part about the will. Now, here, Frank. And it is rumored that the eccentric millionaire left an eccentric will, leaving his fortune in trust to his widow. It becomes hers only if she reaches 65 years of age. Otherwise, the entire estate will go to the Parnassus Health Food Foundation.
If she dies before 65, the family loses the whole shebang.
Right.
See, that should be just about now. Yeah, I had her date of birth. Let's see. Oh, here it is. May 29th. Now, she was 65 just 2 days ago. You realize what this could mean? That must have been Mrs. Goodfield they found in the garden.
Ridiculous. Are you trying to tell me that that old woman in bed upstairs was Rose French? The woman I was married to?
It had to be. They must have hired Rose to take her place so they'd get the money, even if Mrs. Goodfield died before she reached 65.
A fantastic scheme. But Frank, that would mean only one thing, that Rose is alive.
As of now. But they don't need her any longer. Today is May 31st.
Come on, let's get back to La Mesa at once.
But my car's in the garage down the street.
You go first. No, I just wanted to say I'm sorry I blew my top yesterday. I didn't mean it.
I know you didn't, Rose. We both lost our heads. And for the same reason. We've been under a great strain.
Well, you and Mr. Goodfield particularly.
It was inexcusable of me to act the way I did. Can you forgive me?
If you can forgive me.
You know I can. You've been magnificent, Rose.
You know, this is nice, our talking like this. It's the first time we've really talked together.
Then we're friends?
You bet.
That's wonderful.
After all, we are so close to the end.
That's right. Just one more day and you'll be free as the air.
Yes, I'm going to New York, and I've made up my mind I'm going to change my name, and you'll never hear of me again.
I brought you a present, Rose.
Oh, glory be.
I know you've missed your little nip, and I see no harm in it now.
Well, this is good stuff, too, you know. I used to buy it by the case. $500 was nothing for a party.
Well, just help yourself.
Well, you are a dear girl.
Don't be silly. Let's just call it a peace offering.
Bless you.
How much sedative did you give her?
Enough, apparently.
There we are now. Come right up here.
A good feel.
That's right.
That's fine.
Now we've got you here.
Oh.
You force your way into the Goodfield's house on that kind of evidence. If you're wrong, you'll have one whale of a suit on your hands.
Well, let's not stand here arguing. Let's get up there.
Well, suit or no suit, are you coming with us, Captain, or do we go without you?
I'll have to wait for my relief. He's due in a few minutes.
Wait a minute. Where are we going?
We're just taking you downstairs for a change,
Oh,
dear.
no.
Come on. Oh, she's passed out completely.
Good.
It's all right, I've got it. Get the door, Ethel. Here we go.
You can manage alone.
I could have managed alone from the very beginning.
Let me go, will it? You know how I hate to have you fuss over me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother.
We can't let her get away now. We'd lose everything. Open the gate.
Over there.
Somebody let me in! Please, somebody let me in! Help me, somebody! Oh, Frank, they're trying to kill me. Oh.
All right.
Get after them.
All right. All over. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all over, Rose.
Oh, Haley.
Rose, let's go home.
Oh, thank you.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
What's troubling you, Mrs. Page?
No.
little queasy.
It couldn't have anything to do with meeting my relatives, could it?
Well, you do make them sound awfully formidable.
They are formidable. So are you. That's why I think you'll get along just fine. And after all, it's only for a couple of days.
Just a little stage fright, I guess.
Come on, get some sleep.
Sleepy?
I'm not used to sitting up in a plane all night.
Well, as soon as we get to Pasadena, you can catch a nap. Only, why don't you wait over there? This will take a few minutes.
Okay, dear. Tell me, that man took your case.
What?
He's going off with your case. That must be his.
Hey, Don, you're right. Come on. Hey, mister! Hey, taxi! Well?
Well, follow it.
No, darling, it's not so tragic. I'm sure we'll find something in his case that'll tell us where to reach him.
I don't know. I hope so.
What do you mean?
Well, it looked to me as if he took your case on purpose.
On purpose?
I didn't want to say anything. You always say I'm imagining things, but that man's been watching us on the plane ever since we left Chicago.
Oh, now, come on, darling. Look, I'll find him. I haven't got time now. I've got to pick up a car at the rental agency.
An attaché case, a classical ingredient in tales of cloak and dagger. Well, was the young lady correct? Was it switched on purpose? Well, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff, the contents of that case will soon trap these two young people in a web of terror. Alice, the bewildered bride, doesn't yet know that her husband's life will depend upon her silence. She'll become a girl with a secret. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Miss Fay Bainter, Mr. Paul Hartman, Miss Myrna Fahey, Mr. Rhodes Reason, Miss Cloris Leachman, and Mr. Harry Ellaby. We assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Spectacular.
I'm so sleepy, dear.
Okay, the view will keep. Go to sleep, baby.
Wake me when we get close.
I will.
How's that?
Perfect.
You didn't even look.
They'd love you without any lipstick.
Tony, I'm still shaking. Horrible man.
Alice, promise me you won't mention it to my family. There's no sense in upsetting them.
I won't.
Well, Mr. Tony.
Hello, Ellen. How are you?
Oh, I've got the lumbago, thank you.
This is my wife, Alice.
Won't you come in, please? And let me take your things. I'll tell Mrs. Redfern you're here.
Thank you.
My dear, we're very happy to see you. Won't you sit down? I know you're both tired and want a rest, but first, let's have a little talk, shall we? Just the four of us. So, Anthony, you're in Chicago to stay, are you?
Yes, that's right. A job, an apartment, and a wife.
Are you a Chicagoan, Alice?
No, I come from Indiana. A small town. But I was working in Chicago.
You seem quite young to be holding a position.
You'd hardly call typing a position.
You live alone in Chicago?
Well, I was going to college there, working to help pay for my education. Then I met Tony.
So there went everything. Education, career.
Your parents, they still live in Indiana?
Yes, my dad owns a drugstore, Hanson's Drugstore in Boulder Creek.
They're quite well, I trust.
Oh, yes, very well. I'm very happy about my marrying Tony.
Alice?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very happy that you were the instrument of Tony's salvation. He's a reckless boy, but basically honorable. He should give you no serious worries.
Thank you.
Ellen, will you show Mr. and Mrs. Page their room, please?
Yes, Miss Redfern.
We'll be dining at 7:15.
Tony, I just want you to be proud of me.
I am proud of you. Now, why don't you take a nap? By the time you wake up, I'll be back.
Back? Where are you going?
Well, it's my fault. We forgot to get something for Gran.
I'll go with you.
No, you get your sleep. There's Uncle Greg and Cousin Bee coming up, remember? And, darling, please wear those earrings I gave you tonight, for Gran's sake.
almost messed me up with that attache cased bit.
How's that?
My wife caught you at it. If you hadn't skipped so fast, I'd have had to take it back.
Did you get a chance to study the information?
I don't think I can handle the assignment, Herb.
Why not?
Someone's on to me. There must have been a leak.
There couldn't be.
A car pushed us off the highway on the way over. We were lucky not to be killed.
Couldn't it have been an accident?
It was no accident.
Tony, I must tell you. Tony, you're the only man for this particular job. Now, let me fill you in on the facts. Then you can make up your mind.
Kowalik here. Yes? What? Yes. Left the house. The library. I see. Then to a food shop. Back to the house. Of course. It must have been a contact at the library. My information from Chicago was correct. Get back to me tonight. Stupidity. Unutterable stupidity. You knocked him off the road. Smashed his car. He couldn't possibly have survived.
What's that?
Page. That was a report on our friend, Mr. Page. He got home, paid a visit to the library, then went to some food shop. Does that sound like the activities of a dead man?
I don't know how. I tell you, I can't figure how.
Mr. Corlick, you said make it look like an accident if you'd let me use my gun like I wanted to.
Be quiet, Blucher.
Look, next time I'll make sure I'll...
Don't be more idiotic than you are. Do you think they'll let you get near him again after your blunder? They'll keep him covered around the clock.
Mr. Corlick.
Please be quiet, Blucher. Have to work this out.
Waller, thought I'd scared you off. You thought I'd taken pity on you. Well, Tony, how's the bridegroom?
Very well, thank you. Mr. Devon, this is my bride, Alice. Walter Devon, one of our good friends.
She's lovely, Tony. But then we expected that. Are you going to be with us long?
A few days. It's our honeymoon, you know. You might call it a tour of inspection, except that we're the ones who are being inspected.
Anthony, that's rude.
Still the black sheep, eh, Tony?
A bit on the gray side these days, I'm afraid.
Shall we have at it?
You two still battling?
Chess isn't a battle, Tony. It's a conversation. Your uncle makes a move, and I refute it. Then he refutes my refutation. It's really quite fascinating.
I can imagine.
It was your move.
Coffee?
Yes.
Beatrice, would you please play something for us?
Will you listen?
Why, of course.
Telephone, Mr. Page. Long distance.
Oh, thanks, Ellen. Just a minute. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Broken in 2 places. Oh, that's bad. Yes, sir. My wife and I will be there tomorrow. Oh, I see. Yes, I understand. You can expect me. Well, that does it.
Something wrong, darling?
Just a messed up honeymoon, that's all. I have to leave in the morning.
Tony, will you please explain what you're talking about?
That was my boss, Mr. Delgado. He broke his leg in 2 places. Seems to think he's marooned at his cabin.
Very unfortunate.
I'll have to fly directly to Minneapolis and then get a boat.
I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, darling, but Mr. Delgado said there isn't room at the cabin.
Well, then, why not leave your Alice in our care?
Thank you very much, but I think it'd be better if I went home and waited for Tony there.
Now, look, darling, I don't want you alone in Chicago. I want to know that you're safe and sound.
Well, then it's settled. You'll stay here with us.
Unless, of course, she might be more comfortable somewhere else.
No, it isn't that at all. Thank you. I'd be very happy to stay.
Good girl.
Come in. Well?
He's flying to Minneapolis in the morning.
Minneapolis? No, Devon. There is nothing in Minneapolis.
That's what he told his family. His employer had an accident near Minneapolis. He received a telephone call to fly there tomorrow.
It makes no sense. Granted, he is flying somewhere tomorrow. What we have to find out is where.
I can't very well ask him.
Devon, I don't think you realize the importance of your finding out what Page is doing. If he succeeds, our whole operation will go down the drain.
But you may be wrong. He may not be working for them.
In my business, I can't afford to be wrong. I've paid you a great deal of money during the past 6 months to stay close to the family and find out just what Page is doing. I have received very little for my money.
I have told you whatever there was to find out.
Then you'd better find out a little more, Devon, and quickly. You'd better find out where he really is going tomorrow.
I'll do what I can.
You'll find out. Good night, Mr. Devon.
Darling?
Of course.
I don't say they're the most entertaining people in the world. After all, you don't have to stay around if you don't want to. You could go over and visit the Rubens. You remember Mal and Sally Rubin?
You're not going to Minneapolis at all, are you? You're going to Mexico City.
Alice,
You were going to Mexico and you weren't even going to tell me. You lied to me, Tony.
Alice, be quiet.
Tony, why didn't you tell me?
Keep your voice down. Now, let's forget it.
I can't forget it, Tony. You've got to explain.
There's nothing to explain now. I was going to Mexico.
Why couldn't you tell me, Tony? Why did you lie? There were other lies, too, Tony. In Chicago. I didn't say anything. Tony, I'm your wife.
Alice.
You're in some terrible trouble, aren't you, Tony? That man in the car yesterday, he tried to kill you, didn't he? He tried to kill me, too, Tony. Don't you think I have a right to know why?
All right, Alice. Since I can't go through with it now anyway, I will explain. My work in the building business, that's not my real job. I mean, I work at it, but it's really a cover for more important work.
Are you a government agent?
I've been doing undercover work for the past 2 years. With our nuclear weapons, espionage goes on constantly. There's a group of people, some in New York, Chicago, Washington, and some right here, who deal in secret information.
Deal in it?
For money, big money. Whatever they can get their hands on, they sell to whatever enemy government will pay for it. I made contact with them in Chicago and pretended to be one of them. I fed them unimportant secrets. Information about supposedly new ideas and missiles, just enough so they trusted me. Now, we were never able to pinpoint the man in charge of the operation. But now we think he's right here in Pasadena.
Why would he be here?
The university. There's a lot of nuclear planning going on here. This Mexican trip, I was picked because I'd already made contact with one of their couriers there. And we figured that through him, I'd have been able to find out who was the #1 man here. Then my job would have been finished.
What do you mean, would have been?
I can't do it now, darling, now that you know.
You think it's very important?
Very, but...
Then you've got to see it through.
I can't. If you were to make one slip, if you were to let anyone know I went to Mexico instead of Minnesota, I'd be dead. And I mean dead.
Tony, I can keep a secret.
It's more than just a secret. It means you'd have to tell lies and keep lying to the family, to everyone, and not break even under the worst kind of pressure. My life would really be in your hands.
Tony, don't you love me enough to trust me?
Of course I do, darling. Even with my life.
Hurry up. I miss your plane.
It won't take more than a few days. Thank you, darling.
Yes?
Don't mind if I clean up a little, do you?
Of course not.
Sure's a good-looking man, your husband.
Thank you.
Just imagine you two only married a few days and him off to Mexico City. Huh?
Mrs. Peel, how did you know my husband was going to Mexico?
You was talking real loud. Couldn't help it here.
Mrs. Peel, my husband's on business. He might make a lot of money. It's important that people think he's going to Minnesota. It's oil wells. I'd appreciate it if you'd not mention my husband's trip to anyone.
Whatever you say, Miss Page. Say, you know you got a lot of pretty jewelry over here? You know, I like jewelry. Gives a person class. These earrings, they go just beautiful on me, don't you think?
Those are...
Just beautiful.
Yes, you're right, they are. Take them.
You mean it?
But I want you to promise me that you won't say anything to anybody about what you've heard.
Oh, I promise. Us users are tight-fisted and tight-lipped. You know that.
Did Tony get away all right?
Yes.
Sort of mysterious, isn't it?
Mysterious?
He's slipping away like that. Secretly. I think something's going on.
There is something going on. His employer's had an accident.
That isn't what I mean. Tony used to go around with a lot of strange people. No one ever knew what he was doing or where he was. I'm sorry you had to get stuck here with all of us zombies. It was really unforgivable of Tony.
I don't think you're a zombie.
Yes, I am. We all are. How Tony managed to escape it, I don't know.
Have you had your breakfast, Alice?
No,
I'll
but...
see to it.
B, what kind of a man is Mr. Devon?
I don't know.
Alice, will you follow me, please?
Of course.
Those earrings belong to the family. They're priceless heirlooms. Mrs. Peel says you gave them to her. Take them away from her.
Just a moment. They belong to me, you know.
They're family heirlooms.
Yes, but Tony gave them to me.
You're out of your mind.
Aunt Hortense, please. There's nothing to get upset about. Please don't make a fuss.
Fuss?
Would you not mention this to anyone? I have a reason. Please believe me.
What reason could you possibly have? And what does this cleaning woman mean to you? What favor has she done you?
I'm sorry. I can't tell you. You've got to trust me.
Indeed.
Mrs. Peel, how could you?
How could I what?
Wear them in here. You knew what would happen.
Look, I'm a human being. I figure I can wear whatever I want, where I want. She don't scare me, that Hortense, not one little bit. Just because she's got a big house and a big mouth, she...
Mrs. Peel, will you please take off those earrings and give them to me? Thank you.
They was a gift from Miss Alice.
It was very bad taste of you to accept such jewelry from anyone in this house, especially from a very young person. I don't think you need bother to come back here tomorrow. If you'll tell me what's owing you in wages, I'll be glad to see that you receive it. Alice, I'd like to see you in the drawing room.
You see that? You see that? Now I'm out of a job. And for what? A mistake you made. I didn't make it. You did. Well, you just wait till that Duchess finds out a few things about her precious grandson.
Mrs. Peel, you made a promise to me.
Yeah, and you see where it got me, huh?
If you keep quiet, I'll give you $300. It's all I have.
Well...
All right, forget it. Go in and tell him what you know. I'm not going to bargain with you. Go on.
Well, now, hold on, Miss Alice. Us Indiana people, we gotta stick together. $300 will just about tide us over till Carrie gets a job. Carrie, that's my son. He lives with me. I was going to quit this job anyway. It's too rich for my blood.
What's your address?
It's 3112 Kenwood Avenue, 6th floor, apartment 3.
I'll have to cash some traveler's checks. I'll be over to see you just as soon as I can get away.
Please understand, Alice, this is a conversation, not a lecture. Why did you give these earrings to Mrs. Peel?
She admired them. I didn't realize they were so valuable.
The monetary value is the least important consideration. In our family, we cherish tradition, memories.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Redfern.
Sorry, Gregory.
Oh, no, not again.
I'm afraid so. Well, Alice, you heard anything from Tony?
Just a wire saying he'd arrived safely.
Any idea when he'll be back?
Not yet.
He's a nice boy. I'm glad to see he's settling down.
Don't be too sure.
How's that?
Oh, he's a mystery man, Tony is. So's his wife.
Really?
Oh, yes. She's got a secret. Haven't you, Alice? Secret you paid Mrs. Peel not to tell?
Oh, for heaven's sake, she's in one of her silly moods again.
It's true, though. That's why she gave away that priceless set of earrings. It's a plot.
It was an odd thing to do, Alice.
I'm afraid you're all talking a bit over my head. What was an odd thing to do?
Alice gave away some of the family jewels to Mrs. Peel. Got her fired, too.
Oh?
My theory is that it's blackmail.
Where are you going, Alice?
Out for some fresh air.
What you really mean is you're going out because you can't stand us.
You're very rude, Cousin Bee, but I suppose that comes naturally to you.
Alice.
You're all rude. What is this, another tradition in this house?
Oh, we've got her where she lives. It is blackmail.
Alice, let her go, Gregory. This is quite incredible.
Quite incredible indeed.
Well, if you ask me...
No one is asking you anything, Beatrice. You stirred up quite enough trouble as it is.
And you think this secret has something to do with her husband's trip?
It looks that way to me. What could be so important that she'd want to pay off Mrs. Peel?
It's possible she knows where Page is going. Do you have this Mrs. Peel's address?
Yes, I do.
I'll put Blucher on it at once.
Gee, I was beginning to think you wasn't going to come. Well, you brought it with you.
Yes. What you've just done is blackmail, Mrs. Peel. A crime you could go to jail for. And if you don't keep your side of this bargain, I will see that you go to jail for it.
What are you talking about, blackmail? Sounds like blackmail, what you're saying.
Good night, Mrs. Peel.
Who is it?
I'm a friend of the Redferns. I gotta talk to you.
Just a minute. Well, hold on. What do you want?
Mrs. Peel,
Yeah, what do you want?
I came here because I'm a friend of young Mrs. Page's. The girl's in trouble. I want to help her.
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
You don't have to lie to me. She told me all about it.
Yeah, well, if she told you all about it, why talk to me?
Well, we need your help.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about, mister. There ain't no trouble that I know of, and there ain't gonna be none either, so I'll just say thanks and goodbye. Look, I'm busy.
Oh, you want to play games, huh? Well, we'll play my way. Now, why'd Mrs. Page give you them earrings?
It's none of your business, and you leave me alone.
You better tell me, else I'm gonna have to give you a going over. And I just like to do that. It had something to do with Mr. Page's going away. Didn't it?
You're out of your mind. Now stop her.
Tony has married you and left you here. Won't you tell me what it is?
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
You admit there is something.
Yes, I admit that much.
Very well. I won't press you any further.
May I go now?
Of course, child, of course.
Alice, I see you in the drawing room. Sit down. Alice, Mrs. Peel is dead.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that.
Her son, Carrie, telephoned me. Now, look, I want the truth. Tell me, what do you know about this?
Why should I know anything about it?
Now, look, no lies now. Hank Bowman of the bank was in touch with me. You cashed $300 in traveler's checks there, didn't you?
Yes.
On Mrs. Peel's body, they found $300. You gave Mrs. Peel that $300, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
I was responsible for her losing her job. When she needed money to get started someplace else, I felt I should be helpful if I could.
Then you weren't bribing her to keep quiet about something, as Bea suggested? Were you there when Mrs. Peel died?
No.
But you were there sometime.
Yes.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I took a cab to her place. I went upstairs, I gave her the money, and I left. That's all.
Now, listen, Alice, that cab driver who drove you to Mrs. Peel's, if he should start putting all these things together, well, we could all be in serious trouble. He could describe you. He knows what time he drove you there. Can you tell me this? Who knows what time you left? Do you realize what I'm saying? This is a murder case. Alice, did you do it? Did you kill Mrs. Peel?
Do you think that I did?
Never mind what I think. Just answer the question.
No, I didn't kill Mrs. Peel.
You can't be any help to the police at all.
I didn't see anybody there but Mrs. Peel.
But the money, the earrings in the first place. Alice, what's behind all this?
I told you.
Oh, you haven't?
I'm sorry. May I leave?
Hello, Walter. Oh, I'm glad I caught you in. This is Greg. I'm sorry we're late. Something came up.
Let's talk about it after dinner, shall we?
Talk about what? What's going on? First Alice has secrets, now you two. Everybody has secrets.
Please, Beatrice, this doesn't really concern you.
Then whom does it concern? Alice? Why should you be so concerned about Alice? Always Alice. Ever since she got here, you...
Bea, that'll be enough.
Just a moment, Greg. Alice is my grandson's wife. If this concerns her, I wish to hear it.
We'd rather hope to spare you, Mrs. Redfern. But your Mrs. Peel is dead.
Go on, Walter.
Apparently, she was pushed down a flight of stairs by someone. I think possibly you, Alice, might know who that person is.
Alice, I think you'd better explain.
I told you all I can. I will not be questioned further. Please excuse me.
You can't just walk out.
Can't I?
If Alice knows anything, she must tell the police.
Must? If I will get you 10, she won't.
Oh, the disgrace. Gregory, you have to make Alice tell you what she knows before it gets into the paper.
You'll all be in the papers unless we get the truth.
How do you get the truth out of that girl? I tried.
You're not going to like my proposal, but it's the only way I know to handle this. You're going to send a tray up to Alice, aren't you?
Surely.
I happen to know that Beatrice takes sedatives from time to time and that they're tasteless. Isn't that right, Beatrice? I think it ought to be possible to put enough into her food, not enough to harm her in any way, simply to permit me to take her tonight to a friend who I think can be induced to help us. He's, well, a sort of doctor.
You sure it wouldn't harm her?
Of course. My friend would give her a bit of sodium pentothal. She'd wake up feeling fresh and, well, you know, nowadays, secrets are extracted as painlessly as teeth.
B, give me the sedatives. B, come on, I know you've got them. They're in your pocket.
Beatrice, do as you've been told.
But, Mother, it isn't fair. It isn't right. You can't take her mind from her.
The sedatives.
Tony?
Good. Say, tell me about Alice. Is she all right?
Well, that's just it, Tony. No one seems to know where she is. I tried to contact you, but...
But what? Get it out.
She disappeared from your grandmother's house last Thursday around 7:15. Seems she's mixed up in a homicide.
What the devil are you talking about?
Well, the old woman at the house, Mrs. Peel, the cleaning woman.
Yes?
She was killed. The police think that Alice might be a witness.
So where is she?
We just don't know. You better phone the old man.
You phone him. Tell him I've got enough to nail our friend Devon and his boss. But first, I've got to find Alice. Give me the keys to your car. Fran, what's happened here? Where's Alice?
Don't worry, Tony. She kept your secret.
I don't care about that. I just want to know where she is.
They were going to drug her to force her to tell the truth.
They? Who's they?
Walter Devon.
It was his idea, of course.
And Gregory. And the others. I couldn't allow that to happen in my house. I went up to Alice's room to warn her. I gave her some money.
Where is she?
Where they can't find her. In a drugstore in Los Angeles. She worked in her father's drugstore in Indiana. Remember?
Gran, you're wonderful.
No, son. I'm just a spoiled, selfish, egocentric old woman. But I know what's right, and I know what's wrong. And what they were planning to do was wrong, Tony.
Do you, know?
Not a thing. Except that Alice has a secret. I was curious, of course. I even questioned her. After she'd given your mother's earrings to Mrs. Peel. But she wouldn't tell. Not me or the others, no matter what they did to her. And, Tony, they did a great deal.
Now, Gran, you're sure that no one else knows where she is?
No one but us.
What's the address of the drugstore?
Tony, this is serious, isn't it?
Yes.
Here he comes.
2 hours.
Mr. Ziegler?
Yes?
I'm looking for my wife, Alice Page.
We have an Alice Hanson.
That's her. Is she here?
In the stockroom. Alice? Alice?
Tony! Oh, Tony, thank God you're safe.
Are you all right?
Oh, I am now. Tony, I was so worried, not hearing, not knowing what was happening.
It's all over now, darling.
I'm so glad.
Gran told me what happened. I'm proud of you. The way you kept my secret. She said...
Yes, Tony. She kept it too well. Lock it. Too bad you double-crossed Karloff, Tony. Now we're going to have to kill you.
Tell your friend to put the gun away, Devon. You're all finished.
You think so?
I've got enough on Korlich's activities to put you all away.
But if they don't get the report, it won't do them any good, will it? And you haven't had time to turn it in.
You don't know that.
Just stand there quiet, mister.
You just arrived this morning. We figured that you'd go looking for your wife first. Well, if we kill all three of you, nobody will ever know about that report.
They'll know you did this.
No, they won't. It looked like a holdup that went wrong. All right. Take care of the girl first.
I've had this gun in the drawer for 20 years. Never used it before.
Now take it easy, darling. It's all right.
Tony.
Mr. Ziegler, would you do one more favor for me?
Oh, what's that?
Fix my wife a tranquilizer while I call the police.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Joe, baby, listen, give me a break. What do you expect me to dig up 1,500 clams between now and midnight?
You had time. Why didn't you get it?
Well, I tried. I tried every place.
So you didn't try hard enough.
Look, Joe, give me a week. I'll make it good in a week.
You've had a week.
I know I've had a week already, but Joe, look.
Okay, get it. By tomorrow night.
Sure. Sure, Joe. Tomorrow night.
My place.
Your place.
9:30.
9:30.
Have it, understand?
Yeah, I'll have it. Somehow. do you think you're going?
I'm sorry.
A compulsive killer of women stalks a town. This man has seen the killer. He doesn't know it yet, but as sure as my name is Boris Karloff, he will meet the killer again and will recognize him. You or I would turn him in, but this man uses the murderer for a most bizarre purpose. Knock 312. That's the name of our story. And our principal players are Mr. Joe Maross, Miss Beverly Garland, Mr. Charles Aidman, and Mr. Warren Oates. Knock 312. That friendly knock will cause a lovely woman to open a door with terrifying consequences. Let me warn you, ladies, if you hear that knock in the next hour, do not open your door. Just sit there and enjoy the tingling suspense of this thriller.
Hello, honey.
After 5. Where have you been? All last night, all today?
I've got to talk to you, Ruthie.
Well, then talk.
Look, can you call the restaurant and tell them you're not coming in tonight?
What for? Are you going to take me out in the town?
Ruthie, all last night and all the day, I've been trying to get that money. You've got to help me out, Ruthie.
I told you, Ray, over and over, I can't.
You mean you won't? You've got that savings account of yours, $4,000.
Yes, that's right. I've got it right here. That's my money, Ray. I worked hard for it for years. Now, you're not going to get any of it, not anymore.
Well, am I your husband or what?
I don't know. You tell me. Night after night, one bar to another, you're never home.
I'm a liquor salesman. How do you expect me to sell liquor if I don't go into bars?
Is that why you owe those men $1,500 because you sell? Oh, no. You're gambling. The back room of those bars. The poker, the horse races, the dice, night after night after night.
Honey, I'm scared, Ruthie. You don't know these guys, Joey Bedell and the others. If I don't pay up by tonight, 9:30, well, it might be kind of rough.
Oh, Ray. You've lied to me so often.
Ruthie, if you've ever believed me in my life, believe me now. You've got to. These guys are going to kill me.
For $1,500. Gamblers like these?
They're not kidding this time. Honey, believe me.
I believed you before, and what happened? It went right down the drain. I'm sorry. I just can't believe you anymore.
Ruthie.
I'm not going to give you the money, Ray.
I never thought I had the courage to say that. But I don't believe you anymore. Not now, not for months. There was over $6,000 in that banking account, and I've dipped into it for you over and over again. And it's always been the same. You've just been using it for your gambling. Well, there's just got to be an end to it. Somewhere there's just got to be a stopping point.
Ruthie, listen. Hello, is Tom Keeley there?
Hello?
Hello, Tom, you old galoot. Long time no see.
Who is this?
It's Ray.
Ray who?
Ray Kitten, buddy boy.
Benny! Oh, Benny, you scared me. What are you doing here?
Well, I had to wait for you, Mrs. Kenton, but I didn't want anybody to see me.
You had to wait for me. What for, Benny?
The police. You got to take me to them.
Oh, Benny.
You got to take me to them, Mrs. Kenton.
Is it because of the newspapers today?
You got to turn me in. You got to tell them who I really am. If you tell them, they'll believe you.
Come on, Benny, let's go over here and sit down.
Oh, business is great. But they're a couple of days late, and I was wondering if you could see your way clear to,
How much do you need?
1,500.
Oh, I can't make it to the bank by 3.
Yeah, but this is Friday. The banks are open till 6.
Look, Ray, I can't. You understand.
Yeah. Sure.
I hope you don't mind.
Well, no, of course not. No problem. I just thought I'd take a little pressure off the old valve, you know?
You understand, of course. I hope you don't mind.
No problem. Give my love to Julie. And the lousy, rotten kids.
Benny, listen, every time this has happened, you try to turn yourself in, and it's never you. It's like somebody trying to punish themselves for something they didn't do.
But I did. 4 women. The newspapers said the woman had dark hair under her fingernails.
There's been 4 women, and each one of them has been attacked at night, right? Now, what time do you get to your newsstand at night?
6.
And what time do you leave?
2.
Well, you see, I know that, the police know it, Mr. Kenton knows it, and 100 other men who buy their newspapers from you. Every time one of these killings have happened, Benny, you've been at your newsstand. Have you talked to Dr. Masterson lately? Why not?
You won't believe that I'm the one that did it. I don't think he likes me.
You like me, Benny?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't let nothing happen to you, Mrs. Kenton.
Well, then believe me, you couldn't hurt anybody. You just don't have it in you. Benny, I've got to go. I'm going to be late for work. Goodbye, Ben.
Hiya, Ruthie. A little early.
Come in. Oh, Ruth. How come you're so early? It's nowhere near 6 o'clock.
I want to talk to you for a minute.
Sure. Come on, sit down.
It's Ray.
Same trouble? Money?
I turned him down again, but this time I'm not so sure I should have.
Why not?
Well, there was something about him, something genuinely scared. He said the men he owes this to will hurt him in some way if he doesn't pay the money. This Joe Bedell.
Do you want to give him the money?
I don't know. I just don't want him hurt.
You're a very loyal person, Ruth.
Maybe it's just that I don't like to admit that I'm licked, George. After all, I've been married to Ray for 8 years, and 8 years. And I've just seen him go down and down, down. Somehow I just can't help blaming myself. It's like somewhere I've done something wrong, failed him somehow. It's like a man who's drowning and keeps calling for help, and you just don't hear him.
Well, all I want is a little help in advance on your orders.
$1,500 worth?
I'll make it good.
I don't like it, Ray. You're in some kind of a jam. Whatever it is, I don't want any part of it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sure, Charlie. Thanks anyway.
On the house, Ray.
You don't have to buy me any drinks. Excuse me, miss. Would you mind telling Ruth Kenton to step outside a minute, please? I'm her husband.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Hello, Ray.
Ruthie, I'm sorry about this afternoon.
So am I, Ray. Is that why you came?
Yeah.
Ray. Oh, Ray. Oh. Oh, I wanted this so much.
Me too, honey.
Just hold me. Hold me. It's been so long. We're silly. Oh, so silly. Fighting the way we do and tearing into each other.
Yeah. It's just this money thing. That's the only thing between us. If I didn't have that on my mind... Oh, Ruthie, remember how it used to be? If it weren't for this one thing, it could be like that again. I promise.
Ray, tell me one thing. Just one thing. Do you love me?
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute. I want you to think first. Think of this year and the last 2 years. Think of all the mean things I've said and done, and then tell me. Do you, Ray?
I worship you.
Oh.
Ruthie, about the money, I've been thinking.
Yes, Ray.
Well, I know how you feel about that savings account of yours. I mean, having a guy like me for a husband, it gives you a feeling of security.
Ray.
No, don't apologize. I agree. You're entitled to a feeling of security, and that bank account gives it to you. Well, I've gotten into this trouble, and I've figured a way you can help me. And at the same time, not touch a penny of your savings account.
How's that, Ray?
You can borrow the $1,500. Borrow it and pay it back a little at a time.
Who am I going to borrow it from?
George.
I can't do a thing like that, Ray.
Well, why not? He's stuck on you. We both know that. You ask him and he'll give it. He'd give you anything you'd ask for.
No.
Now, I need it, Ruth. Those men will kill me.
Look, I'm not going to give it to you now or ever from him.
You've got to help me, Ruth.
Look, you didn't come here to tell me you were sorry. You were just pretending, using me the way you always do. Now, let me go.
You're going to help me, do you understand?
Stop it!
You're going to ask George.
Everything all right out here?
George, Ray just came to say goodbye. For good.
I'm sorry, Ray. I know this can't be very easy on either one of you. Good night, Ray.
Boy, got the money?
No. I tried. Look, first thing in the morning.
Well, I'll tell you what we're gonna do, Ray boy. We're gonna give you till tomorrow night, okay?
Thank you.
But we're gonna have to have something in return. You owe us $3,000 now, Ray boy. Okay? Okay. That's enough. Now, that's just to make sure you have the money tomorrow night. You don't have the money tomorrow night, you're dead.
You're in my place, Mr. Kenton. I found you in an alley. Down there. You sick or something, Mr. Kenton?
Yeah, Benny, was sick.
I was going to have some soup, Mr. Kenton. Will you want some?
No thanks, Benny. You go ahead. Benny, you should stop collecting these things.
What things?
These stories about the guy who's been going around harming women, killing them.
I have to, Mr. Kenton.
Why?
I just have to. I like to read about myself.
But, Benny, you are not that man.
Oh, sure I am. The only trouble is, I don't remember it when I'm doing it. It's only afterwards, when I read in the papers, that I know I've done it again.
Benny, the times you've gone down to the police station and confessed, they made you talk to a doctor, didn't they?
Oh, sure. The last time I would... Oh, I told Mrs. Kenton about that.
And you haven't seen him since?
No. He won't believe me neither. Oh, look, Mr. Kenton. Did you read the newspaper?
No. I've been too busy all day, Benny.
Well, it happened last night, about 11 o'clock. See here, in the corner of First and Bower.
Boyer and First.
Boyer.
I was right there about 11. In a phone booth. That guy that bumped into me.
Long hair. The woman had long hair under her fingernails. I got long hair, Mr. Kenton.
So do a lot of people, Benny. Your soup's hot.
Oh.
I guess I'd better be going, Benny. Thanks for the help.
You sure you want to stay for some soup, Mr. Kenton? It's got pieces of chicken in it.
No, thanks, Benny. Benny, if I were you, I think I'd go see that police doctor again. Good night, Benny.
So long. Doctors. What if doctors know nothing?
Hiya, Frankie. Long time no see.
Sorry. Frank's not here anymore.
Oh. Oh, where's he working now?
Frank came into a little dough. His old man passed on.
Well, look, he and I used to be real good buddies. You know where I can reach him tonight?
Call information in Honolulu. Frank's moved to Honolulu.
Bottle apiece, friend.
Bottle of beer, please.
Hello, is Joe Bedell there?
Who's this?
Ray Kenton.
Joe here.
Hello, Joey? Listen, this is Ray.
Yeah?
Look, Joe, about that money.
What about it?
Joe, you've got to believe me. I'm going to get the money, but it's going to take a few days.
How many?
3 or 4.
What's the gimmick?
You've got to call off your boys.
Is this another stall?
Joe, believe me, I can guarantee it. It's a sure thing.
From where?
My wife's savings account.
I heard that before.
I'm going to get it, I tell you. All of it.
Okay, 3 days.
Thanks, Jody. You're a real pal. Let me have a beer, bartender. Draft. Hi. The name's Ray Kenton.
I'm glad to meet you, sir.
I can't stand drinking alone. Can't stand being alone, for that matter. I guess that's why I became a salesman, seeing people all the time. Boy, that sure hits the spot. You do much traveling? I do. That's one of the nice things about my kind of work. You move around, you see the country. Like tonight, for instance, I'm meeting my boss in 45 minutes. Are you married?
No, sir.
Well, then maybe you wouldn't understand how I feel. I've got the greatest little wife. Sometimes I think I ought to have my head examined, leaving a doll like that alone. See what I mean? She's 10 times prettier than that photograph.
She's beautiful.
Yes, sir. Sweetest little wife in town. And I've got to leave her all alone.
How you feeling?
Oh, fair.
In a little while, I'll take you home.
It was silly for me to get so upset. George, I hate to keep bothering you with my troubles, but it is nice to have somebody nearby.
I wish I could make things a lot easier for you.
You do. Just by being yourself.
When you're ready, I'll take you home. I'll be right over here at the desk.
Okay.
Boy, it's things like that make a guy worry. I still don't feel easy leaving her, even though I've got this bolt that thick inside the front door. Oh, thanks. No? Bumps. You know, it's kind of clever, this signal we have. You see, when I come home unexpected, there's this signal we have, so Ruthie will know it's me and opens up. Like that. 312. And she said to me, you can't forget that one. It's our address. 312 Covington. And you know what happened the first time I tried it? I forgot it. 312. Boy, she razzed me about that one for weeks. She kept saying to me, what's the matter with you? You're away from home so much you can't even remember your own address.
Well, I've got to be going. May I buy you a beer in return?
Oh, no thanks. I'll finish this one. My boss will be here in 5 minutes. He usually tries to get through the city traffic pretty fast.
Thanks again, Mr.
Kenton. Ray Kenton. Sure, bud. See you around, maybe.
What's the matter, Bud? Anything wrong?
Give me a double whiskey, neat.
On top of all that beer?
Kind of puts a cap on the evening.
Okay, but the evening's almost gone. And we close in a half hour.
Oh?
Yeah, we always close at midnight.
But I thought you stayed open till 2, like all the other bars.
In this neck of the woods?
I gotta have an alibi. I gotta be somewhere with those people. Benny, come on, answer it.
Hello?
Benny, listen, this is Mr. Kenton. Look, I've been thinking it over about your being that guy.
What guy?
The one who's been doing the killings. Now, I think you better go down to the police station and confess again. Can you get down there in 15 minutes?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Kenton. But they don't believe me.
Now, look. Copy down this number. GU31... No. G. No, G. GU31127.
Oh, GU31127.
That's right. Now, when you get down there, tell them to call me here right away, and I'll come down. I'll make them believe you're the one. Now, read that number back to me.
Okay. GU31127.
That's right. Now, are you sure you can make it down there in 15 minutes? Be sure you do. And tell them to call me here right away, before this place closes up. You understand?
Yeah, Mr. Kent.
Okay.
Look, mister, are you sure you want that drink?
Sure, why not?
I don't know. Look at you. You're dripping wet.
Ruth,
Yes?
I'm worried about you. You sure you're gonna be all right?
Sure.
I wish.
What you wish, George?
I wish you were a lot happier. Good night.
Good night, George.
Just one more. Besides, I'm waiting for a phone call. We've got 10 minutes.
Okay, it's your funeral.
Hello?
Ray Kenton, please.
This is Ray Kenton.
This is the police. Benny said to call you.
Oh, well, I've been expecting your call. I knew Betty was coming down.
Could you come down and verify this?
Sure, I could come right down.
Sorry to trouble you.
No trouble at all. My wife and I are very fond of Benny. That was my call. I gotta go.
Don't you want this?
No, thanks. Keep the change.
Brother, of all the kooks.
Gentlemen, how do you do, Captain? I'm Ray Kenton.
How do you do?
Hello, Benny. What's the matter? Up to your old tricks again? He's a great kidder. Aren't you, Benny?
They won't believe me, Mr. Kenton.
They won't, Benny?
No. You said you could prove it to them. Mr. Kenton, he's a friend of mine. Aren't you, Mr. Kenton? Mr. Kenton, go ahead and tell him. Go on, tell him how I did it last night. Go ahead.
Well, why don't you tell him, Benny?
Okay. Well, it was this house on Boyer Street. And I hid there in an alley in the dark there.
What time was it, Benny?
12:35. That's what time it was. It's 12:35. That's what time it was. the way I did it. Now you got to punish me. You got to punish me.
He's never been this bad before.
He believes it. It was what I was afraid of. That's why I tricked him into coming down here tonight. I think you better call a police psychiatrist.
Listen to me, Benny. Benny, are you listening? Now, you gotta believe me. You're not the one. Not even if you think you are. That woman wasn't killed at 12:35. She was killed about 11 o'clock. She wasn't killed with a walking stick. Why the walking stick, Benny?
Because.
Because why?
Because it was his.
Whose?
I don't know. I don't know. And I took it. And I hit her. And hit her. And I hit her. And I killed her.
I think you're right. I'll call the doctor.
I'll stay in here with Benny.
You promise me, Mr. Kenton, you was my friend. You said you was going to help me.
Listen, this is the best thing for you.
You lied to me.
For your own good. Now, calm down.
I did it. I did it. I did it. I killed her.
Shut up. That woman was strangled to death with a silk stocking. You had nothing to do with it. Now will you shut up?
All right, Doctor. No, he's all right. Perfectly harmless. You know how Benny is. Tracy? Yes, just a second. For you. Yeah? Yeah, speaking. You what? Yeah, just a second. Lee, check with Lieutenant Klein. Take a squad car over to 312 Covington, apartment 1. George Meekus, you know the fellow who runs the restaurant? He thinks he's got the guy we've been looking for. Hello, George. Who is the woman? Mrs. Kenton. Well, we've got Kenton here now. No, just Benny again. Is she all right? Yeah. Sure. I'll tell him. Thanks, George. Well, if that don't beat all. Mr. Kenton, I just got a call from your house. It's about your wife. Now, there's no need to be... Mr. Kenton.
Now I bet you believe me.
Faro Theatre presents CREEP-A-THON.
Sure, kid, you get the loot and we'll swing.
You know it.
Oh, look at that. Oh, now that's class. Real expensive, all hand-built. Now that really costs.
The girl or the car?
Money. What the young man is
touching is the rotor of her beautiful, expensive sports car, without which it will never start. A first gambit by Ralphie Teal, who feels that the world is his oyster, whose tastes are becoming very expensive, and who knows that the only way he can satisfy those tastes is for him to choose a victim, the title of tonight's story. Our leading players are Mr. Larry Blyden, Miss Susan Oliver, Mr. Vaughan Taylor, and Miss Tracy Roberts. Well, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff, you'll find it puzzling to choose the victim of tonight's macabre events. You may find yourself grossly misled, possibly surprised. But we do hope that you enjoy this thriller.
Gonna ruin your battery if you keep at it like that. Probably flooded already.
Flooded?
Pull the hood, gimme. Take a look. Sure. Car, flooded. Just have to drain, that's all, then you start. Take about 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
You can't fight machines, you gotta swing with them. Might as well get a cup of coffee meanwhile.
I suppose.
Nice little place right up there. As long as you're gonna have a cup of coffee, I'll join you. Then we'll come back and get you started. Okay? Oh, I like it at the end of summer. It's not so many people on the beach, and you feel like it's all yours. And it's still warm enough to enjoy it.
Yes, it's nice to be able to sit out your troubles watching the waves.
Come here often, Edith? That's right, isn't it, Edith?
Yes, I don't seem to have much to do these days, so I just jump in the car and drive or come here to the beach. Do you suppose those carbs are all right now?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for stopping to help.
I'm glad I did. This way I get to know you. We can talk about the beach like this.
Ralph, huh?
Yeah, Ralphie Teal. I'm around here most of the time. You, buddy? I'll just check it for you. Okay. Give her a try.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hello.
Told you I'd see you around on this beach sometime.
Yes, you did.
Sand. Got a little sand there. It's not gonna be much more sun today. Won't get any tan now.
I've had enough for today.
Want to see where I live? Just a few minutes from here. It's a little old shack on the beach, but it suits me fine.
All right.
Like I say, it's just a little old shack on the beach. It's right over there. Oh, I get by.
I do a little something when I have to, but I figure why make other people rich? Just the beach, the sun, and me. That's the way I like it.
I wish it could be that way for me, too.
Live with your folks? At home?
My uncle, my father's brother. My parents died years ago. It's just my uncle and me in that big house. He never got married.
You don't get along with him, huh? Well, I don't get along too well with people either. So I guess that makes us kind of a pair, huh? What business is your uncle in?
Oh, all kinds. Investments, some of this and some of that. They were all in it together, my parents and Uncle Phil. Now he runs the whole thing. So has tried to lead my life for me, too. Criticize me, be proper, be this, be that. But when it comes to himself, I'm sorry. I don't mean to just go on about this.
It's all right. Everybody's got troubles.
You seem to understand so much.
Hey. What are you carrying valuable stuff like this around for? It ought to be in a safe.
Oh, Uncle Phil gives it to me. For his conscience, I guess.
Well, look. My car is being fixed over near where you told me you lived. How about give me a lift?
Of course. Just let me do something with my hair first.
Boy, it sure handles like a dream. So, this is where you live, huh?
Would you like me to drive you to your car?
No, I got a few things to do first. I'll walk.
Well, if you want to.
Okay. I'll see you around the beach.
You at the beach again?
Yes?
Good way to waste a day.
I happen to like the beach.
You're not going to meet anybody there you can marry.
I don't go there for that purpose.
No. You probably go there to meet the muscle boys. The big chest, no brain characters that haven't got a dime to their names.
That's right. That's who I go there to see.
You think you're joking, but I just might pay a visit to that beach to see what the attraction is.
There's no admission charge. You're perfectly free to go.
I don't know why I can't get through to you. You think you're above marriage or something? I've introduced you to at least 4 good prospects. Sound boys, but no, you...
Oh, leave me alone, Uncle Phil. Just leave me alone, please.
Who is it?
Ralphie, it's Faye. Hi, honey.
Hi, kid.
Aren't you going to ask me to come in?
Well, Faye's like way late.
But, Ralphie, I haven't seen you in a couple of days.
Yeah, well, you know me, kid. No sense of time at all.
Aw, Ralphie. Hey, you've been playing around with somebody else.
All right, come on, knock it off.
Listen, Ralphie. You know last week when you said you wanted some money? You were short? Well, I got an advance. Well, take it. Go on.
Hey, thanks, kid. Now, look, why don't you go on home? I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay, Ralphie.
Don't scream. Don't scream.
Came here to rob me. You got to know me so you could do this.
That's right. I saw your money and your bracelet and your lighter, and I worked it so I could find out where you lived and get in here.
Ralph.
All right, now don't give me that pity bit. I don't need that. I just figured you wouldn't miss what I took so long as I didn't grab that silver spoon you were born with. Sure, that's it. I was just gonna play Robin Hood. Take from you and give to me.
Ralph. And I thought...
Okay, now look. I didn't take anything, and you didn't scream. I go away, we call it quits. I won't try to see you again. I won't try anything. I promise.
Ralph. I understand. Honestly, I do. How you feel about my having things you just don't.
Don't look at me. You're too beautiful. You look at me that way, you make me feel like a rat the way you trusted me.
Edith, you up?
Yes, yes.
What was that?
The closet door. The wind blew it. I closed it.
Oh. House is full of noises tonight. Creaks and groans. Okay. can find anything around here. Where is that wallet? Oh, there it is.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, Tom Clegg just called. His son's in town. I told him you'd be delighted to have dinner with him.
You would tell him that when you know I've never been able to stand him and his stupid jokes.
He's the son of an old friend. As long as you're living here, you'll show some courtesy to my friends.
I'm not going to have dinner with him.
Do you have another date?
I have a date with myself. It's a threesome. Me, myself, and I.
It's a witty remark.
And we have lots of things to do. Lots of things. Just like mine, the one you liked. I thought I'd have your initials engraved on it, but that would have taken a day, and I didn't want to wait to give it to you.
Now, baby, you got what they call impeccable taste. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do for you. Tonight we're gonna eat out Chinese. And after that, we're gonna go dancing, just you and me.
I told you, we have to be careful. My uncle, if he knew that I was meeting a man he didn't know.
Yeah, I forgot.
It's awful, I know, but he has such a temper. Ralphie. Ralphie, I need you so. You're so good for me.
Oh, baby, I love you.
Sure do love you. And you smell so expensive.
I ought to with $30 an ounce.
Hey, it fits fine. Hey, you get the size pretty good. Now, how'd you do that, huh?
Well, I told the salesman I wanted the best sweater he had for a man who fits perfectly right in here. I'm afraid I better be getting back now. Tomorrow?
Let's get some sun tomorrow, huh? I mean, meeting inside places, hiding all the time. I don't like that. You know, most dames like to be seen with me.
Ralphie, I can't. My uncle would like nothing better than to have an excuse for a real big argument with me, so I'd get angry and get out of the house. But I won't do that, because it's mine and belonged to my parents. Ralph? I don't want to be seen in here.
All right. Who's there?
Honey, it's me. It's Faye.
Just a minute.
Yeah, get in here, hide in the closet. I'll get rid of her.
Just a minute.
Hi, stranger.
What do you want?
Where have you been, honey? I just came looking for you.
Well, don't. Don't come looking for me.
Honey, you're hurting my arm.
Is that so? Is that a fact? Well, I'm just trying to impress things on you, that's all.
Oh, Ralphie, I just wanted to see you. Oh, honey, you used to be so nice, baby.
It bugs me people come around my place trying to surprise me.
You used to ask me to come down all the time.
Well, things are different now. When I want you to come back, I'll give you an invitation. Now, don't do that again, huh? All right, now beat it.
Ralphie?
Go on, blow.
Okay, you can come out now.
I was afraid she'd want to see me.
Yeah.
Honey, don't be mad, please. It's just that... Can't we meet under the pier again tomorrow, please?
Okay, sure, under the pier. Baby. I don't like it like this, hiding all the time from snoopers, from your uncle.
Ralph, please.
No, I've been thinking how we could be together all the time, any place. Do what we want to do, when we want to do it. It takes a lot of loot for a thing like that. You gotta grab a boat to Europe. Drive along the Riviera, get those Italian silk suits. We could do it, Edie. I mean, your uncle. You're the only one he's got. Only one he can leave it to. Gotta leave it to.
Uncle Phil.
Where he goes, you get it all.
If he goes...
We make it so it looks like an accident. Nobody ever knows I ever knew you before. Nobody's ever seen us together. We meet after he's dead.
You're joking.
We can do it, baby. You and me, we can swing fine.
Murder.
Baby, that's just a word. You got any idea how many guys commit a murder walking around loose? A lot of guys. Besides, you hate his guts. I know you do. This way, with him gone, we're out in the clear. All alone, together.
Not murder, not killing.
Now, listen, baby, you want anything, you gotta go after it.
No, Ralph. Not murder.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. I said we work it so it looks like an accident. It's the only way, baby. It's the only way for you and me. Now, we do this or I'm gonna cut out.
No, Ralphie.
All right, then you swinging with me? You swinging with me? That's a good girl. We got a lot of plans to make, so I'll go first so nobody spots us together. Deep. Anything goes down there, it's goodbye, Charlie. You know, a car could come over that hill going too fast and skid, and over he'd go. You ought to put guardrails up here.
Oh, Ralphie, I'm scared.
Yeah, I know, baby, I know, so am I, but we gotta do this. Now, listen. It's gotta look like an accident, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Now, you say he goes to visit that woman friend of his every night, and to get there, he's gotta go over this Altamaro Ridge, right? Okay. I'll come right over that hill there. And I'll be standing here. I'll motion him over to stop right here. Then I'll give him some hard luck story about how my car is stuck. He'll know that's true because he can see my car right there. Parked right there up the hill with you in it.
Me? Oh, no, Ralphie, I couldn't.
No, I'll never recognize you.
No.
Look, I need you for this, baby. I need you for this. Here comes a car. There's no sense in being seen. All right. Now, as soon as I start talking to him, you gun the motor in my heap and move up behind him. You'll come down so fast he won't even know what's happening. One little tap and over he goes. Bazoom! Accident. Terrible accident. You get all dressed up in black.
What if somebody comes along?
And they come along and we wait.
How will you know it's him?
Well, you say he's in every night by 1. That means he's got to come over here between 11:30 and 12:30. When he does, we'll be waiting. He's got that big white special. I'd know that car anywhere. He's got to come over so slow he's almost stopped. We do it tomorrow night, huh? The sooner we do it, the sooner we fly. And we stay apart during the night. That way nobody sees us together. You stay at your house in case he comes home early by mistake. I'll be on the pier by the phone. 11 o'clock sharp, you call, and let the phone ring 2 times only, then hang up. That way I know it's you. And I jump in my heap, and I pick you up at the corner of 9th and Palm. 2 rings, just. Remember. Look, here comes another car. See how slow it's gotta go? Just like I said.
2 rings.
Hey, got a match? Yeah. Nice new sweater, huh?
What's so funny?
What are you getting so excited about? I was just looking at your sweater. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just expecting a call, that's all.
Ralphie and his crummy dames.
Could you give me a hand? My car's stuck back there.
You shouldn't be driving an old car like that. Makes it dangerous for everybody.
Well, I know, but it's all I got, see?
All right, hop in. I'll get you to a service station.
What? No. I mean, couldn't you give me a push?
Push? You can roll it on that hill.
Well, something's frozen. See, it won't roll.
Look, I offered to give you a lift. What more do you want? I'm on my way home.
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell the first cop I see.
But
Maybe
look,
he'll give you a
mister! You just sat there. You just sat there. You just sat there. Maybe you're so that you can never do that again. Maybe you're the one that ought to go over. Maybe you're the one that ought to go rolling down.
Ralphie, I just froze. My hands wouldn't move. I wanted to do what you said, but I couldn't.
You just sat there.
I tried, but I couldn't.
Now he's home free. Maybe thinking about what happened and getting ideas.
You mean he knew? He knows?
Maybe.
Ralphie, he didn't see me, did he? Did he? If he saw me...
What I'm worried about is if he thought there was anything funny.
Ralphie, it's all right. He was up when I got home, and he didn't say anything, nothing at all. Ralph,
What?
we going to forget it?
No. I know you don't want to do it, but we started it and we're going to finish it. Why let everything we planned get away from us? Of course, you don't want us to be together.
Oh, honey.
That's my baby. Now listen. I'm going to do it tonight.
The same way?
want you freezing him. Better do it alone.
But he's seen you already.
I know, I just have to take that chance. If he doesn't know what's going on, he probably won't be too suspicious.
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Just stay home. I'm gonna get him when he goes over the hill this time. I'll go up there about 8:30 and wait for him. And when he comes, I'm not gonna ask any questions.
Then what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I just have to play it by ear.
Ralphie. Be careful.
Make it a double and I'm halfway home.
Go ahead, Larry. Take my car. I'll use Edith's car tonight.
All right, I will. I'm curious to see how that baby of yours handles over the hills anyway. Edith!
Yes?
Hi, Edith!
You aren't going out on a heavy date tonight, are you?
No, I have some letters to write.
Larry's car wouldn't start when we came out of the restaurant, so he's taking my white job to get home. I'll use yours.
Are you still living across the Altamaro Ridge, Mr. Kearns?
I wouldn't move if they paid me. I like the wide open spaces.
Excuse me, I want to finish this letter so I can mail it tonight. I've got to stop them. Hello?
Come on in, Glass and Grid. You've got it made in the Penny Arcade. Step in, sir, and see the show.
Ralph, no!
What are you doing here?
I had to find you to stop you.
Get inside, quick. Listen. If anybody heard you call my name,
I had to stop you because someone else will be in my uncle's car tonight, not him. A friend of his borrowed his car, and he goes up over the Altamaro Ridge, too. You might have killed someone else by mistake.
oh boy. I was worried because it was getting late. I got hung up.
What do we do now?
Nothing. We wait until tomorrow. This time we do it with no slip-ups. Now, look. I'll be by the phone. And you give me 2 rings when he leaves the house, and it's okay.
You've got to be sure this time, Ralphie. Either yes or no. I can't take much more of this.
Be sure, just do what I tell you. Now, when he leaves the house, you let it ring 2 times, then hang up.
2 rings.
Where's that lighter and wallet? Never can find anything in this house. Never.
Must have been a wrong number. I'll see you around.
Soon, Ralphie.
Is this a game? You're the same kid that was stuck last week.
That's right, mister. I am. Who's there? What are you doing here? Are you crazy?
Just had to find out what happened. I couldn't stay at home anymore.
Well, baby, we never had it so good.
Done?
Do I take no for an answer? Fazoom, he went over. Terrible, terrible accident. Anybody can see that. That's a very tricky hill up there. Like I said before, they ought to put up guardrails. No, we better not take any chances. You go on home.
Anything you say.
Now, you stay there till they notify you about the accident, the terrible accident. And you got on a big act, see? He was your Uncle Phil. You loved him. You just loved your Uncle Phil. He was the only relative you had, got it? And you watch yourself pretty close for about a week, at least a week. Play real cool. And I'll get in touch with you and we'll make some plans. Maybe even get married. Who knows?
Kiss me.
Oh, baby, I love the smell of that perfume you wear. Oh, you better get out of here. Come on, come on, come on. Be it. Blow. Now, remember, we're gonna cool it for about a week. Come on, baby, I'm only human. Don't let anybody see you. I'm gonna miss you this week, baby. What is it?
Open it up, police.
Gonna beat it. Cut the kitten.
You cut the staller and open up this door. Unless you want it broken down.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You Teal? Ralph Teal?
That's right. Well, what's the big idea?
Would you get dressed and come with us, please?
No, wait a minute. I'm
Will you
not
put him
gonna
on,
just-
please?
Wait a minute. You got no
We've
right.
got some questions we'd like to ask.
Yeah? Like about what?
Like about a murder, maybe.
But I didn't even know him. Why should I kill him?
Meanwhile, you tell us some things first, eh?
There's nothing to tell you, nothing. You guys are just trying to frame me because some guy went over a cliff in his car.
With no skid marks.
What, are you gonna kill me for that? You're gonna gas me because you can't find skid marks?
But your tires and shoes had that black Altamora rock all over them.
Well, so what? There's lots of that rock around, lots of it. Why pick on me? Why me?
You work alone in this, or was there somebody else?
No, I didn't work with anybody. It was
No, you might as well tell us the truth, Teal. We know more than you think. Look, tell me again. Where were you last night?
Look, I told you 100 times. I was at home, but nobody saw me. I was reading a softcover book, a very sexy book. You can find it if you look for it.
I'll bet.
Let's cut through this. Right. Look, Teal, you're a congenital liar, boy, and we both know it. So let's establish that right off, eh? For instance, we found out you knew very well who Philip Landers was. That's right. We've been questioning someone who knows a lot more than you've been telling us, son. You know this girl?
No, I don't know her. Why should I know her? She look like somebody I know?
You're lying, Teal. You know who she is, all right.
No, I don't know who she is.
Miss Landers?
Would you have him stand up, please?
Stand up?
You heard the lady.
Would you have him turn around, please? Yes. That is the man who stopped me on the beach about 5 days ago. As I told you, he tried to bother me. Told me what a big shot he was on the pier. I ran away from him. When I got home, I looked out of the window and saw that he'd followed me.
He fits the description you gave us, all right?
Yes, he's the one. And he's the same one who stopped my uncle and me on the Altamora Ridge the night before last.
What?
He told us he was out of gasoline, but I was afraid of him, especially when he started admiring our car and saying how rich we must be. It gave me the shivers.
She's lying. She's trying to make it look like...
If you don't shut up.
We planned it together, both of us. Ah, she agreed. She agreed. We saw each other all the time. We saw a lot of each other. You can check on it.
Yeah?
Wait a minute. I made sure we were never seen together. Or did she make sure? Look, she fell for me. She fell for me, and we decided to do it. She gave me a lighter with my initials on it. You can check at the store. No, she didn't put initials on it. I put the initials on myself.
Miss Landers, this your uncle's wallet? I mean the one he had on him last night.
Yes.
Well, Teal, what kind of a story are you going to make up about this? We found it in your jacket this morning.
I never took it. I never took it. It was her. She planted it on me last night. That's it. That's why she came to my place. That's it. You set it all up from the very beginning, didn't you? So that I'd do it for you. Me alone. You worked it so we'd never be seen together. It was you. You working me all the time, and I thought that I was working you. You just used me. You used me with her. Can't you see it was her? Can't you see it? She came to my place. She put this whole thing. Can't you see she's the one that did it? Can't you see it? Can't you see it was her? Can't you see it?
I'm terribly sorry about this, Miss Landers. You can go now. We'll call you if we need you again.
Thank you.
flash about your boyfriend. Right from my buddy at headquarters.
Is that so?
Yeah. He's being held on a murder charge.
Murder?
Murder. Who would ever think Ralphie would do a thing like that?
Not Ralphie, he wouldn't. It's your glove, ain't it? I've seen you before. You're the one, ain't you? You're the one that Ralphie ditched me for. No. Yeah, it's her glove. I found it in Ralphie's shack. I found it there.
You were very clever, Miss Landers. There was absolutely nothing to connect you with Ralphie, except one thing. And it bothered me. Why, if you never even knew him? Why did his shirt smell so strongly from your wonderful, expensive perfume?
Safe, Mr. Clark? You don't think something can go wrong?
Nothing will go wrong if we follow our plan. I'm not a man who takes chances.
You sure got everything worked out to a T. My inside contact tells me Miss Salisbury drives to the country club every afternoon at 3 o'clock.
And she always drives alone, correct?
Sure, just like you told me. I followed her every day for a week, and she never had nobody with her.
Good. Now, at the entrance to the club, the road is hidden by trees. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the perfect place to make the snatch.
I think it best we take Miss Salisbury and the car.
Why would we take her car?
An abandoned car would be noticed. We don't want them to know that she's been taken until we've safely hidden her.
Well, I've been thinking over what you said about the ransom, and I think we ought to raise the ante. This Salisbury guy is loaded.
In my estimation, I think you're absolutely correct. I think we ought to...
The departing eavesdropper is Sam Lynch. The conversation that he's just overheard will change his life abruptly. It may even finish it. These two men, Mr. Clark, so-called, he hasn't used his real name in years, and his good friend, Mr. Baby Hoffman, take their work quite seriously. As you will have overheard, their current enterprise concerns the kidnapping and murder of the very beautiful Miss Kay Salisbury. Mr. Clark and Mr. Hoffman know that Mr. Lynch has overheard them, and Mr. Lynch knows that they know that he knows. Mr. Lynch also knows that if he talks, no one will believe him and he will be murdered. And if he doesn't talk, Miss Salisbury will be murdered. This is the predicament of the man in the middle. That's the name of our story, based on a prize-winning novel by Charlotte Armstrong. Our principal players are Mr. Mort Saul, Miss Sue Randall, Mr. Frank Albertson, and Mr. Werner Klemperer. As sure as my name is Boris Karloff, eavesdropping can be very dangerous. You will agree fervently as you enjoy this thriller.
Tell you about me and the dog, Fred? Well, it was me and this dog. You ever see a dog get run over by a car, Fred?
No, sir, never did.
Well, I never did either, but I almost did. I pulled this dog out from in front of a car that was headed right for him. You know what happened to me, Fred? I got a broken collarbone and a concussion. I was out for a week. That happened when I was 10 years old. It's the first crisis of my life. I found something out since then. Live and learn. The thing to do is just to live and try and enjoy the show. One ticket is all you get. It's a continuous performance, so you stay in your seat. I thought about that dog, Fred. Save the dog and die doing it? I know the answer to that one. It wouldn't be worth it. I wouldn't do it. It's not my dog.
Mr. Clark? I understand you, Mr. Lynch. Good night.
Sometimes it's a lousy show, Fred, but you stay in your seat. Because once you leave, you don't get another ticket. Those are the rules. You know what I mean, Fred?
I guess that's some kind of philosophy.
Yeah, philosophy is a way to live. Put that in my tab, will you?
Sam, here, let an expert. When you got the wolf at Sam, old buddy, you gotta learn to roll with him.
One thing I don't have is a hangover, Eddie.
Don't fight it, Sam. Keep relaxed. Keep your head down, your elbows loose, and your eye on the ball. Sam, about that matter.
Well, you get some ludus soon enough.
Thanks. You're a pal, Sam. And I wouldn't think of putting the arm on you again, but... Thanks, Sam. I'll remember.
Sure.
Red?
This is the way it has to end, Scaletti. You're evil. You've got to die. It's the only way I'd finally be rid of you.
Good, good. That's it. Just right.
You liked it?
Oh, it's perfect. Now, let me get it down before we go any further.
Okay.
This is how it has to end, Scaletti. You're evil. Should it be evil or vile?
Vile, that's more in character.
Hi, Larry. Bud, how's it progressing?
With us, it's progressing. Where have you been?
Yeah, well, I'm 10 minutes late. What, are you gonna make a federal case out of it? How does it look?
Well, Larry's got some terrific ideas on the underworld piece. Let me read it to you.
That one's in the bag. What we should be working on is the dramatic sketch for the guest star. I was hoping you'd come up with some ideas.
I've been thinking about it all day.
I got a couple ideas. Of course, Larry didn't like them, but, well, we at least ought to kick him around.
Go on, tell him.
Well, this Hollywood star comes to town for a personal, see? Now, on the train, she meets this dark, handsome guy. Good? All right, she goes overboard for this guy. And by the time they get to New York, she's head over heels. And it turns out he's really the head of a mob, huh? Well, I could go on.
Look, suppose a guy was in a bar, and he hears two guys, tough guys, criminals, say they're gonna kidnap a society girl.
Sam.
Now, wait a minute, Larry. These guys are really dangerous. They may kill the girl. And if the guy goes and talks to the police and says what he overheard, they might kill him, too. And what does he do?
Sam, will you knock it off?
What?
That's not what they want from us. Granted, it has a good dramatic premise, but they specifically stated they wanted something with a romantic interest. There's no romance in this kidnapping thing.
Larry, I wasn't suggesting that. This is serious.
Forget it, Sam. Forget it. Now, let's stick with Buddy's idea about the Hollywood star and the handsome gang lord. Sam, will you pay attention?
Yeah, it sounds very promising.
All right, let's get on with it. Now, this Hollywood star gets on the plane, and as she's getting...
Train, I think's better. Gives them more time together, huh?
Yeah, you're right. This Hollywood star gets on the train. And as she's getting on the train, she... Now, do you think it's better to have her bump into the gang lord now, or should we wait until he's coming out of the compartment?
Out of the compartment. He's looking for the manicurist.
There's no reason for this. You heard me in the bar. You know my position. There's no reason to come here.
We heard you, Mr. Lynch, but we didn't think you sounded convincing. Not completely convincing.
I'm a neutral, unequivocally. Why should I talk? I got everything to lose and nothing to gain. Isn't that good enough for you?
No. I'm a businessman, Mr. Lynch. I've invested a great deal of time and effort into organizing this venture. I'm not about to see it fail simply because you have big ears.
What do you want me to do? Post an affidavit that I won't talk, or I can't get an insurance policy?
We have our own method of insurance, Mr. Lynch. We must convince you that if anything goes wrong, you'll no longer be with us.
Enough.
Mr. Lynch, if the police interfere, if they take us, I warn you it'll do you no good. We have arranged for some associates of ours to finish with you. You understand. I think Mr. Lynch is convinced.
It's all right, Miss Salisbury.
Oh, I'll get it, Basil. It's probably Mr. Dulane.
Mr. Dulane's here already. He's in with your father.
Oh? Hello. Come in.
I have an appointment with Mr. Salisbury. I talked to him on the phone this morning.
You're expected, sir. Will you follow me?
Do I know you?
No.
Oh.
In here, sir.
Basil, if Mr. Dulane asks for me, would you tell him I've taken Jean for a walk?
Yes, miss.
Mr. Salisbury, I asked to see you privately.
There's Mr. Dulane, my daughter's fiancé. He's a member of the family.
Charles, I must advise you not to talk to this man alone.
Mr. Lynch, whatever your business with me is, I am not going to discuss it unless Mr. Dulane is present. If, as you said, you're concerned about my daughter's welfare, I think we should proceed with that business.
Yeah. Mr. Salisbury, first I've got to have your word that when you hear what I've got to tell you, you won't do anything about it without checking with me.
Now, what does that mean?
It means that he's going to want to do something about what I've got to tell him. And there are certain things he could do which could make it very dangerous for me.
Well, what certain things? Like going to the police, for example?
That's one of them.
Now, do you think I'm going to let him tie his hands with a promise like that?
How do you function here, as an attorney or a member of the family?
Now, sir, if you give him your word, you'll keep it. And now there is no guarantee that this man will.
That's right, no guarantee at all. I came here to tell you how to save your daughter's life. Now, do you want to hear me or don't you?
Well, suppose it's blackmail.
Forget it.
Mr. Lynch, you have my word.
Unless you do something about it right away, your daughter's going to be kidnapped and maybe murdered.
Oh, now, that's a little melodramatic.
Yes, it is, but it's true.
Well, what proof have you got?
Proof?
Now, you do think we're going to act on a statement like that without any evidence?
That's your problem. I told you, you heard me. What you do about your daughter from here on out is up to you.
Where did you get this information?
I'm sorry.
Do you know my daughter?
No, is that important?
I have no idea. I'm trying to decide on your motivation for coming here.
So am I. Mr. Salisbury, you remember during the war, the conscientious objectors, the pacifists, the draft board used to throw one question at them. What would you do if you saw a maniac about to attack somebody? It's a moral question, and it interests me. I know what I'd do. I'm a pacifist right now. No causes. I sit on the fence, and I watch, and I listen.
Is that a philosophy, Mr. Lynch? Or an excuse for dodging responsibility?
Last night, that question came up in a very practical way. I became involved with a maniac about to attack somebody, and I found my pacifism has limits. If the people who intend to kidnap your daughter knew I came here, they'd kill me. That's why I wanted your promise not to go to the police. The police can't act without evidence. They'd question me and I wouldn't talk, so they'd hold me. Then whether your daughter was kidnapped or not, the instant I was released, I'd be killed.
Well, what do you suggest, short of going to the police?
Send her to Europe.
Why Europe?
South America, then.
But get her out of the country, huh? Well, thank you very much for your information, Mr. Lynch. I'll consider it.
You don't have time to consider it.
It was very kind of you to come, and if you'll leave your address, I'll have my secretary send you a check for your trouble.
Is that why you think I came here? For a check? Salisbury, I've got to talk to you.
Why?
Because you're in trouble.
Not that I know of, but I think you are.
You don't know how much. There's all kinds of trouble. It goes on all the time. Violence is almost a casual thing. You don't understand that, do you?
I read the newspapers.
That's violence once removed. I tried to get through to your father, but no one listens. Nobody listens. You've got to listen.
I don't know what
because
you're talking about, but I'm sure that you mean well.
Mean well? Get in the world, will you?
Would you please take your hand off my arm? I asked you to take your hand off my arm.
See that man in the doorway? In back of you. Look at him.
Yes, I see him.
You recognize him?
Yes.
Well, who is he?
Lenore's boyfriend.
Get in the car.
What?
Get in the car. Just stand over there till I get a light on. Some people think this is a vacation. There we go. The nearest neighbor is 8.5 miles away. Why don't you sit down? Be comfortable.
Why am I here?
I've been trying to tell you all the way
I
up
know,
here.
and I don't understand what you're talking about.
I never heard of you till yesterday. Your picture's all over the paper. I was in this bar. I heard these two guys say they were going to kidnap you.
Two guys?
Bad people. I was very logical about it. I went to see your father. I tried to spell it out to him, but he wouldn't listen to me. That's when I saw you on the street.
But why did you push me into your car?
Because one of them is your maid's boyfriend, that's why.
One of the guys in the bar?
Yeah. You're safer here than a lot of places you could be. You don't believe me, do you?
No.
Yes, of course I'll wait.
Charles, I don't care how many private detectives you hire. This belongs to the police.
I will call in the police when Kay is back.
You can't wait that long.
Alan, I don't know much about kidnapping, but I know one thing. There's no percentage in the kidnappers committing murder unless there's so much pressure put on them, they get panicky. Now, I don't know whether they're watching this house or not. They may be. But I am not going to have them see the police coming and going. Kay is my daughter, and I'm handling this situation. Yes, I'm listening. Well, Milton, I want as much as I can get from you. 50,000, even 100,000, whatever you can let me have. I'll explain just as soon as I'm through here. Small bills, 10s, 20s, old money. Mm-hmm. And I want it sent over by messenger within half an hour, if that's possible. Well, thank you. Oh, Milton, this is a confidential matter, and your discretion is important. Exactly. Martha, there's no easy way to tell you this. We're not certain yet, but we have good reason to believe that Kay has been kidnapped.
So? It don't figure. She disappeared.
What does that mean?
Walked out of the house and disappeared.
That's interesting. Disappears into places unknown. Now tell me exactly what that maid told you.
She tells me the girl is gone. She tells me the girl just disappeared.
Why do you figure she did that?
I don't know. Maybe she's got cold feet with the marriage coming up.
Is that your idea or theirs?
That's my idea.
They telephone the police?
No.
It's a most interesting situation. Drive.
Where?
Just drive.
You mean there's no ransom?
No, there's no ransom.
Do you realize what my mother and father must be going through right now?
Yeah, I think I have an idea.
Then let's get out of here. We can go to Alan.
Alan? I talked to Alan already. He was there with your father. You're safe as long as you're here. I let you go, you'd be dead in 24 hours.
Really incredible.
Get in the world, will you? At least enough to be scared?
Hello.
Mr. Salisbury,
Yes?
get us 100,000 and you'll have your daughter back.
Would you repeat that?
$100,000 and you'll have your daughter.
But I don't have that much. I assumed I would need some money, so I have about $80,000 in small bills here in the house right now. But I can't get any more this time of night.
100,000 is the price, Salisbury, not 80,000.
But that's all I have here. I can get you more tomorrow, but I can't get more tonight.
What about my jewels?
Would you accept jewelry? My wife's jewelry.
No jewelry, Mr. Salisbury, but we'll settle for the 80,000. Bring it where we tell you and bring it alone.
Give me the instructions. I'll follow them.
You drive to Fairvale Park.